I thought I forgot my coffee there for a minute, and I almost got up and left all of you for another 5 minutes. I didn't, and you're welcome. Welcome to the classiest place on earth, or something. And good morning. How the fuck is everybody? Ooh, Mel, how did you meet them? I'm always curious when people start dating during COVID. Like, what did you do? Like, cough into your elbows near each other and be like, oh my god, you too? Good fucking morning, Cream Team. How are you? Good morning, Kill. I missed you too, Judy. I missed all of you. I'm so tired of being sick. I'm so fucking tired of being sick. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Like, literally, I've just been sick. I puked up like a softball of mucus this morning, ruined my makeup. It's a life. I'm done with it. I'm just ignoring it at this point. I'm still sick. I'm just gonna pretend it's not happening. Through a dating app? Okay, that's safe. That's good. Oh my god, Dougie Fresh, how the fuck are you? Oh, hi, Rod. Hammy! Oh my god, thank you for the biddies. Guess what? Chicken butt. Thank you for the 500 bits. Jesus, cock on a dick. Thank you. What the fuck? Good morning? Thank you. Oh my god, Mav, good morning. How are you, love? Is it Spaghetti Day? Happy Spaghetti Day. It's been years. Has it really? Time means nothing during COVID. I mean, it's been a New Year's. What year is it? Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Get fucking vaccinated. Ham, what was I guessing? Guess what? Chicken butt. Was I really guessing? Thank you so much for the biddies. What time is it? I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore. Seriously, I have no idea. It's just days at this point. I really don't know. Thank you so much for banging one of my oldest, dearest friends from Twitch, Mav Show. The old days. I already did. I'm boosted. Good, because you're not a moron. You'd be surprised. I got boosted this weekend. Yes. It is Tuesday. Excellent. Happy Tuesday. Is Tuesday a day I should worry about? Do you? Thank you. I like my hair too. I did it myself actually. I was pretty proud. Like I've never bleached my own hair before. I've always that's like my line. I've done everything else. Cut my hair, shaved it, done pierced all my own piercings myself, but for some reason bleaching my hair was like that was my line. And I just fucking hate going to the salon. I despise having my hair done. Everything about it just sucks. None of it's fun. So I just did it. Yes! It's already grown out a lot though. My hair grows really fast. Dude, Mav, okay, tell me what you hate about it. Because for me, everybody's like, oh, it's the awkward conversation, right? Not at all. It's the fact that I'm stuck in a chair and I can't get up and move. I don't have autonomy over my body for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, depending on the lady or the guy and whoever's doing my hair. Yes, it's like dude, thank you. Oh my god. It's just, yep. Yeah, literally like you're signing over your life for a poisonous animal or something. Good fucking morning, Alchemy. How are you? Bleaches in eyes is scary. Oh my god, I've never done that. Foe, thank you for the resub, by the way. You silly fuck. I love you. I need you to know that I love you deep within my holes in ways that can't be described, but can only be expressed through ritualistic BDSM with Rod watching in the corner dressed up as a Furby. I mean, that's hot. I'd watch it. And they suck. I mean, it's like, I can go to the same person forever and they always do my hair differently. And I get that they want to like wing it, but I don't have time to fuck with a new hairstyle every 6 weeks. I just want to know how to do my hair every day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to like, every time I go home, I'm like, fuck. Now I gotta fucking learn this. Whatever this choppy shit is they did. You bleach your eyebrows? Ouch. I would not put bleach near my eyes. That scares me. Mickey, thank you for the resub, bish. How you doing? A trim. So we like added these layers in the back. Dude, I'm not even kidding you. If my hair was down, I could show you, Mav. Last time I went, I've been getting a pixie cut for almost a year now. I really like it. I like having my hair short. It's great. And so I was like, I want to get it trimmed up, but the way that the lady did it before was she basically gave me like what I call the Hitler youth. shaved sides with just like a block of hair on the top of my head. Basically, there was no like layers. It was literally just like this chunk of my hair was like this long. And I told her, I was like, I really just don't want my hair in my eyes anymore. Like, this chunk of hair just is in my eyes. What did she do? Gave me bangs. What? She's so nice. So nice. But what? So this is how I live now until it grows out. Because I just don't want fucking hair in my eyes. You were the chosen one, seriously, though. Ashley Chaos, fucking year.
Can we cheers to that? Is it too early? Thank you for that resub. Oh my god.
I go to an overnight sleep salon in 2 seconds. Did you know that in most movies, the stars sleep while they get their makeup done? It's actually the best way to have your makeup done because your face is totally relaxed and they can sculpt your face however they want. I want this. I want that. I want to lay down and just wake up pretty. Glut, thank you so much for gifting a sub to fucking Wilder Surprise. Wilder Surprise. Surprise! Are you bewildered? Wait. Alchemy's sick? Alchemy, what? Are you okay? I'm sick too. My mom's really sick too. It's weird. There's a lot of people that have just got nasty colds right now. Like when my hair grew back after shaving my head, I went to get it shaped up and trimmed. Exactly. And you were like, I don't want it in my eyes. And they're like, what? I don't want it in my eyes, though. Like, my job is to read for a living. I need to be able to see. Shocker. Never too early? Deal. I'll pack a bowl. That's a long sub. Actually, I feel like I've known you for so much longer, though. I know I say that a lot. But it's bizarre. It's like you can know someone for years and not really know them. And you can know someone for 6 months and know everything about them because you and I talk every day, all the time. I feel like we're just closer. Oh, that goes for all of us, by the way. Where is my grinder? I am not sleeping through someone messing with my face. I would love it. So when do they shower? I think they shower before they go. I don't know. I just assume rich people don't have to be clean. Ashley, I mean, yes. I'm sorry you're sick, Alchemy. You're confirmed COVID? Shut the fuck up.
Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer underscore 419 tipped $5. CK,
Alchemy.
I think the real hero of the MCU is the Hulk Stong because we all know that he's packing a major radiation cock, but it never gets shown even though we know he'd pop a boner from touching Scarlett Johansson and bust some gamma ray nut everywhere you will.
Who wouldn't, though? Bitch is a Jewish princess. Suck me. It's okay, I blame Colin. Really? Even though you work in the medical industry. I'm so sorry you have COVID. I'm like sick as fuck, but I got tested and it's not COVID, so I'm just living with whatever the fuck's going on with my face right now. I haven't eaten in like 3 days because I just have no appetite. My stomach's probably full of mucus. That's probably why. It's just Lavoshka with that resub. Oh my god, and Judy just gifted a show to Mav? What? A sub to Mav. Thank you very much for those resubs and those gifted subs. You guys are angels. You've dumped our channel into a hype train, which if you don't know what a hype train is, it's just giving me money. That's it. You don't have to participate. It's nothing. I love you guys regardless. Can we talk about how good Katie looks despite being sick? I've told you this before, Mark. I think I've told chat this before. Thank you for the compliment. But my makeup is often very inverse of how I'm feeling. So, like, the less makeup I have on, I'm probably feeling pretty good. The more makeup I have on, I'm feeling pretty shit. It's how I cover it up. But I'm ignoring it. I'm not sick anymore. We're just going to pretend it's not happening because I'm really tired of being sick. It's been like 2-3 weeks. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm not sick anymore. Oh, it's disgusting. Nafox. Woo, money.
Thanks for the resub, bitch.
My dad and I have COVID too. What the fuck? Ugh. Stony, I cut my own hair now. I literally bought myself clippers because it was just going and paying $200 to get my hair clippered seemed really ridiculous. And they'll always charge more for a girl. I swear to fuck. Guys are like, my haircut costs $15. I'll go to the same salon and it's $200. I don't get it. I dye my own hair. I don't get it. They fuck you. It's just being a girl with hair. My hair's thick, but it's not $200 thick. Come on. Come on. Thanks, Judy and Trekkie. You're very kind. A new COVID vax being made? Well, this is the thing with COVID. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to keep making boosters and vaccinations until people stop transmitting it. Because every time a person catches it and transmits it to a new person, it's a mutated version that's no longer covered by the previous boosters. And so all of these fucking idiots out there like, my freedoms, I'm doing my research, are causing us to continually get boosters the rest of our life. Or die. You still have a curfew? I don't think we have a curfew anymore, but they did put the mask mandate back in because I don't know why. Mickey, thank you for gifting a sub to Kitten, by the way. Kitten, you're a butt wizard. I don't know why, but Colorado has a horrible COVID rate right now. Our infection rates are off the charts. My county, like, I can pull it up on my phone. I have on the weather app, it gives you like COVID updates now because that's the world we live in.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
And it's disgusting how many new infections there are every fucking day in my county. And I'm like, my state has a pretty good vaccination rate. I don't know what's going on. Are people just pretending it's not real anymore? Will Omicron will swallow us all? The vaccines only work for a month I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, last winter, we effectively accidentally killed multiple strains of the flu. Like, we eliminated them just by not going out. That's all we did different. We didn't go out and we washed our hands, and multiple strains of the flu are dead now. But COVID we can't kill because my freedoms. Fucking sigmoid, what? Thank you. I have to burp. Or vomit. Nope, just a burp. Woo! Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs on my channel. It's too early. What? Oh, sorry, I really had to burp. Phil Slaya, Kinger, Scribble, Mountain Coder, Music Man, Might Still, Toshi, Zealous Feather, Aweed, and Mogos LN92. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing is sexier than pure sober consent. Period. End of story. The weather's looking very COVID-y today. Seriously, like, what day is it today? It's COVID. What year is it? 2000 COVID. I don't know. Please get vaccinated so I can travel. Hello, Sarah. Sarah, I was watching on the news this morning. So, sister, Sassy Sarah is my actual little sister. She has special rights. Don't abuse. I was watching, who was I watching this morning? Bitch, all I hear is Omicron and vaccine talk, dude. I was literally, that's what we were talking about right now, because I tried to fly home for Christmas, and all the flights got canceled to go to Seattle. And it's because they can't staff the fucking planes. I was just listening to Stephen Colbert this morning, and there's like 5,000 flights grounded because they can't staff them. Please fucking get vaccinated. That's all I have to say. There's nothing else I can say. That or just crawl in a hole and do what you're gonna do. But stop infecting people, for fuck's sake. Dude, Neuro, my girl Alchemy has fucking COVID. Lavoshka has COVID. Like, what the fuck? They're not dying because they've been vaxxed, thank fuck, but it's upsetting to me. It's upsetting to me that it's just the selfishness of humanity that causes it. And it's not the selfishness of these people, because these are people who are, like, vaccinated, you know? I wouldn't want to work around crazy traveling people now either. They've all lost social skills. The fact that they had to duct tape multiple people to their fucking plane seats and that those flight attendants, like, lost their jobs, the world we live in, I don't want to be a part of anymore. I'm quite certain 75% of my staff have COVID at the ICU. I'm sure of it, yeah. I'm sure I have had it. I know my parents have. Before the lockdown, before COVID the official, like, lockdown, my parents got deathly ill. The November before it happened. I'm pretty positive they've had it. Like, it's just... Did they get their jobs back? Thank fuck. Because that was... I'm sorry. If I was working in any position, if I was a respiratory therapist and my patient was drunk, belligerent, and climbing out of bed to try to attack me and other patients, I would strap them the fuck down. 4 points, bitch. And I'm not going to get in trouble because it's protecting me and other employees and patients. How did they get in trouble for that when they're protecting everyone on the plane from the psycho that decides to get drunk and act out on a plane? Like, I don't even care if you have COVID or not. You're a crazy person. People think I'm crazy. For fuck. It's going to be a nice negative 21C. Ooh, it's been negative like 10C here all week. It's been cold. All those arguments that it's cheaper to automate than pay workers living wages are now debunked. Mm-hmm. My wife tested positive. No, well, that's Alchemy and Lavoshka both are vaccinated, and they both just got it too. Probably other people. It's just crazy. With regards to Omicron being mild and such, it's still hesitant to discuss it as mild as a whole, but I know that for some patients, like boosted, are only having mild symptoms. That's basically what I've heard. Like, there's not an official, like, paper saying, yes, if you blah, 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 Omicron is going to be mild, but the general understanding of virology and viruses is if you are vaccinated against COVID, then your body is more prepared to fight Omicron, so you won't have the more intense symptoms. Layman's terms. I'm not a virologist by any means. I just know some science. It's probably like in grocery stores, the workers can't do anything if someone's stealing. That's insane. But like, I guess I never asked when I worked at Lowe's, what happens if a customer attacks another customer? Can I protect that customer or patient or flight person? I'm at Hopkins now using the 4-point posy vest daily. Hell yeah! We got another Hopkins bitch in the house. How's the trauma? 4 points are everything. Seriously, if you are intubated in an ICU, in a ICU of a hospital, it doesn't matter if you have COVID or not, you will be 4-pointed. Period. So if you're one of the people out there not getting vaccinated because you're like, I don't mind, I'll hang out in the fucking ICU, you're gonna be 4-pointed, tied to a bed, and all autonomy of your body is taken away. It's insane. I know chat would like to be strapped down. Not the way I strap people down. You don't want that. I'm getting a call. Get the fuck out of here. I know you are, Alk. I mean, so am I. Like, I can't. I found out that I have a protein-based immunodeficiency disorder that increases my overall risk for infection by a lot and the ability to treat such infections. Also, I cannot get live vaccines with this, so I'm glad the COVID vaccine is not live. Thank fuck for you. Seriously, I'm so happy for you because that's some scary shit. Seriously, Andrew Bobby, and that's me too. Like, I'm scared because there's like, there's the part of the world like us that's, we're responsible and we are washing our hands, wearing masks, and we've been vaxxed. And then there's this weird population of the world that's obsessed with going back to normal, which didn't exist. There was no normal. There is no normal. That's not a real thing. It's all subjective. But they're obsessed with that, and all I can think of is they're going out coughing. I don't know. It's crazy. Neuro. Sassy Sarah's my little sister. She's a lawyer. She's a brain. Sarah, Neuro is my friend I worked with at COVID. At COVID? Why am I like this? At Hopkins? Oh my god. Why, Katie? Why? At Hopkins in the neuro unit. Help me. Oh, kill it. Oh my god, Lavoshka, have you not seen these yet? These fucking dope-ass foldy phones? They're the best. I'm living for this thing. It's new. It's not an old phone. It's still like a touchscreen, but this is, what is this phone called? I got it on sale. I got a really good deal on it. Otherwise, I would have never bought it. Oh my god. Samsung Flip? Flip Z. The Flip? You can literally, like, the screen folds. It's amazing. Because, girl clothes don't have pockets, so. We make our pocket. What up, Uki? How you doing, love? I think it's extremely unlikely it will turn more serious. Symptoms are 6 days in, but I'm worried about complications and long-term effects for her. For now, I'm fine, but if I get symptoms, it will be over the next 48 hours or so. I should see them. Yes, you should get tested anyways. I mean, obviously, like, as long as she has it, just so you know you're not spreading it. Oh my God, Mandel, what? Katie invented COVID. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, it's a great phone, Sarah. Like, I wasn't sure when I got it. The only reason I got it is because I got a rebate on it. I got like $400 off on it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll try it out. And I really like it though. Like, I missed having a flip phone. I really enjoy it. We could go back to normal if people would just get vaccinated. Isn't that weird? Like the answer to their normal that they so vehemently seek is a free vaccination. Kind of crazy. No, BDO, this is actually my last cup of the con one. I haven't tried the other one yet. I'm sad. Right, Amber? I'm telling you. I love it. It's even got a little screen on the front, so like you can tell what time it is, or you can go through your notifications on the front screen. So you don't even have to open your phone.
Come
like,
out.
It's for someone who really doesn't like phones.
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. I dreamed Gizmo Daddy was a robot and giving me a handy with a newly installed rocket arm, but it malfunctioned and lifted off, taking my dong with it, giving me a rapid and planned bottom surgery and an out of this world orgasm. My wang is now a satellite too.
Young player. What? Now, when you see a satellite in the sky, just think of Zoe. Oh, I love you, Zoe. Ugh. You are okay. Good, Phoebe. Good. A lot of people would. Oh, my eyes just went blurry. With offices near mine are post-retirement age, and I will not bet their health. And that's like, it's crazy. I've literally heard like people on Fox News and like shitty news, whatever's talking about how old people don't matter. They're like, why didn't we focus on children first? Why did we focus on the elderly first? Da 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 da. And I was just, I have no words for that. Like, seriously, I just vomited in my mouth. How age dictates a life's value now? Okay. Sure. Toast anime. Oh my God, I packed a bowl and we didn't cheers. I was cheersing because Ashley subbed for a year. We did focus on the elderly first. They wanted us to focus on the young people first. Why are we focusing on the elderly first? Because they're going to die anyways. It was horrible. I know people that still say that, and they're not crazy Fox News people. Sarah, really? What? Oh, Mandel, were you exposed? No. Phoenix, good morning. How are you? Wow. Hi, Cosmic Dolphin. How are you, love? It's the Gone with the Boomers attitude. I can't with that. Robo Jesus, I couldn't confirm if it's more contagious. COVID is insanely contagious. I mean, COVID is insanely contagious. It's so easily it's a contagion, and the now Neuro's here, so correct me if I'm wrong, Neuro. But the crazy part is, even if you're vaccinated, if you contract COVID, you're just as contagious as someone who's not vaccinated who has COVID, and that's scary. But I know all of them are just extremely contagious. Young people are the next in line to be the means of production. If the old die, the economy doesn't suffer. But if young people do, the rich people could have more trouble getting richer. That's probably what they're thinking, and it's disgusting. What the fuck? Let's cheers. Ooh, Neuro, do you want to come clarify? Neuro is legitimately like a virologist that works with the CDC. I am a respiratory therapist. I worked at Hopkins for quite some time. I do have a lot of experience. However, that is not my scope of practice. I give you guys layman's of what I understand, but I will never give you guys more than what I understand. Neuro understands everything. If Neuro would like to do a quick 15-minute chit chat with you guys, I'm totally down. It's up to him. So 7 red states were hoarding monoclonal antibodies, which is generally meant for breakthrough cases of the elderly. Now because they don't want to get vaxxed and want... Oh! So it's kind of like using Plan B as birth control, is what they're doing. They're using abortion as birth control. Great. That's excellent. The vaccine means you shan't die or make poor hospital workers' lives even more awful by adding to their stress. I mean, it means you won't kill your family members. I just saw the most horrible post this morning. A guy that I know that works at ESO, the Elder Scrolls Online, his grandfather passed away of COVID yesterday, and he wrote a big diatribe about it, just begging people to get vaccinated, because it's like, I'm vaccinated, but now I'm like, that's all I can do other than try to encourage other people to get vaccinated. And it's so, what do you do? What are we going to do? What do we do? What do you do? Wait for them to die? Thank you, Nyan. I did it myself. Ooh, you have Martin coming over? He's going to get baby free time. Ooh, okay. Neuro said yes. Let's take a quick break and run an ad just to get it out of the way. And then we'll call Neuro. And if you guys want to, like, think of some cool questions if you want. Otherwise, he's probably just going to tell you guys the fucking facts. Because he does work with the CDC. Like, that doesn't mean that he agrees with the CDC and everything they do. That doesn't mean he represents the CDC in any way. It does not mean any of that. He works with them in terms of studying the virus, stuff like that. Just so you guys know that. Yes, the CDC says some very stupid things. That's not Neuro. Just facts. Just so you guys know. I mean, that's like, I bitched about Hopkins all the time. I worked for Hopkins. That doesn't mean I'm Hopkins. I don't like when people make that association, and I've seen a lot of shit going around about the CDC lately. And, like, you know, just jokes, because they recently, what did they do? They knocked down the exposure. Like, if you're exposed to COVID, you only need quarantine for 5 days, and so all the night hosts are making fun of the CDC now, and it's like, cool. All right. What are ads exactly? I love CBD oil. I'm a huge proponent of CBD. You can't really generalize the effects on people, but I know for a fact it got my mom off Percocets when she had a knee replacement, which is incredible. She used topical on her knee. Oh, my 2.5-year-old niece has COVID. Oh, baby. I hope she's okay. Is she home? Is she, like, okay to be home and stuff, or is she in the hospital? Sad. Baby is getting sick is not okay. She's at home. Okay, then she's probably doing good, right? Oh. Oh, your 10-year-old nephew has COVID. I don't like when kids get sick because it's so not their fault. What the fuck did they do? Yeah, that Percocet. I mean, the thing is, Mickey, I think I've told you guys this, but the Percocet wasn't even working for my mom. Like, all it would do is make her so tired she would pass out. But the moment her body tried to roll over in her sleep, her knee, I mean, she had knee replacements, which they literally, like, take a hammer and chisel and fucking knock bones out of your knee. It's disgusting and horrible. And, yeah, she got off them by using topical CBD cream because the Percocets did nothing. She'd wake up in extreme pain because the Percocets didn't do anything about the swelling and all the things causing the pain, like all the fluid retention. But you can't generalize CBD like that. I couldn't generalize it to anybody, really. I'm talking about CBD lotion. My mom used CBD lotion on her knees when she got her knee replacements, and they got her off Percocets. They were amazing. I was just saying, because like people ask about CBD all the time. CBD and weed is those things that you can't generalize. I can't tell you how weed's going to make you feel. It makes everybody feel different. But I can give you personal examples. And yeah, let's run an ad and call Neuro. Yep, I'm never going to do it unless my mods yell at me 500 times. I will be right back. Ad, Neuro, and some DMCA free music. Maybe if I can fucking get my mouse over here. I'll be right back. Maybe. Welcome back, everybody. There was a hair in my eye right as I walked in. I felt it. I had to get it. It's not where those go. I know. I have non-shedding dogs, and I still find millie hairs in my fucking house all the time. All the time. In my weed, in my eyes, in my underwear drawer. Millie hair will literally haunt me until I die, which I'm kind of okay with. It's a sore topic. All right, let us join with Neuro Fournier. He can tell you his, I can't remember the word for it, certifications and shit, but he's like the real deal and does not spew bullshit, period, end of story. He will not tell you information that is a maybe. He won't tell you information that's not real. And this is why we love him. I just coughed up the most gross loogie. I'm coughing up plugs, Neuro. Plugs. That's what's happening to me. No one knows what those are. It's like coughing up a little worm brain out of your lungs. I know, Neuro does have a beautiful voice too. He is very, very nice to talk to. When you work in medicine, you kind of have to. Like, I'm kind of abrasive, but when I worked in medicine, you're very gentle because most people are in a very dire situation when you're in an ICU. All right. He's coughing up snot bullets. Ew. Did he get tested? I went and got tested because I was like, I've been sick for like 3 weeks now. Just like yesterday, I almost fell over. My sinuses, like down my neck, I can feel down my neck gets tight. My sinuses are so fucked up. This part of my neck starts to hurt and my whole face feels swollen and I get so dizzy. I just like fall over. It's terrible. I have like vertigo. I hate it. Anyways, I'm gonna find Neuro in my fucking Discord. I opened my jar of weed I ground earlier and pulled a fucking cat hair out. I looked at the offender and was like, the fuck? I've smoked so much Millie hair. Thank you. I actually have already destroyed 3 of them. But I tried. This one looks kind of cool. I put stars in it. I don't know if it'll focus. I actually put like confetti in it. I don't know. I like to do nails. It's like my hobby. And it's something that doesn't take a lot of energy. I thought I liked plugs. Maybe in orifices that aren't my bronchial tubes. Maybe. All right. I'm calling Neuro. It doesn't ring. Sometimes it rings and sometimes it doesn't.
Sup?
Good morning, lover. How are you?
Morning. I'm good. How are you?
Fucking exhausted talking about COVID. How about you?
Bitch, I am tired.
I feel like
so tired.
I was talking about it the other day on stream. I was like, it feels like back when I was first a respiratory therapist and everything was VAP. It was like ventilator associated pneumonia. Like that was every other fucking word you always heard. Like don't connect. And now it's just COVID. Like what happened to VAP? I'm sure it's still happening.
I remembered so I was still at the State Department and we got the briefing that there was pneumonia deaths around that area, and we were just like, and there were so many cases at that point that we were all like, oh shit, this could be something serious. But we didn't want to, but, at that point we were like, we don't want to spread panic, but we're just like, so
it's so weird. Like I've talked about it before. I'm sure you've heard me say it, but like some hospitals I've worked at, like it's, VAP is the number one. Like you are paying attention to that circuit. No nurse is allowed to touch it. No one can suction but you. Hopkins, nobody gave a fuck. Like you could just leave someone. Like literally, I had an alarm go off on a patient one time and I was headed towards the room and I watched the nurse walk into the patient's room and then walk out of the room and turn the alarm off. So I was like, okay, it can't be that bad, but I still went to the patient room. I walk in and I'm not shitting you. The ventilator tubing was on the ground and the patient was just sitting there with the intubation tube sticking out of his mouth.
Just flapping
right there. The nurse didn't even look at the patient. Like those are the scary moments for me where I'm like, hello.
That sounds about familiar. That sounds pretty familiar.
But that happens everywhere, just so everyone knows. That's everywhere, not just one. Not to scare you.
Intubation, by the way, is like fucking difficult. It is like a test of your manhood.
Oh, dude.
To learn intubation. Like the amount of stories I hear from people saying like, man, I fucking broke this person's teeth while doing it.
Dude, I had a patient, at Hopkins, I'm not shitting you. I had a new resident fucking stabbed through someone's aorta and she died. She bled out. We went through 17 liters of rapid transfusion before they let her go. It was insane. Like, you can real fuck up with intubation. I've never, I was just standing there like, oh my God, that just happened. In my mind, I was like, well, if it was me, I wouldn't have done it. But anyways, this is Neuro, and he's going to talk to you guys now.
So I'll need to look at this thread from Arthur. I don't necessarily agree with his statement, but I don't want to I'll need to kind of formulate my thoughts regarding that. Sorry, I'm responding to one of the threads that someone had just sent me on Twitter.
Absolutely.
So I'll need to do that.
Is it? I think I might have been sent that same thread. Is it talking about if you've had the infection, you're more resistant?
Uh, it's more so. Let me read the tweet, and then I
Yeah.
could go through it really quickly. So it's established the fact that at this point that everyone who survives COVID lives with elevated autoimmunity, your body attacking itself for some time afterwards. The risk of experiencing long COVID symptoms seem dependent on how vulnerable you already were to autoimmunity. Uh, so yes and no for the
It's a really
first one, yes,
general
but the
statement.
well, the thing is that like for in general, like so the main theory, running theory, there's not many like actual statements, right? Like in terms of like actual studies on definitive reasons for long COVID, it's still very uncertain. The idea behind long COVID, so just so everyone knows what long COVID is, it's basically like once you're past the acute infection phase of COVID, you have persistent symptoms through the rest of like for a long time,
Yeah.
hence long COVID. So you have cognitive difficulties, GI issues, neurological issues, blah blah blah. It's like it's a whole kit kat caboodle of like surprise that you don't want to have for a long period of time. There's running theories about like the fact that because COVID has such an impactful infection that there are still reservoirs of viral RNA that resides in different areas like the gut
Yeah.
or whatever it might be. And so it's just more of like that's the running assumption, is that there might be some left over and that your body is just continuously inflaming as a result of that virus still being in your body.
Yeah.
That's just one theory, excuse me. So
Yeah. I've
if
read
you
about
want to
that one
know,
before. I read about that one when they were talking about the blood clots, like those 3 or it was like 6 women got blood clots or something.
so yeah, sort of like that. So I don't like have really much like to like I guess like support that statement. And I think like the way that Arthur writes it sounds like he's certain that that's how it is. And I don't there's no actual like substantial data to prove that having if you have autoimmune issues beforehand that you're more susceptible to it. There's just not enough data to show that. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna stamp the first part as okay, but the second part I will stamp as misinformation
Can I
from
ask
that
a question
perspective.
about that
Sure.
regarding that? So, in terms of being able to like if you were like to be able to say yes, if you've been infected and you have a lower immunity, you're going to be have a higher response to it or whatever. How could you even do that considering every single human being's immune system is so varied and different? Is that even possible?
No.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm
it's just
thinking. Like it's
it's hard.
comment like saying the immune system is such a broad term for such a
Yeah.
complicated like system in your body to say, and everybody, I know everybody is different. Everybody is different. Like that's why some people get sick and some people don't.
Yeah, and it's like one of the many difficulties when we talk about immune responses by age stratification, right? So
Yeah.
like even young populations, for example, for any youngins up to like 2 years old, 2 years old to 5 year old, 5 year old to 12. There's a reason why we have this stratification of ages, is because like your immunological like maturity is so fucking complex. Like, and
Yeah.
I say this with like there you can dedicate a whole semester of lectures on pediatric immunology. Like
Yeah.
that's how difficult it is. And you probably need 2 semesters.
I was gonna say I would have given it a year because that's some shit. Like
Yeah. And so that's the reason why, like for me, when people talk about like responses to variants or responses, I'm like, we have to be careful about how we say it, because we have to think about age demographics.
Mhm.
Like, who are we talking about here? Are we talking about the elderly? Are we talking about younger folks? Are we talking about much younger folks? When did they receive the vaccine? Right? Like that's a
Yeah.
big factor too. And also just in general, what type of vaccine did they receive? And there's a lot, and also like comorbidities. We're not even opening that can of worms. So
Yeah.
there's so much to unpack and it's why I visibly cringe when people make blanket statements when it comes to certain percentages
Yeah.
that newspapers or media icons will say, and they'll be like 87% people were infected, and people panic, and I'm like, hold on,
I can't. It's because
hold
people
on, like,
love those numbers. People love numbers
yeah,
because they can go repeat them.
yeah,
It's so sincere. I was literally that's why I was pulling my phone open earlier. I was gonna say, like, my state, for some psychotic reason, has horrific infection rates right now.
mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, because we have a pretty good vaccination rate. It's like 60%, which is decent considering the world right now. But
Sure.
since last week, we've had over 1,000 deaths. And since last week, we've had 96,000 confirmed new cases in just
Sure.
my state.
Well,
No,
and
that's just my county. Excuse me. That's just my county. Sorry, not the state.
Yeah.
County. That's
And
wild.
we're gonna see a lot of that. We're gonna see a lot of that, right? Like we're gonna see a lot of counties and states with a ridiculous amount of cases. And keep in mind too, that's not even counting people who have tested positive and rapid tests as well, because that's not reported in those systems.
Yep.
So, but the important thing to think about too, and this is like my silver lining to my discussion here, so people can be better about when we talk about this type of data, right? Like,
I love
look
silver
at
linings.
look at the cases, and then look at how many are hospitalized, and then look at how many are intubated, and then look at how many are dying. You'll see that there is a drastic drop off in numbers,
Yes.
comparison between all of those figures. And that's something that I want people to really think about when you see figures like 8 billion new cases worldwide. And I'm like, okay, yes, I know there's a lot more cases. It's a much more contagious variant. We know that.
Yeah.
And also
So
keep
it
in mind
is.
too.
So that was a question earlier that I didn't know. I couldn't really answer because I'm not you. I'm not a professional.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
people were asking, Omicron is more contagious.
It has exemplified higher transmissibility, correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
That was a question earlier. I don't know if you were here yet, but I was like, I don't know.
Yeah. No. I think there's a lot of academic debate as to like how transmissible it is. I mean, we can get into semantics, but
Yeah.
the obvious factor is that it does have pretend to be a higher transmissible variant in comparison to Delta. It replicates much more efficiently. We know that people who do have Omicron, as I like to call viral crop dust people like crazy. That's just how it
Seriously.
is.
It's scary.
Yeah.
Someone asked a
And
question.
Yes.
No, go ahead. If you had more to say, finish.
No,
I don't
go
wanna
on.
interrupt you. Okay, so the question was, so it's a long COVID question again. So Phoenix Blue, we talked a little bit about long COVID. I'll read the question just in case, Neuro, there's more you can add. It says, what do we know about cases
Sure.
of long COVID among vaccinated populations?
So we don't have a lot of data with it, which is actually a good thing because we haven't seen a lot of cases with vaccinated people of long COVID. Anecdotally, and I say anecdotally because I want people to understand that this is not concrete data, from a lot of the physicians in my circle, is that those who even were going through long COVID after being vaccinated, those symptoms eventually resolve. That being said, if you do want more resources and research in terms of long COVID, this is a website that I have always been sharing, and I'm going to post it in chat right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, it's Survivor Core. This is run by a person named Diana Barrett, and and it basically has everything. It talks about like what the full I highly respect as well. So
Awesome. That's really, really cool. I just was seeing one of the people. Oh God, I wanted to remember her name. She's being interviewed by like Stephen Colbert or something from the CDC.
Rochelle Walensky.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was so excited because people are ripping the CDC right now. I need some strong bitch up there to be like, yo, kids.
I think there was a lot of controversy with her interview up there because I think a lot of people were like, no, you shouldn't be doing night shows. You should be talking to the public about this, or doing like public about this.
Yeah,
and
like Good Morning America.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
Stephen Colbert.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of
whoever she's on.
controversy behind it. So I'll reserve my judgment on that one. But I think that
I mean, you can be judgy here. This is a free place. This is a safe place.
Oh no, I'll say like I'm judgy about the new guidelines, about the 5-day shortened 5-day quarantine guidelines, because it's like the first one. It's like one of the first very few guidelines I actually will not suggest to patients. I refuse to. As a physician, I would say like I don't agree with it. I think that, and I know people were talking about Omicron infectiousness timeline. We've seen it being infectious from exposure to infectiousness between up to 10 to 12 days at sometimes.
Wow.
So I think that again, there's a latency period as well, right? Especially if you're vaccinated. And so I think that's one of the many things I have to be careful about when we talk about the 5 days.
Yes, absolutely. I too do not agree with the 5 days. I read a very interesting report that said one of the airlines requested a 5 days so they could get their employees back, and all of a sudden it was a 5-day. And I'm not really sure if that was correlated, causational. I don't know. But I mean, when you have a cold or the flu, we suggest you stay home more than 5 days. I don't know why suddenly COVID is, and I get it. I think I read what did the statement say? It said it's literally just they're trying to maintain hospitals and like huge infrastructure that needs people to work. That was their excuse for it or something like that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Part of it is that no. So part of it is that reason, but there is some scientific data behind that guidance change. So I want people to understand that. Like, it wasn't just like we arbitrarily said Well, because someone told us we're going to shorten down to 5 days. That's not the case.
Yeah.
We actually have looked at a lot of like data regarding peak infectiousness with Omicron. And, many a times for a lot of the different groups that we surveyed, we saw that within the first few days of catching Omicron, that people do exhibit, peak infectiousness at that point, or at least they showed peak infectiousness. So, but the concept of infectiousness is so difficult to scientifically measure because you have to catch people at the right time, right? And you also have to and it's not like they give off a certain signal that I'm infectious or not. Like you can't.
Can you?
It's not
I
like
said that the other day. You remember when you were a kid, when we were kids, and like your parents would be like, if you pee in the pool, it'll turn dark purple, and everyone knows. Like, we need something like that for COVID. Like,
yeah,
you just
exactly.
breathe neon orange, and I'll be like, nah, bitch. I agree.
Yeah, I think we need something like that. No, so that's why it's so fucking difficult to really really do kind of like a scientific study on infectiousness. So that's why that's why testing is such a fucking mess, right? Because we have all these we talk about rapid tests, we talk about PCR, and one of my things I tell people, I'm just like, it's best to, if you can, again, I understand some people can't do it. So this is not me telling you you need to do it. If you can, do the 7 to 10 days, like and wait till your symptoms resolve.
Yeah.
But if you don't have symptoms resolved, don't assume that you're clear yet. And this is also assuming too PCR testing, because PCR testing is it's so backlogged, and there's a lot of people having difficulty getting them in timely manner. I always tell people be careful about that. And then also with rapid testing, the things I've been doing right now recently is I've been swabbing the back of my throat and my nostril for rapid test.
Dude,
that's
stabbed my fucking brain. I'm still blowing a blood chunk out of that nose. I want to call that nurse and be like,
Yeah.
But they did go deep, and they did that to me, actually. They swabbed my tonsils and the back of my nose. But that was my first time ever being tested. I don't know if they do that normally.
Well, I mean, this for your rapid test, they normally just tell you to swab your inside of your nose. So it's not like actual quote unquote guidance yet to do it. But, within our circle, I can tell you right now, within my circle of infectious disease folks and everything, right now we started adopting swabbing the back of our throat and our nostrils. So what I'm going to do actually for folks as well, I'm going to drop this link. This is a Google Doc I started creating. So I've actually been consulting with PAX and some of the big conventions to talk about how to stay safe. In there is a video that shows how to swab the back of your throat and your nose. It's something I've been telling people you should start doing with your rapid test. And it also has this really cool graphic in there that shows the window of PCR and rapid tests, how best to track it and how to interpret positive, negative testing.
That's so helpful. Why doesn't everyone have this?
It's just started.
Yeah, I feel like
that's the graph right there. Yeah.
As soon as people could fucking swab themselves, we should have had this.
Yeah.
In my opinion. But that's just me. I like to have more information.
Yeah. But I mean, I know that people are having difficulty getting testing, rapid tests and stuff like that. So I do apologize. I know that not that I'm the one causing it, but I feel bad that everyone's not able to get the rapid test as quickly as they can. I know they're selling like hotcakes. So if you can get a chance, my suggestion has been what's the one that I've been buying from is from. And I'm not sponsored by anything, by the way. I don't get any kickback. So I wish I was, but I don't. So,
I know, right?
Don't buy that directly from Amazon because they're for some strange reason a little bit more expensive. And you can obviously get the Abbott Binax Now test. I would suggest people just peruse through Walmart and CVS and that consistently because Amazon keeps always getting sold out. But I usually every day I just check just to make sure if they have it in stock.
Yeah. That's really smart, especially if you work with the public on a regular basis. That's so smart to have.
Yeah. And also keep in mind too, folks, for your mask, I suggest people right now start upgrading their mask. Cloth masks are not the thing you should be using right now if you are planning to interact with folks or go into stores or things like that. I suggest right now at a minimum you should have a disposable surgical mask or an N95. That's the best one you can get. A fitted one, by the way.
I've taught people about that a million times. I know. Go on.
Like,
I've talked about it here, guys, but just so you guys know, just what Neuro's talking about, an N95 is absolute shit if it's not professionally fitted on your face. We
absolutely.
have to get fitted every 6 months at the hospital just because your face shape might change, and they put this weird, huge hood on you and spray perfume in it, and if you can smell anything, it's not sealed. And so
Yes.
you're not doing anything for yourself. You're just buying really expensive masks. So please get fitted.
Absolutely. And again, like if like the best way to do it, especially since a lot of folks don't have access to like the testing, is really just like just buy like a small kit from like a small, medium, large. They have those three different sizes, and they also have kit sizes. If you put them on and you adjust the straps and everything like that, if you let out a huge breath and you still feel that there's air coming out the side of your mask, that's not properly sealed. That's the
Yep.
best way to do it.
That's a
That's like
really
the
good
quick
way.
and dirty way to do it. But there's actual like tests that, and I know Katie knows does this as well. Like when you go to a hospital, like they make you like say a poem, they spray shit, and like there's like a
It's like
whole
an hour
rigmarole.
thing. You have to sit there with another employee and you have to blow, like take a huge breath and try to blow the mask off your face. Like it literally is. And if you don't pass, they don't just give you a pass. You don't get to wear N95s in the hospital, period. Like they'll straight up
Correct.
be like, your face doesn't fit N95s. You have to wear a PAPR, which is the huge suction to your neck helmet with the battery pack on your back. There are some people
Hmm.
who they just don't fit. If you have an overly round face, if you don't have a chin, if you have facial hair, like they don't work. So don't buy the over expensive masks if you're not going to get it
Yes,
fitted, please.
absolutely.
And
And
you're wasting PPE that hospitals could be using, really.
mhm. I did see a question. What's the efficacy of rapid tests,
I
right?
know I
Rate
have a
of
lot of
false
questions written
positives?
for you. So once you answer that one, I've been writing them on a
Oh yeah,
post-it for
yeah.
you. I got
Oh
them.
yeah, yeah. Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, I know. So for rapid tests, I would from what I've been looking at it in terms of like analysis and everything, false positives are less likely. False negatives are a lot more. So it's why I tell people if you get a negative test for a rapid test, a negative result from a rapid test, definitely don't take that as a clearance. Like that's not meant for you to say like, okay, I'm good to go. Like we've seen, especially with Omicron, people go from a negative to a positive within 6 to 7 hours. That we've seen cases like that, and there's a lot of different data that's showing us just how quickly it replicates. So if you do get a negative test, rapid test, again, like be cautious. Like if it's supplemented with a negative PCR, I think you can be a little bit more comfortable, and obviously more so if you're vaccinated and boosted as well. But there's so many little different layers to consider in your decision matrix from that.
That's
All
amazing.
right.
I did not know that. That's really good information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to go through these questions because there's a lot from up
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
top, but I
Absolutely.
wrote them
Yeah,
for you because I didn't want to interrupt you. So the
yeah.
first one I had was okay. So this was from Eliza. She said, "What is there a difference between a third dose and a booster? Because she got a
That's a
third dose."
Okay, so that's a great question because this is again more not necessarily for people to worry about, but more just to like in terms of like the medical community to understand. When
Yeah,
we talk about third dose, we basically say that it means that the original set of series of vaccinations need to be 3 doses. That applies in many cases, and especially like when we start looking at because when we rolled out the COVID vaccine, we didn't know how many doses we were supposed to give. We basically assumed that 2 doses, based on studies, and it showed high efficacy. But then variants came into the picture, and we're like, shit. We guess we're gonna have to think about it as a 3 dose series.
yeah.
That's the reason why we're looking at it that way. A booster really is much more in the case of like obviously like in the case of like waning antibodies that we have to like basically look at it and say oh no like given the context of the situation we do need to boost it. They're usually one and the same, but it's a more getting down to the semantics of like which is which. But really like it depends on like what your need is or like which group. Usually we call it third dose for people who are immunocompromised because
Hail
they
Satan!
need to have a third
Hail
dose.
Satan!
Like
Yes, and
it's
that's
just
Eliza. That's why she got one. I'm pretty sure.
exactly. So I think that that's the case right there. So immunocompromised folks, we usually call it third dose because we want them to understand that it's a necessity. You need to have 3 doses. It's not a booster. It is a much more a mandatory thing.
That's amazing to know. I had no idea, and I know Eliza's been really confused about it because I think she actually called her doctor for her booster, and they were like, "Oh, you're up for your third dose," and she was like, "My what?" But she went and got it because like who's gonna turn it down? But we've all been. I mean, her and I have been very confused about it ever since then because it's been really weird. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
really
No,
good to
that's
know. Because
we
there's a
use
lot
it
of people here that are
interchangeably.
immunocompromised. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's just more of us using terminology. It's just terminology right there. But I mean, in terms of like the average person, like you're receiving booster third dose doesn't really matter. You're getting a third something.
Yeah,
So,
yes, yeah, exactly. On that, I think Mark asked, he said, so a lot of people are saying like, oh, we're just gonna have to get boosters forever. Is it basically like, do you see that in the future? Like, do you think it's gonna be like a flu shot kind of situation?
I
Or do
so
people need to calm down and just stay inside?
I get this question a lot. Like I think every stream I do, I definitely get this question. I'll tell you right now that at this point, it's hard to say what the future vaccination schedules will look like. So please don't give into any sort of like panic mongering that anyone's going to tell you that we're going to need 3 boosters a year. We're going to need to do that. We
Ugh,
don't know.
I
We
hate
don't
that fear
know.
mongering bullshit.
But I will say that there is strong impetus and strong evidence in terms of us looking at an Omicron specific booster.
Ooh,
But again, that's something that's still in the works. We're still thinking about it. So that's just I just don't know yet. And
yeah,
if anyone is telling you that we need to get a fourth booster, I'm like, that's news to me. I don't know that. So where are you getting your source from?
yeah,
So and I think it's like one of the many issues that a lot of people have is like people want to glom onto this like theory that we're going to be doing like multiple boosters a year, and no one knows yet. We really don't.
yeah,
And I'm going to be honest too, and I know a lot of people will share this too, and I don't want to group everyone together, but I think most people are willing to get more boosters if they need to in order to make sure to keep up with whatever it might be. But
yeah. I would.
boosters
That's what Spencer
vaccinate,
just said. Spence was like, stab me every 3 months. I'm good. I would too.
yeah.
If it was that or death.
Yeah, and the thing is that like here's the devil's advocate in this case right here for me is that we're not going to vaccinate our way out of this too.
No,
So
yeah,
it means that we need to like make sure that vaccines get to the other fucking countries that don't have anything. It means that the rest of us in the developed countries need to take shit more seriously and wear a mask, distance, and all that stuff.
you mean
It
empathy for your
requires.
fellow human beings? What?
Yeah, I know.
Gross.
Fucking crazy, right? So,
Ew. Who does that?
yeah. So,
It's so real though. I hate the fear mongering. It's nice to have you here because like I debunk it all the time, but having two people debunk it, I feel like, hits better. Because I'm always like, that's all bullshit, motherfuckers.
yeah.
I get very upset.
It's well, I was telling this to Skylius, our mutual friend, is like, COVID has become like a very emotional pandemic, hands
Very
down.
much so.
It's
It's become
it's
like
an
almost religious. Like people have a religious stance on it. And it's like,
yeah. And so I think for me, like I try to tell people like, again, we need to make sure that whatever our responses might be should be balanced and we should be cautious about like when we let the emotions get the best of us. And I say this as well, someone who has let their emotions get the best of them as well. Like it's very easy to do.
same.
Like I had someone who literally walked into my stream yesterday, said, they got COVID, and I was like, oh, are you vaccinated? And they said, no, I'm not. Neither is my wife. And I instead of like being bitchy towards them, I said, okay. Are you willing to share with me why? And they did. They were like, we just, weren't sure, and we are just really scared. We just didn't know if it was too late to do it. And I was just like, well, I can tell you right now that it's never too late. You can get it. You can get vaccinated right now. And thank you for sharing with me, and thank you for, considering it if you are willing to have this dialogue. And sure enough, that person scheduled their vaccination.
No
that day.
shit.
Yeah. And the thing is that Katie, that's a story that many people will have. Like there's much more people who are
God, that makes me
hesitant
so happy.
than anti-vax.
I feel that. And I know there have been a few people in my community that have gotten vaccinated because of talks I've had, which just makes my heart so happy and elated because I cannot stand the thought of any of you dying.
Yeah.
But I completely understand. I talk about this subject a lot in my channel, just the subject of where the fuck do you go for any real information? Real.
Mm-hmm.
Even just Google, how do I eat? You don't know what to read. Like, no one knows what to do. There's so much garbage out there nowadays. You know, it's like we have this gift of the
Absolutely.
internet where you have information at your fingertips, but 99.9% of it is trash. And it's like you
Yeah.
said, like with COVID, and I see it with the way people eat, just because we're on that, I use that as an example. They form a religious belief in it,
Yeah.
and it's
And I
like,
can tell you. Sorry, go on.
no, I was just gonna say that's not what science is for you to
Mm-hmm.
religiously dote on or whatever, make a god out of it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's very, very confusing to me. I can't wrap my head around it. Like, these people dedicate themselves like religiously to something they know nothing about at all.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think right now it's hitting a lot of people personally, right? Like I thought,
Very much
like
so.
I don't think anyone, no one in this godforsaken globe right now has not been impacted in some way by COVID. Whether if it's like changed to your livelihood, even if it's good, right? Like some
Yeah.
people I know that, you know, they can stay home and work from home now, but like a lot of people, you know, it's like they have to change their schedules. They have like different family struggles.
Yeah.
There's monetary issues, and like this pandemic is a demonstration of just what happens when a true pandemic really hits and like impacts everyone, right? It's merciless. Doesn't care if what race you are, what your
Nope.
job is,
Or
your
what you fucking
religion.
believe in.
Correct.
Like, it doesn't
And
matter if you believe in COVID or believe in the vax or believe in science. It'll kill you regardless.
yep. So
And if it doesn't kill you, like, you're left with a body full of blood clots. We still don't know what the repercussions of that are going to be. Like, the long COVID, basically. Like,
yeah.
it's wild.
Mhm.
Okay, so I had more questions. So this is
Yeah,
one
yeah,
I
yeah.
think I can help answer because I too am healthcare, but one of them was, how long do you think until the healthcare strike, the inevitable healthcare strike? My opinion on that is they're so fucking tired they can't strike. All the
That
RTs I know are so overworked right
Yeah.
now. They're too exhausted to get up in the morning. So,
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you right now too, and this is my honest opinion. And Katie, I know you know this too. The health system is very is like the abusive boyfriend.
that
to
is
the
such a good
worker.
example. Oh my god. It's like that stand up by oh fuck, what's his name? I can't remember him. He talks about like how pimps get their hookers to come back. Beat the shit out of them
Yeah.
and then give them a bath and rub their back and tell them everything's going to be okay, and they love the bath so much they forgot you beat the shit out of them. Healthcare.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of very toxic practices within the medical community that no one talks about. And it's just been recently been more obvious because like right now a lot of healthcare workers are talking about, making sure that our healthcare workers are taken care of. And I can tell you right now that a lot of medical folks don't say much beforehand because we're basically trained not to say anything. It's basically like a rite of passage, right?
I
You need to
hate it.
suffer. It's terrible. And that's just basically the system in general. And
Ugh. It's the
I'll t-
worst.
and
You're
it-
like in fucking X-ray and you see what's wrong and you can't say shit.
yeah.
You can't. You could see the tumor. You could see cancer. You could see whatever you see, and you can't say a thing to the patient.
Well, the big thing with like even like right now, the hospital I'm at, NYU Langone Hospital, had a recent controversy, and it was all over the news recently that basically some minority residents decided to speak up against the system and its inherent racism.
Shit.
And what happened to them?
They were fired.
They all got blackballed, and not a single one was able to get a job for several months after that.
That's fucking disgusting.
And it basically escalated to a full-on investigation into the hospital. But the thing is that that's nothing new. It happens to a lot of hospital systems, like even fucking Hopkins.
Yeah, it's
Hopkins
everywhere.
had a huge racial issue like ages ago. It's gotten a lot better. I'll say it's gotten a lot better. But beforehand, like there's a reason why Hopkins and the black community in Baltimore have such a distrust of Hopkins, is because Hopkins historically has never been good to them.
Nope. I've talked about that because I worked at. Were you working at Hopkins when the riots went down?
Yeah.
Me too. You remember when they just locked us in the hospital, shut the entire thing down, and didn't help anyone on the streets at all?
Yeah.
And made us live in hospital beds? I remember that too. The entire city was on fire because an innocent man was put in the back of a van and he had like a seizure, and the cops took him on a joyride, knocked him around, and killed him. And so
Correct.
the city went on a fucking riot, like literally lit the city on fire, and we were all at work. They just locked the doors and kept us inside. That was it.
Yep.
Nothing. We were watching the fire, the marches on the streets outside. You couldn't even go across the sky bridges to your car. You were just stuck inside the hospital. They did not help one person. And like for a hospital, that's pretty fucking bad.
It's crazy, yeah, and it was very like a sobering moment when that did happen, because you realize like how delicate like community engagement really is, and
Dude.
how far we still need to go in making sure that we are approaching equity with like minority communities. So I say this as a minority myself too. So like I'm not speaking out of my ass on this one, but like I just think that we just don't we have so far to go in terms of addressing minority equity. So
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Go on with
it's
your
fine.
question.
No, it's totally appropriate. That shit is, I mean, the whole thing with COVID right now, I have multiple friends in Seattle who had their tires cut because they are of Asian descent and they appear Asian. So, of course, they're Chinese and it's their fault for the virus. Like, they had their tires stabbed in the parking lot of the hospital. These are doctors, like, wonderful people that dedicate their lives to healing humans. What the fuck? Like, that shit is just, I can't wrap my head around it at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did we hear about the No Surprises Act? What is that? No. Nope.
The No Surprises Act. So recently, like we passed a bill to say that like if you are in network, basically that you won't get any like surprise charges to you from the health system. It's supposed to be like a Consumer Protection Act. Yeah.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
It's probably part of that whole like in America we can't turn you away.
Yeah. And I don't know much details beyond that. I know that there are some like, some like obviously limitations, like if you're out of network, that they have to consult with you beforehand. It doesn't protect you 100% either from all charges, but it certainly gives a lot more power to the consumer to like be able to be like, hey, I don't want to do this scan or this test if it's going to cost me this much. And everything like that, which by the way, doctors don't get pocket that money anyways.
No one working at the hospital gets any of that money, just so you guys know that.
I fucking wish I did, because you know how much of a trillionaire I would be.
Dude,
with the amount of
when I learned what it costs
run
to sleep in an ICU room at Hopkins one night, I was like, where's my cut, bitch? It's over $6,000 with no nurse, no healthcare, no ventilator. It's $6,000 for a night in an ICU at Hopkins.
Yeah.
Where's that going, bitch? I ain't getting it. No one at the hospital is, though. Like, everybody gives everybody a hard time, and I think that's just a bad stigma they have. Do I have any? Okay, did I miss anybody's question, or did we not cover anything? Because I think I got everything that I wrote down.
I did see some follow-up questions afterwards.
Go for it. Yeah, I think I got all the questions I wrote down, and if I missed one, you guys post them. But Neuro, if you see one, go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Peter Nincompoop because that's as far back I can scroll that I can see right now. But if I did not answer your questions, just at Neuro4EA, like in a follow-up, just repeat the question just so I see it. What's the latest on vaccinations for younger children, 2 to 5, below 2 years old? That's a great question.
That's a really good question.
So right now, when we saw the initial data from Pfizer regarding some of the below 5-year-old pediatric data, it did not show promising like response, but it's only because like the dosage was just not appropriate. So we're looking into adding a third dose. So for Pfizer, at least, I think we're going to look at probably like maybe a March timeframe as to when that will be released. However, the silver lining in all of that is Moderna might have their submission by the end of February. So that might mean that
wow, go Moderna.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see Moderna come out with by the end of February for a vaccination for that. And so that's the answer to your question, hopefully.
That's awesome.
So how far stretches the US health system at this point? Oh, it's stretched to the point like we're done. We're broken.
Once this is over, I guarantee half the hospitals in the US will close. All those tiny community clinics and hospitals, they will be done for, because the amount of money they're flushing in right now from COVID is just going to be.
Well, and also like just imagine all the workforces, right? Like,
dude, Well,
The
my
workforce is just so devastated.
right, and this is I was just talking to my mom the other day, and this is one that just blew me away. She's a administrative manager of the ICU in Seattle at the Ground Zero Hospital. For those of you who don't know,
Mhm.
my mom's still a respiratory therapist, and she was telling me she cannot get. She's still a working rest. She's a manager who works. She does therapy because she can't. Since the day she took the job, like 4 years ago, she can't get anyone to come into work because of this COVID thing. You're getting paid so much extra. So normally an
Mhm.
RT makes 30, 40, depending on, what year you are, how much experience, da 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 da. You make somewhere in that range an hour. And then on top of that, they're getting $100 bonuses per hour just because they're
Mhm.
overworked. So she can't get people to come to work because they have too much money. Like they're all
Mhm.
like, I'm going to get taxed at a stupid rate. I can't come in at
Yeah.
this point. And that's fucking wild. I have never in my life seen anyone at a hospital turn down a shift because we're all desperate. Like, everybody's digging up
Yeah.
extra shifts, and they just don't. I mean, they don't have to. They're getting
It's
bank.
bad.
It's wild.
I remember one of the docs said like, I wish we had the same post like the TSA agents, like how like if you cuss at them or harass them, you will be fined and harassed. And they're like, when are we gonna get one for
I know.
healthcare workers? So sad.
Seriously though, I mean, I remember when I got interviewed at Hopkins, I walked straight past the front desk in a dress. No one said one thing to me, and they were like, when I went down to the RT department, they're like, "Where's your badge?" I was like, "What badge?" They're like, "Didn't the lady at the desk?" I was like, "What lady?"
You know, I even know which entrance you're talking
You
about.
know,
That one
it's
entrance where
right across the
they're
Sky
like,
Bridge. Yep.
I literally walk across that thing and I'll just have scrubs on there and they'll see me and they're like, oh, some Asian guy,
Yep.
scrubs, it don't matter. You
Nope.
go right ahead. I was just like, I don't
The
even have
amount of
my
times I
badge on
didn't even have my fucking badge out, and I just walked through that door and down the stairs into the basement so many times, you could literally just stroll in. There is no security. It's pretty wild.
there.
I know.
So
And like at nighttime, oh my god, the people I would find like in the depths of the Hopkins halls, because I'd have my little Nike watch on and I'd be walking the halls trying to get my steps in at 3 in the morning because I was bored,
mhm,
and I'd find like a homeless woman with a suitcase, and she'd be spread out in like the psych unit in the halls with everything she
mhm.
owned meticulously organized on the floors, and she had just got into the building and that's where she was gonna live for the night, and I was like, I, I don't,
You know what?
I'm just gonna
That's
turn
probably
around.
best case setting right there. She was just
Seriously.
clean and she organized it. So
Yep, she
whatever, more
cleaned
power
herself
to her.
up. She's safe. She's fine. She's in the psych ward anyways.
So Angel Y2K, I think it's safe now to get a EKG in a high COVID count hospital. If you need to get one, it's fine. Just make sure that obviously if you go in that you're wearing like high protection PPE, obviously like so NN95 or KN95 if you can. Just make sure you do that. So there's something special about Omicron that we would want a variant specific booster for it. That's a great question, Meg.
Ooh.
The reason why we would look at a Omicron specific, because right now all of our original vaccines are developed based on the ancestral Wuhan developed identified strain, and basically we're just getting like repeats of boosters for that. The reason why we want to look at Omicron specific booster is that one, it's mutated so much to the point where it's like completely on its own phylogenetic tree. It's on its own fucking highway at this point. So the idea is that we want to be able to vaccinate specific to Omicron. But what's good about it is that we've seen data to show that those who have recovered from Omicron have cross reactivity, cross reactivity to the other variants as well. So it infers the fact that if we got an Omicron specific vaccine, that it'll protect us against the other variants as well.
Yeah.
Not that Delta will be around much longer. I think it'll be outcompeted pretty soon, but that's kind of many reasons for that.
Yes. Rip Rooster, with the CDC requesting people wear better masks with an N95, should I be shaving my beard? So if you have a beard or any stubble on your face, an N95 will not work
Correct.
at all. We went over this a little bit earlier, Rip Rooster. You might not have been here, but basically the overall opinion is yes, N95s are the best thing you can do right now because they're specially designed to filter the tiny ass particles of things in the air and, aspirations and whatnot. But if it doesn't fit your face appropriately, like it's not fitted, it doesn't work at all. Period. End of story.
Mhm.
So, like Neuro gave a really good idea earlier. You can blow really hard into the mask, and if you feel any air leak out your sides, it's not fitted. Period. Like they do not. Nothing is working if it doesn't
Yep.
fit. Like in the
And
hospital, we have to get fitted for them every 6 months because your face might change. God forbid.
absolutely. And again, I'm going to post this link again in chat, but
Thank
please
you.
be careful about buying off of Amazon. There's a lot of quality assurance issues, and I'm sure they probably fixed it to some extent, but I still don't trust it
I
to extent
wouldn't.
of like medical stuff. So Project N95, I'm not sponsored by them, but I am very familiar with that group, so validated from me. They're a good group that literally validate, verify all of their shit that they come in. They go directly to distributor. So all the masks, all the shit that you'll buy from there, it is the material. You will not find counterfeits in there, 100%.
That's
And
awesome.
so, if
I
you need to
wouldn't
buy
trust
good
Amazon
masks,
either. Just wanted to throw
yeah,
that in there. Like if it was my life, I wouldn't. There are people like going out and licking oranges again and shit like that. A really good question in chat. What should us beard havers do?
shave. If you're
Shave.
gonna, well, if you're gonna, I mean, like, so here's the thing, right? Like, if you're not, if you're really like, I love my beard so much, like I've given it a name, okay, like Bertha, and you're like, I can't shave Bertha off, like, consider maybe alternative, like maybe
Oh
double
my.
masking at that point. Do a surgical mask, disposable mask, and a cloth mask.
That was a
I
terrible
killed
time to
Katie.
take a drink. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that was good. Tell me one of you has a beard named Bertha, please, because I have to know. Beards are like, I'm a huge fan of the lumbersexual look. However, facial hair and hair in general is a huge holder of everything in your environment.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it just clings. It's literally the flavor saver. In the
yeah, yeah.
hospitals, I would watch some girls with long hair, like it would be dragging on their patients, and I was just like, what?
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I just like honestly like was like really like even Josh, I'll tell Josh and I don't shave because I can't grow a beard to fucking save my life. I have like a sprout of hair after like 6 months of growing.
You have a
But
beautiful
Josh,
jawline, though. I'd be depressed if you
thank
hit it,
you.
honestly.
Um, thank
It
you.
would be a
I'm
shame.
blushing. I know Josh has to shave constantly because he usually gets like scruff and everything like that. But he constantly
Yeah,
shaves to do that. But yeah, if you do
really.
plan on wearing an N95, definitely consider shaving it off. But if you don't want to, there are alternatives behind it like double masking. But just consider that as options.
Yeah, there's basically nothing designed to encase a beard that is going to be as effective as an N95.
Yeah.
Unless you are
I
going to buy a Papper helmet. Go for it. I wouldn't. Don't do that.
OE Tiger, why assuming the test for kids starts so late, or is it much more took longer?
Oh,
For children, in terms of like testing for the vaccine, so we actually have been doing it for a while. But the problem is that one, it's a lot longer to recruit, and also like testing wise, it's harder because we have to. It's a very much more of like a trial and error of like us making sure. So what we do normally is that we titrate it down to like a lower dosage, and then we work our way up. It's because there's no magic number behind like kids for vaccination. That's the problem. You can't
and
dose by
kids are
weight.
crazy, man. They can crash so fast and get
And
better
you've
so
intubated
fast.
children, right? Like I'm
Oh, yeah.
sure that like that's like a fucking challenge right there. Like if you got a kid, oh my god, it's the scariest fucking thing to
It's
intubate a child versus an adult.
it's so. I only intubated babies because I worked in like the little babies, the baby
Yeah, yeah.
babies, the newborns, and it's terrifying because like just this is for everybody else, like neuro knows, but in an adult, you're putting in this tube that's like this long. You can jam it pretty far in there, and it's got marks on it. And most adults are average the same how far you're gonna put the tube in. And then I'm sure you guys know what lungs look like. There's a split in your bronchial tubes. It's called your carina. And I'm looking for in the X-ray. I want my tube to be like 4 cm, 2 to 4 cm above that carina. In a
Mm.
baby, we're talking millimeters.
Mm-hmm.
Like the tube is this long and it's thinner than the straw you're drinking out of right now. And you have to like, I mean, intubating a baby is like that's it. And you just have to sit there and wait for him to breathe. And it's so scary. But they're
Yeah.
so different. Like kids are wildly different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Intubating them was
And
fun, but very scary. It is very scary.
it's frightening, definitely.
I've seen
And
I've seen people like
go on.
accidentally extubate babies and shit like that just because it's so little. Like that little tube's only in there like that far.
Yeah. Tiny. It's frightening.
It is. Babies are so delicate. Thank you for the resub knives.
I've been trying to answer some questions in
Yeah,
chat.
go for it.
No, it's fine. I've been typing it up so we can just continue going.
Sick.
I've seen recently that the spread of the virus has gotten worse due to the vaccinated not masking. Has there been any evidence or indication that is probable? I've all 3 shots so far and never leave my car home without a mask. I avoid people if I can. I don't. I mean, like masks. We've seen many cases, for example, where one of the big ones is like I think it was in Netherlands, or there was a couple of big case studies we've seen where people who were vaccinated and some were boosted will get together and then like all of a sudden there would be like a outbreak of Omicron within that group. And that's one of the many reasons why we've been encouraging masking is back up. And obviously rigorous testing for groups, even if you are with the 2 dose. But again, being infected is one thing versus like having to get severe COVID and everything like that, which we don't see in many cases for these case studies. So
yeah. And I actually, to add on to that, just because you said that, I noticed someone way up in the chat had mentioned that even though the COVID rates are down and like people aren't dying as frequently, the ventilators are still stacked. Those are patients that have been on those ventilators for months.
Correct.
Like it's literally patients that we've had for 6 months, 8 months with COVID. It's not new patients rotating in and off those ventilators constantly. The people that end up on a ventilator and or ECMO are there for a very, very long time. Because it's like,
yeah,
I've talked about extubating someone who has COPD, someone who has emphysema from smoking cigarettes their whole life. Once you get on a ventilator, your body gets to relax against all the stress it was going through trying to breathe through the damage you've done. Same with COVID. So trying to get someone off of a ventilator on COVID is bar none. It's so hard because it's easier. It's so much more comfortable to be on the ventilator. You were working hard before that and you didn't even know. It's like subconscious, your body is just like, But I'm sitting there like, if you want me to take the tube out, you have to take an inhale, and they can't. They literally lose all their muscle in their diaphragm. It's wild.
It's very tricky, yeah. And again, like we don't ever want patients to get to that point where they need to be intubated. The mortality rate significantly skyrockets once you become intubated, especially with COVID, because it's basically just assisted breathing at that point.
Yeah.
That machine is basically keeping you from your lungs from collapsing, and it is not. It's very hard to recover beyond that point, and very rarely have we seen patients that will come out of it. And once you even recover from it, you're like, you have so much damage and scarring from that. I was
going to say that, the barotrauma. Anybody that gets on a ventilator, that's anybody, by the way, not just COVID. If you end up on a ventilator, the barotrauma is bad.
Yeah.
It's like you don't recover from that. You don't ever breathe the same.
Yep.
It's
very difficult.
I'm the worst thing in a hospital ever. Be excited if I walk in your room. Seriously.
If I see you walk into a room, I'll be like, fuck, okay, well,
I tell
here we
everyone that. I'm like, if an RT walks in your room, you ain't doing good, honey.
Yeah, no.
You don't want the RT there. Which is why I don't like doing that anymore.
I know. I get it. I actually saw one question, actually.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
I'll end the stream. I'll end my portion on there and let you do your stream.
Thank you so much for doing this, Neuro. We love you.
Yeah.
Neuro pops in and does this every once in a while, guys. So if your question's missed, I might know the information, or Neuro has an amazing Twitter account you can always go follow. He literally spits like true truth on there all day. It's awesome.
Yeah. Actually, I do want to answer. I'll answer this question and then I'll go to the next one. Yoshi asks, like, so I'm pretty military. I don't want to spend a lot of money for tests. So you think it's a good idea for me to get 2 weeks worth of tests to test myself at least 5 times a week?
He's exposed literally every week. Like, it's
I'm sorry.
insane. I feel so bad for him. He's probably been tested more than anyone I know.
Poor thing.
I know.
I think this is the unfortunate factor, and I highly disagree with this approach. So please don't take this as my official stance on it. You can, if you work with your insurance, get reimbursed for your purchases of rapid tests. It varies from insurance to insurance, but it is mandated by the law right now that if you do purchase rapid tests, you can get reimbursed through it. So if you do purchase it, and some people have said that they just said, "Fuck it, I'll pay it out of pocket, whatever, not deal with the reimbursement." But that is a possible path, Yoshi, if you are worried about finances as well.
Absolutely. Well, especially if you're having to do it as often as he is, I'd be doing it at that point just to say "fuck you" insurance, because swear to God, it's once a week. Some asshole comes to work with COVID because they're just young and dumb, full cum.
You said it, I thought it.
It's facts.
The one thing someone asked is like, how do we start prosecuting people? So here's my thing, and this is kind of a thing I've been starting to slowly get involved with. Is a group called No License for Disinformation. It is a group of doctors and nurses and PAs and everything like that
Yeah.
are going after people who are in the medical community who are actively spreading misinformation or disinformation
Up. I love
on
it.
doctors. You can go to this Twitter link right there where they have a link tree on there. It goes by state by state. If you have come across a doctor or you know family that have a doctor that have actually told them you should not get the vaccine because it will cause you to become infertile, etc., etc. Guess what? The medical board right now is taking it very seriously, and if you continuously report them, we will prosecute them. So it is a huge initiative that we are pushing forward. I've been working with several doctors right now on the field on this one. I encourage everyone who is in the public, hold your doctors accountable. If you have a doctor who's literally telling you with full chest, like, you should not get the vaccine because you're on this epileptic medicine, honey, no, that's not true.
No.
Or that you're pregnant, you shouldn't get it. False. Like,
that goes for
you
any
need to
medical professional. Any, by the way. A
Yeah.
nurse, a respiratory therapist. I know
Yep.
nurses who don't believe in the vaccination and will spew shit. Like, that goes for anybody. That's
Yep.
amazing. I am so excited about that. Like, it brings up to put a cherry on the top of Neuro's discussion. Marjorie Taylor Greene was banned indefinitely from Twitter today for spreading misinformation about COVID. So that's a win, right?
Yeah,
That's something.
absolutely.
I don't know.
So-
Maybe she's a piece of shit. They're all pieces of shit, but that's awesome. Thank you, Neuro, for hanging out with us today. I love you.
Yeah, absolutely. And as always, everyone, you have access to my Twitter. If folks
Hate it.
have questions, you're welcome to come to pop into my stream. I stream like once in a blue moon, but I usually open up the floor to anyone who do have questions. No shame, no judgment. If you have folks that are like not vaccinated or just have questions, they're welcome to come ask. That's how I operate, and I hope that we get out of this pandemic sometime soon.
Amen. And the only way we're going to do it is if we all work together.
Yep, absolutely. All right, I'll talk
Sucks.
to you later, Katie.
love you, Neuro.
You.
Have a good
day.
Bye, boo-boo. Neuro's amazing. Thank you guys so much for being so awesome and respectful when we have like these cool talks with someone who volunteers to come in and chat with you guys. Seriously, like, it's one, like, you can fuck with me all day, but you fuck with a guest of mine and I will go after you. And you guys are just so kind and respectful and nice, and I love you guys so much. Neuro is an awesome human being, and I seriously, like, I get most of my true COVID update information from his Twitter. Because it's not like spammy buzz titles and shit. It's real information. It's not fear-mongering bullshit. David, hi. I saw you resub. How are you, love? Good morning. I turned off the alerts. I just muted them because I didn't want him to interrupt Neuro while he was talking. They were on the same volume thing, and yeah, but Marjorie Taylor Greene was banned from Twitter for being a dumb cunt. So, yay. She's the one, yeah, exactly what David said. She's the one who thought Jewish lasers were causing the forest fires, right? Right, Helena? Dude, he's so awesome because he's like me. He's not, he's not out there to be a sensationalist. He's not trying to make a name for himself in media. He's not a Dr. Oz. Like, he's a doctor, but he's just a legit dude who wants you guys to get vaccinated and be safe. And I love that. That's all we need. She's crazy. She's a crazy bitch, man. She's a nutball. I've listened to a lot of stuff she said just to laugh. Sometimes you need a good laugh. There's Jewish, yeah, right? Apparently there are space lasers that are Jewish that caused all the forest fires this summer. I just want hot men to bring me my drinks. That's all I want, right? And I want them half naked and not with a mask on. And that can't happen until we all get vaccinated. God damn it. I'm Jew. I'm Jew. I'm a Jewish. What? I need to take a break. I'm gonna go take a break. I'm a Jewish. Welcome back. Brr. It is cold outside. We got a lot of snow on New Year's Day. That's exciting. CJ! Oh my god! Thank you.
Happy belated.
I've been deathly ill, so really To be fair, I didn't even know the new year was happening. I've been so sick. I had to reschedule our charity. We were supposed to do a charity for the American Cancer Society on New Year's Eve. I physically just could not, like, the kind of sick where your legs and arms feel like
Go
they're
Pikachu,
500
come
pounds
out.
each. Like, I couldn't lift my arms. It was weird.
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I just came from the future and Flavor Flav is president. We're on the OJ COVID variant that deniers swear doesn't kill anyone, and hospitals offer complimentary life support services for pledging loyalty to Amazon and watching Twitch ads 24/7. You woo.
Too real. Too real. Too real. Too real. Too real. Too real. I can feel it. I can't. We're fucked. Yep. Seriously, Black Bloom, are they all vaccinated? Fuck. You guys know too? Really? 14? Oh my god, we didn't get that much. We got I don't know. I wouldn't. It's hard for me to gauge it because it covered all my stairs. I would say we probably got like 4 to 5 inches of like dry, cold snow though. Like it's stuck around. It hasn't melted at all. I caught this stream. My mom has to get on a short flight today, and now I'm going to make her wear surgical masks. Good. Oh, I'm so happy. Seriously, like anything you can do to keep yourself safe that doesn't hurt anybody, why not? It's like wearing a helmet. Like it doesn't hurt anybody, but it does save your skull from being cracked in half. It's going to murder us all and write a book on it. I mean, if Zoe wrote the book, I'd read it, to be honest. Ooh, thank you, Kino. I saved all those links as well. I was going to dump them in the Discord too, but if Kino did it, that's awesome. I very much appreciate you. Those links are awesome. I'm all about, like, where to find information that is not biased or paid for, you know? Copper Queen.
Hail Satan, bitch. Thank you for the resub.
80? Oh my god, it finally broke 0 degrees, actually. It's like 3 degrees now. Yay. We just went and got our brains poked today. Oh no, you were exposed? Do you guys have any, like, are you sick at all? We have negative rapid tests, but we went and got our PCR test. Oh, I'm so happy you did though. But you're smart, you're a teacher. All the poods, I know. I put something under my desk so they can't sit at my feet anymore. Because they have this habit of curling up right where my feet go, and I literally can't fit my feet under my desk. So I put like a chest under my desk that I can rest my feet on because I twitch and move a lot. And they're a little pissed at me about it. Well, she's eating tissue papers. She's so gross. Sit like a gay. I mean, I do, but you know how many times I switch up my gay. Like, the more assets I can have to gay it up, the better. Like, if I could, I'd put... Like, I used to actually stream with my foot on my desk. Like, I'd just leg up on my desk all the time. The more gay I can make it, the better. Are we talking dogs? I think we're talking dogs. We're talking dogs. Yeah, my spiders don't eat tissue paper. Well, not that I'm aware of. They might. They wouldn't eat it. They'd tear it up, maybe. I could see it. This OJ variant wrapped its gloved COVID hands around humanity's neck and squeezed with the force of explosive diarrhea-having pig. A explosive diarrhea-having pig. That is eloquent and beautiful. CJ, there was a meme or something that came out years ago. Like, we're talking 5 or more years ago. I don't even know when it came out, but it said that bisexual people and gay people can't sit like a normal person in a chair. And ever since then, it's been a joke in my channel because I can't sit in a chair. Like, I've never, ever sat in a chair appropriately with 2 feet on the ground. I can't do it. It's very uncomfortable. I don't know if you've noticed in my stream, I move a lot. It's because I am resituating my legs 500 times a day. It's a problem. I do need that one chair. Honestly, I don't really though, because I've got really long legs. I can just do this. I can just put my leg like on my seat. I'm okay. I don't need like some special chair. No symptoms, just followed the rules. Good, I'm glad. I got tested because I've just been sick for 3 weeks, but no COVID. My dog loved Christmas. She'd rush around to people opening their presents. Oh my god, cute. My dogs love unwrapping or tearing anything off anything. Oh my gosh, I don't remember what that chair is called. Does anybody have a link to the gay chair? like the one we're talking about. It's literally, it's got like a little footrest that you can move in different places and cross your legs and shit. It's wild. I got real long licks. It's true. I am legs with boobs, basically. I would sit like my bisexual self, but too much thigh, not enough chair. You know, that was actually a huge thing for me with this chair. Like, Zach bought this chair for himself, and he didn't like it. And so he rolled it out here, and I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like it. I had to be able to put my feet on it. I won't take it. Like, if the seat's too not long enough for me to get my feet on it, I can't do it. I'll go crazy. Like, I'll ruin the, like, my Secret Labs, I literally, by putting my feet on the edge of the seat every day for 5 years, I tore all the stitching out of the seat. Yes, I did. Your albino gecko's fucking gorgeous. They probably would, Mickey. I mean, I do. The reason I paused, I have one tarantula. Her name is Velma. She's gorgeous, but I had to put her in an enclosure that didn't have like ridges. Like it looks like this. This is not it. This has nothing in it, but it looks like this. See how it's smooth? Because I had her in a different enclosure that had like features in it, like, and she'll literally chew them. She teethes them apart. A tarantula. Yeah. They teethe. I didn't know. Dude, Rip Rooster, I put fucking work. And that chair is still amazing. It's just the whole front of it's torn open now from my feet. It's terrible. Speaking of horrendous disasters, the part of the country I work for is in charge of debris cleanup following the crazy-ass fire. Oh my god. 50 million? That fire was horrible. I was nowhere near it, thank fuck. It's crazy to me. One of the most expensive places in Colorado to live, one of the most, like, prestigious places to live, quite literally burns down every year. Boulder. Every year I've lived here, almost 3, it burns down. But the houses are millions of dollars, and everybody wants to live there. I don't get it. I'm just south of it, though, so I do very much appreciate everyone who hit me up and was concerned. We are, literally, I'm like 30 minutes south of Boulder. But, yeah, it was, I did not even know it was happening until you guys hit me up. That's how fast that fire was. I had no idea. None. It was crazy. Could you see it? I didn't even know it was happening. I had no clue. It was so fast because it was the wind. So Banana, do you know what caused it? We're 30 minutes south of it, but the fires never make it to us because the tree line stops. So where I live, I'm desert. It's flat. The only trees are trees in people's yards, you know? Whereas you get up towards Boulder and you're getting into the mountains where there's trees and dry grass and all the things that light up. Well, that's Amber. Literally what I was thinking. I made this joke, but I'm starting to think it's real. I think those people are just the people that can afford to rebuild every year. It's weird. It was power lines, real shit. Wow, that's scary. He watched it. That's so scary. I'm so glad I'm not up there. It's weird to me. Like, it's so expensive. Houses in my area, they're like 300,000 to 500,000, which is still kind of expensive. You go like 12 miles north on the freeway, Boulder, boom, millions, 2 million, 4 million houses. And it literally sets on fire every year. Oh my God, what is this? I've seen that chair before. The only thing that bothers me is having something over my head. I've literally like drooled over that chair before. The thing over my head bugs me. I stand up a lot. Like, when I'm not streaming, even when I'm streaming, you guys see me, I stand up. I'm getting up every 15 minutes. I can't stand to just sit. I get, and if I banged my head on that thing all the time. Hi, Margot. How you doing, B? No shitholes are nice. I love it. It's awesome. It's a scorpion. It's really cool, but I would hit my head on it all the time. I'm a very tall person. It's just going to happen. Who has stuff they don't mind losing every year? I don't want my house to burn down every year. I don't like buying new shit. Yeah, also the being forced to recline. I've never been a recliner while I game. Like, I'm usually in my chair like this, you know, like hunched, or I'm on my belly. Like, if I'm on my bed gaming or on the floor or in front of a TV, I'm always laying on my stomach. Like, who the fuck lays on their back to play a video game and gets farther from the TV? It seems like a sociopath move, I'm gonna be honest. Is the weight, it's like 1.5 tons. Oh my god, what is it made out of? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Murgo, we were talking about the Bale fire that happened up in Boulder. There was a huge, like, fire that happened in 2 seconds. Wind picked up out of well, like, we have insane windstorms here all the time. But the wind picked up and somehow caused this insane fire, like, 30 miles north of me in Boulder. And it's weird to me because Boulder literally is on fire, like, all the time. In the summertime, it's the place that's always on fire. But the houses there are millions. Millions upon millions. Hundreds of millions of dollars. So I just don't, I would never invest in $1 million home in a place that's literally on fire every year. That's just me. Should we cheers? I actually made this. This is a new enclosure. I haven't rehoused my OBT yet. I'm chicken shit. That's a new one for the OBT though. I just haven't, there's no spider in that. Where's my lighter? Found it. These houses are hot shit. They're flying off the market. On fire. Seriously, though. Seems scary. Denver's stupid expensive for nothing. I don't get it. This is like one of the #1 rated places to live in the US, and I do not get it. This is maybe one of my least favorite places I've ever lived. And I don't hate Colorado, but like, what you loving on? Cheers. It's pretty if you go in the mountains, but Denver's not very pretty. Denver's not in the mountains. So, like, the pictures you see of Colorado, those are, like, in the fucking mountains. Those are deep in the mountains. You gotta drive to them. There's nothing you can live around. It's just desert. True, sales. True. I might be bitter. These properties are to die for, literally. See, the problem is that everyone moves here from California, so they're used to absurdly stupid prices, and here the prices are just absurd or stupid. The cost of living, I don't feel like is too bad. Like, bills and stuff are, I mean, of course, I came from Maryland where they bend you over dry. But yeah, maybe that's right. I mean, the weed is cheap. That's really all I buy. I'd love to live in the mountains. It's very expensive. That's where the houses, I mean, the little towns up in the mountains are really pricey to live in because that's where rich people go. Ooh, 2 hats, oh my god. A Kohat and a Viking helmet. Oh my god, he's gonna die. Are you really, Rip? God. I love Vegas. I grew up half my life there, though. Ooh, what am I smoking today? What did I grind up? Ooh, I grind up this. It is called... It's by Veritas. Veritas. It's called Veritas Fine Cannabis. And it's called CP18 Honeycomb. In parentheses. CP18 or Honeycomb, I guess. It's 26.8% THC, 0 CBD. And it was a bag, but I cut it open because child bags suck. Can you read that? CP18 Honeycomb. It's really tasty, though. It gets me super fucked up. It's strong. Whoa, 100K because of Californians? Jesus Christ. What? LZT. Are you gonna fund my move? I'd love to. Moving is so expensive. It takes a lot for me to move. It's spelled exactly like that. Is that a security company? I wouldn't even know. I have no idea. Is it? He owns a tiling company, so he gets to see the insides of all the rich people's houses. Oh my god. Are they as extreme as I think they are? because I've seen some of them like on the housing websites. I just look at them for funsies sometimes, just to look at. I like to look at interior design. It's a strange side hobby of mine, but they are stupid extra on the inside. Is it morally justifiable to have housing shortages while some people hoard homes and rent them for thousands? No. No. With our fucking homeless crisis in our country? No, not at all. No. Mm-mm. I wouldn't want to live in the US. Been living in a socialist light country for so long. Can you explain socialist light to me? If I would get sick and needed to go to the hospital, I think I might just perish instead of dragging myself down. That's what we do. That's what most people do, Murgle. Seriously, in the US, most people I know, it takes a broken something to get us to go to the doctor because I just don't want to face the bill. Like, I have to be, like, the last time I went to the hospital, I went to the ER because my rib broke, other than getting my nose tested the other day. But yeah, like, I couldn't breathe. That was the only reason I went. I could not breathe. We do. We wait till we're dying. And the problem is that's part of the reason that healthcare costs so much is because most of us use the emergency room like a normal doctor visit. And that emergency rooms are expensive to run. Was looking at a thread of offensive English t-shirts sold in Asia, and my favorite so far is one that says, "My pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola." That's a lyric from a Lana Del Rey song that I really like. My pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola. It's a lyric, for real, though. I can't remember the name of the song, but it's a good one. Lana Del Rey is a babe. Ethos cookies. Ooh, I think I've had an Ethos sounds really familiar. I think I've had an Ethos before, and it's really good. Veritas means truth. Well, it's truth weed. Software company. Apparently that word's been used a lot. Ooh. Oh, Alan, which one? Oh, did you get the straw one? I have an itch. Can we institute a law that nobody can own more than one house and no company can own a house? Oh my God. There was a really good kind of a meme that came out when it was Bernie and Trump were running, and Hillary. And everybody was very pro-Bernie. I'm pro-Bernie. I like Bernie. But someone posted a picture of like Bernie and Biden and Trump and somebody else, some other politician that was running for president, and said, isn't it ironic that the people arguing about, fair pay for people so they can afford housing are people that all own multiple mansions? I had multiple people as coworkers who were being outpriced of apartments now. What? Because since pre-COVID, it was $1,000 rent, and now it's going up to $1,500. I'm sorry, what? Social democracy. Okay, cool. That's communism, Katie. Socialism light. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to catch up on chat, guys, so don't worry. I'm getting there. Strawberry haze stevia. Do you feel that? It takes a ton for me to go out, and even with decent insurance, and that's mostly an executive dysfunction thing. Mine is a distrust of the healthcare system. Working in the healthcare system, I am now tragically enlightened to the fact that every doctor, nurse, respiratory therapist, and every hospital professional is just a human, just like me and just like you, just as dumb and ditzy. They're just highly educated. And most of the time, we don't really make a difference. We just keep you alive until your own body fights off whatever the fuck's going on. And so I know that in my mind, going to the doctor really ain't going to do shit. So I'd rather not waste my money. But that's just me. Go to the doctor. The state insurance denied Joe's MRI. Excuse me, how and why? Is that legal? I still owe cost close to $5,000 from the car accident. That's after insurance, right? Jesus fuck. It's a mess, it is. And our healthcare system is designed to treat illness instead of prevent it. Because preventative medicine doesn't make money, heart surgery does. I was almost a mortician until I realized how much of a salesman you have to be. I would never, like the idea of banking on tragedy and sadness. I didn't exactly go to a better thing, but The Cocoa Mug, I love that one. Berlin's looking to do some pretty radical things around who can own homes and how many rental properties they can have in the city. I mean, honestly, it's one. I mean, there are so many people. There's such a homeless crisis in the world right now. It's a worldwide problem. Everywhere. We just have hundreds of thousands of millions of human beings, just like you and I, who are homeless because of things out of their control, and because they're homeless, and or they're maybe addicted to drugs, or they have a tumultuous past, or they're missing some teeth because they can't afford a dentist because dentistry isn't regulated by insurance or anything yet. They're deemed as less than or a lower class of human than you and I. And that's, to me, fucking disgusting. Every human is a human, period, end of story. And I think every human deserves a roof over your head, 3 meals a day, and a fucking shower. Period. I don't care what you're addicted to. Like, everybody's on a drug. Caffeine, sugar, whatever the fuck you're eating. That's just my opinion, though. Sorry for the rant. Also, broken is being on my wife's insurance through a hospital. Best version of it, and it still cost me 2 to 3. Oh, yeah. I've talked about that a lot, Ryan. It's horrible. How are you, by the way, Ryan? It's good to see you. And they don't cover or discount any of the preventative breathing meds. Yeah. Dude, when I worked at Hopkins, no psychological care was covered. I had to pay for my own therapy when I worked at Hopkins. What the fuck? Hopkins. Medical insurance is shit, too. All insurance is shit, really. Did you see the Splice Up video where they had Bernie talking with Elon? No. What happened? Dude, kill. I told you when my sister, when she was still in school, she was going to college in Seattle. Her boyfriend, long-term boyfriend of like 9 years at the time, cheated on her and ditched her with the apartment. And she was paying over $1,800 a month for not even I mean, it wasn't a 1-bedroom. It was a studio apartment with a half wall and a shower door put in as a bathroom door, like a see-through shower door. It was a joke. And that was in the shitty, literally, she had homeless people living under her window of her bedroom and trying to break into her house. She had black mold, fucking rampant in her apartment. This was like in the nastiest. $1,800 is what it cost. And that's just Amazon and Microsoft just fucking blew it out of proportion. I'm assuming the same thing you guys talk about with like Californians moving out. There's a lot of things where it's like, well, it's A or B, and if it's A, they don't do anything but NSAIDs and wait, and if it's B, they can't do anything either. So exactly. That's exactly what I think in my head. Literally, Phoebe, you just fucking spit it out. I'm like, I just do what I know they're gonna do. And if I'm not dumb about it. If it lasts too long, I obviously go get tested for COVID and things, make sure I'm not dying. But if it's a virus or anything like that, there's literally nothing they can do for you. It's mostly just false security in your head. You'll be fine. Take this Z-Pack. It does nothing because it's a virus, you know, and I don't need that. I know that. I use GoodRx for all my meds. Oh, GoodRx is amazing. Dude, seriously, same though. So if any of you don't have insurance, I'm sure you know about GoodRx, but if you don't, GoodRx is an incredible website where you can get these coupons for your meds. And I shit you not, my psych meds, my joy I take every day, Lexapro. I'm bipolar. What's up? They would cost me around $360 a month without GoodRx. GoodRx takes them down to $40 a month. But I can get Percocet for free or Oxys. Crazy. Life is fucking weird. Yes, America's a scam. I don't know. I think I don't know what's happening in my country. I hope I die before anything happens, though. I don't want to go through it. I'm done. Whoa, your insurance wouldn't pay for the frontline medicine and the medicine that approved. What? I say we give America back to all the natives, all the Mexicans, the Hawaiians, and just like that they get to do with us what they will. I'll take it. We're not doing a good job, so it's like, could they do worse? No. And by we, I mean, you know, the white old men politicians that I unfortunately group myself in with because I'm a white person. We suck. I suck. We all suck. Advair off there is $110 versus $800. Advair is $800 with insurance. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how many Advairs I've just thrown away after one use? Do you know how many? Do you know how many Advairs I've thrown away in the hospital? Do you know how many inhalers we throw away that are full? I'm sick with that. Wow. Who the fuck can afford that? And if you're on Advair, you've got a problem. Wow. Amazon Pharmacy is at least seriously cheaper. It's cheaper than GoodRx. I'll have to check them out. Honestly, I usually literally Google Lexapro coupon, and the best coupon that comes up I'll use, because $360 to not want to kill myself is a little much. I agree, Amber. I really think it's a burn down and start over situation. I'm not insinuating we should literally burn my country down and kill everybody. That's not a real thing. But the whole setup, the whole government, everything was designed just to imprison people that aren't pale. I tattoo and I can't afford it. I mean, I feel that spiritually. Who could? It's crazy. And the people that can afford it probably have insurance that covers it, you know? By the way, if you guys are wondering, Ryan Weebush in chat is my tattoo artist who has done my beautiful work going up and down my body that you've probably seen multiple times. I haven't had any done for years now, though, because of COVID. Please get vaxxed. I'm not bitter. You are. Amazon Pharmacy is still $400 for Advair. I mean, that's still, if that's the best they can get, that's a 50% discount, but damn. Seriously, so in the hospital, if you come to the ICU because you came through the ER, and the pharmacy has to distribute an Advair for you because you take Advair, but you're only on that floor for a day. If they move you to the floors from the ICU or to the PCU or something, that Advair doesn't go with you. We just throw it away and they give you a new one. Do you know how much Advair we've thrown away? I'm nauseated by that price. We throw away so many drugs because it just can't, because of, you know, sterilization, clean room shit. Like, it's for a purpose that serves like a good cause. It's so we don't spread, you know, MRSA and horrible diseases from floor to floor and go crazy. Advair, it's an inhaler for lungs. It's an asthma treatment. Yeah, for people who have severe asthma. Funny story for those of you who don't. Oh, Rod, thank you for gifting a fucking sub to Ryan. For those of you who've never met Ryan before, I picked him off the internet because he is an amazing tattoo artist, and I was like, "Bitch, tattoo me," and he was like, "Cool." And so I go to his tattoo parlor to like design my tattoo with him, my big scythe with all the roses and all the. It's still not done. That's how long COVID's been going on. Fuck. He has a duffel bag with like inhalers. He has like one of the big plug in the wall inhalers, nebulizers. He's got all this shit. And I was like, bitch, I'm a respiratory therapist. Was this meant to be? He's like gasping for air 24/7. It really was a relationship meant to be. What up, Death Rage? How are you? 900? Big Berg, that's insane. Is Advair, it's been a really long time since I worked in the hospital, but Advair's the dry pill that cracks, right? There's one where it's like a pill you put in this purple thing and you close it on and it cracks and then they inhale off of it. I believe that's one way you can get Advair that's a corticosteroid, but then there's another one that's actually like a puffer. Can I get this guy to do my eventual sleeve? If you want to go to Seattle. He's super cool, though. Obviously a very good tattoo artist. Yep, it's the purple disc. Cool. They come in, like, and a lot of meds will look different in the hospital than they do when you get it home. So a lot of things I'll be like, oh, yeah, it looks like this. And people are like, not at all. And I'm like, oh, shit, what? I don't know why. Just like our pharmacy versus yours. Oh, you get to get your booster, though, Murgle? That's exciting. I'm stoked for you, dude. Honestly, in 25 years, the directors will be in some kind of tribunal. How are they living with themselves? I don't know. Oh, Ayenia, you've never had a tattoo before? I highly suggest you check out Ryan Weebush. He's at a new place, though, than the one I went to. I'm not even going to say the name of the one I went to because I don't want to confuse you guys. He is at a new parlor, but Ryan Weebush. He actually has a really... If you check out his Instagram, it's Ryan Weebush. I mean, who the fuck else has that last name besides his sister? Ryan, do you have a top? I don't think so, but maybe. Dudes, if you've never been, Seattle's a beautiful city. I advise you go between July 31st and August 15th because you'll probably get 1 day of sun in there. Any other time of the year, nah. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Oh, man, I was literally trying to find your Instagram as we speak on my computer. I love you. Click on his link. I'm not just pimping out a random person. He quite literally has done much harm to me for money. That is very beautiful, very good tattoo artist. In the Seattle area, if you guys like to get tattoos done. And he's highly aware of COVID, vaccinated and safe, because if he gets it, he dies. He has insane asthma, like the worst. So you can trust he's clean. It's awesome. He was clean before it, too. Really? Well, like, Ryan was my second tattoo ever, actually. My big L scythe on my body was my second tattoo I ever did. And I was, like, kind of felt that same way. And what made me feel better is Ryan helped design it with me. It wasn't like I had to bring something to him and explain the history of it and be like, well, my grandfather died in World War II, and so I wanted to get this bird on a trampoline because eggplants on Mars and I want it was none of that. It was like we worked together. We worked together over the internet, emailing back and forth. And then when I went in, we sized it and played with it. And it was like, it felt more like I was getting a piece of art made for my body specifically, as opposed to just a cut and paste on you somewhere, which there's nothing wrong with that. But he literally looked at the lines of my body, looked at the curves of my body. Like, I felt so much more comfortable. And ever since then, I felt way more easy about getting tattoos because I know how to communicate how I want them to work on my body. And Ryan knows, which is dope. That helped me a lot, though. Because a lot of people feel that pressure. They're like, I feel like I need to bring a perfect picture to a tattoo artist and just, like, have them put it on me. And it's like, not at all. Oh, the old shop's not there anymore? No shit. Oh, my God. Is there some tea there? Oh, shit. Well, that's bizarre. Amber, I'm down. I don't like the sun. It's fine. I don't like to burn. I don't mind the sun. I do need some vitamin D every now and then. Big old dick. Oh, Duty, how are you, love? It was just such a comfortable experience. It also felt like, as an artist myself, I look at it in the, like, as a tattoo artist, most tattoo artists, I don't think I've ever met a tattoo artist who isn't an artist themselves. Like, they create their own art. If I'm an artist and I'm known for this style and I do my art and people like to buy my art because it's really beautiful, and then someone comes to me with someone else's art and says, I want that exact thing put on my body, I'm like, why are you coming to me? That's just how I would feel, though. So I like to work with the artist and make them, I want them to put their art on me at the same time. But that's just me. I got a lot of weird shit on my body. I got a lot of tattoos. Like, everybody's different. But I encourage you guys, if you've never had one before, don't take it as seriously as you think. It's like losing your virginity. If anybody remembers, like, the hyper intense, like, oh my God, I gotta get it over with so I can just get fucking when you're a kid. And then when you get it over with, you're like, well, that was uneventful. Let's get fucking. That's kind of like getting tattoos. You get one done, and you're like, oh, okay, let's get tattooing. Like, when I got my very first tattoo, I was 17. I remember halfway through, I was already planning my next one. It's like, oh, it's peeling the Band-Aid off, you know? Monkey Jesus. Good morning, love.
It's been 13 months. How are you?
Because she's weak! Weak.
I didn't mean to press that.
Because she's weak! Weak.
Sorry. My hand rested on it. I didn't mean to press it. Alex. Thank you, Gluttony, for gifting a sub to Alex. I read a lot of smut, Mark. I read a lot of Anita Blake. Is it Anita Blake? Yeah. Anita Blake, Vampire Hunter novels. I learned a lot about the sex. I love you, bitch. Thank you, Cocky. I usually get other people's art on me, but a majority of mine at this point are... Oh, I've never put my own art on me. I wouldn't. Ever. Nothing I have ever created personally I will ever put on my own body. Ever. Nope. I wouldn't do that. I want to like my body at the end of the day. I can't see, like, if you make art, you know, like, you see all the flaws, every fucking place you had problems and everything, and that's all you hyper-focus on in your art. If someone else makes the art, I don't know what the fuck they did wrong. I have no idea what went wrong. To me, it's just really pretty art. I can't. Well, Ryan, this is the thing. So right before COVID hit, when I was trying to finish this tattoo up, Ryan was like, I'll let you tattoo me. So I will be tattooing Ryan. I'm very excited. I'm going to try not to hurt him. I do. I know so much about furry sex. So much. More than I wanted to, but I know a lot. In the words of Frankie Boyle, I don't think we should kill the CEOs of oil companies or hedge fund managers. I don't think that we should do anything illegal. I think we need to peacefully campaign to make killing those people legal. It's like the purge. I mean, what? I will, Ryan. Someday. I mean, I don't know if I could put my art on you. I don't know how to tattoo, but I'll put a little thing, a little butthole on you or something. I actually just bought a clean pick from a tattoo artist in the UK to have someone local. Ooh, that's exciting. That's super exciting. Where are you gonna have it done? What is it? I agree. My modem is delayed because we got snowed on and it's the holiday and whatever, but I did order a new modem because it's just, I don't get internet out here anymore at all. It's crazy. My phone, nothing. I don't know if it's the old walls or the old modem literally, my house is not that big. The modem is straight through that wall right there, and I have no service out here. So I ordered myself one, and I'm waiting on it, and I'm very excited because I am so tired of having to deal with, like, my internet not working for no reason. Like, there's no fucking reason. A reverse purge, yes. Yeah. If you make it yourself, you know what you're going for and how far off the mark you are, which you don't know if someone else made it. I kind of want that, though. Like, I don't want to know. Because it's on my body forever. Like, what am I going to do about it? I'd rather... You know what I mean? Like, I guess when someone else makes a piece of art, I can see it as a big picture. Like, I see the big picture, and I absorb it, and I love it. But if I make a piece of art, I see that one foot that just wouldn't cooperate for 10 years. That's all I'll see is that foot. The rest of the painting could be the best piece ever, but I'll see the problem I had. And I don't want that on me. You know? Does that make sense? But that's just me. Like, lots of people get their own art on their body. You do you, boo-boo. It's a tombstone that says, live in the dream, because 99% of the North Country says that as a response. That's beautiful. I kind of want to get a tombstone that says, did my own research. Because I actually did, you know, in college, but it's fine. Ooh, I got to download an eSIM for my second provider. What does that mean? What does that mean? So you can have two providers on one phone? Is there a pro or a con to that? What? If you own over 100 million, you just automatically have to keep it in your own house, and people who can steal it get to keep it. I'd be into it. How much does this one? So this one actually goes all the way up my arm. It didn't hurt at all. I could have slept through it. I actually have two. So Ryan did this one on me. If my lighting will cooperate. It's a clover. It's like an actual clover plant from Ireland. When my blessed Nana Banana passed away, who y'all know was Irish as fuck. Or as fook, or what, I can't do an Irish accent, I won't do it. She passed away. My mom, my sister, and I went and got tattoos of clovers. We all got similar but different clovers on our arms. Because she was just like the fucking matriarch, man. I miss her. We love Nana. Like, Nana created me. She was foul and beautiful and Irish and just, oh, God. She drank all day, lived till she was 89. It was just amazing. She was an amazing human being. But this one, I quite literally could have slept through. Ryan did this on me. Ryan Weebush in chat. I could have passed out. And I'm not exaggerating. I have had very painful moments during tattoos, as Ryan can attest to on my side. Could have slept. This one I had done by a different tattoo artist, actually in England.
I'm gay.
Fohammer _419 tipped $5. CK over the holiday I got custom bottom surgery and ended up choosing to get a tree pussy aka a tussie, but Gizmo daddy fucked my tussie and now it's got fungus and mushrooms growing in it, but it's okay because we're expecting seedlings in the spring. You
A fucking tussie, excuse me? What? Is this like a part of the green movement? Oh, fuck. I'm still processing that one. First off, thank you so much, Zoe, for the tip. Of course, you are so generous, but I feel like it might be kind of a pretty pussy. Like some nice lichen up one side. Or lichen, or whatever the fuck you say it. Plum Fuzzball, thank you for that resub. My eyes are crying. I want a vulture burial real bad. I would love that when I died. I don't want to be. I don't want to take up room after I die. It seems so dumb. Your tussie fucked. Oh my god. New and improved tussie cream deodorant. What am I even here for? Jeez. I can't. Oh my god. I've already cried today, not again. Do I even want to know? I mean, probably, Murgle, knowing you. Hey, baby, can I count them rings? Your sap's extra sticky today. Every sloth is just mysteriously attracted to your tussie. The mighty puss lick. I don't. I'm dead inside. I was gonna say everything's gone out of my head now. That's all I can think of is a tiny tree vagina. I really like nature though, so I wouldn't be against it really. Like I'd fuck a leshy, depending. If your sap is sticky, you're not getting enough fluids. This is true. That being said, I truly believe every adult human that interacts in a sexual way should have a big old bottle of lube by their bed. And if you don't, you're just disadvantaging yourself. And on that note, I'm gonna go get some water because I am thirsty. Be right back. I have seen the tussie, and it was good. The tussie is shroomy. Plum, the fuck? Plum Fuzzball, you silly bitch. You tried to be sneaky. I'm here. Thank you for gifting 5 subscriptions in my channel to Hisaja, Terralyn Wow, Zelda Quinn, Zephyrus1, and Barrow Dice. Bitches, you consensual as fuck whether you want to be or not. So this is what I have so far. The magical clit fairy collects It's the foreskin fairy, okay? I have it written down in a post-it note. Collects circumcised clitori in her taint gina bag and keeps them at home in her tree vagina house filled with tussie cream. Is it Zoe, though? Ooh, serious question. All right, I'm serious now. How to tell my narcissistic, emotional, manipulating mother-in-law we're leaving the country without wife losing a mother. Okay. So, as a daughter who has done this, it's impossible to not hurt the mom. And the mother will act like they're dying and it's the end of the world. My mom literally said to me that her and I were supposed to grow old together, to which I responded, "What about dad?" But they get over it and they realize that you don't need to be in close proximity to them to love them, and that being away from, I think it's a mother instinct to keep you close and in contact, because if you're not, they think the love will go away. But you guys have heard all my stories about my mom, and I still love her unconditionally and always will, and would cut my leg off for my mom. They get over it. I still get some, like, snotty comments about it once in a while, but they get over it. It does take a while. And it does, I don't want to say it damages the relationship. It changes the relationship a lot. I think, I'm not a parent, so I'm just speculating, but I think for parents, especially mothers, it's really, really hard to accept that your child is fine without you in all capacities. That's really, really hard. And I've never been an open person with my mom. I've never been like the type to just pour my feelings out and ask for help and stuff like that ever. But I think that want for that drove her to really be scared of me moving away. But what I did is I made it a point to show her that being far away from her does not mean our relationship stops in any way. In fact, it makes it more special, because instead of being constantly near my mom, where every time I go over to the house, it's just sitting and watching TV and like hearing about her coworkers or something. When I go home, it's an event. We go do shit. We go to the beach. We go do all the things in Seattle that I missed. We go on the ferry and go out to Orcas Island. We go look at the seals. We go look at the whales. We do things together that are so much more fun and more bonding and more important. What's the word? More valuable to me than just sitting on a couch with my parents once a week. Or like eating dinner with them once a week. We have, to me. And when I moved away, I literally called my mom twice a week. Just to update her on the week. Just to be like,
Ryan Weeps tipped $50. I'm Vince Clotho, Keymaster of Goza, Valguus Sildrahor, Lord of the Sabuya. Are you the gatekeeper?
I am the Keymaster, bitch. Have you not seen this cock? Ryan, you fuck. Thank you. It almost said your name correctly, which I'm honestly super impressed by. Almost. So close. Wow. Thank you. There is no Dana, only Zool. Now I have to go watch those movies, you ass. They're so good, though. Come on now. All mothers panic. I think it's just a mom thing. Yep. And I think, and this is just, again, I'm not a mother, and I know there's a lot of mothers in chat. Please don't be offended. This is just me talking about like personal experience. I think mothers come off as narcissistic to their children when their children are trying to break and do the independence thing, especially daughters for some reason. All my brothers moved out the day they graduated high school. My parents didn't sniff. But I say I'm going to move to work at Johns Hopkins. You want to know the response I got when I got my job at Johns Hopkins, like the #1 hospital, blah, blah, blah. Literally, one word. Boo. And that seems narcissistic. But I had to step back and say to myself, how much is she hurting right now? Like, I'm the last kid that was near home. I'm like second youngest, third youngest out of 8. She wasn't thinking when she spoke like that. She doesn't mean these things. She's hurt. She was hurting because she was going to be fucking alone. And I get it. Like, it's isolating. Orcas Island. Oh, I love Lopez. We always go to Orcas for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know why we always go there. We usually ride the ferry. Literally, we do the whole thing, ride it around the whole circuit, because it's just pretty. I don't cut and run. I'm not even kidding you. So my Nana, my mother's mother, she, until the day she fucking died, would stand on her porch as we backed out of the parking lot from visiting her every week and cry. She only died a couple years ago. Like, my mom is 60, almost 69. My two aunts are 73. Like, it doesn't ever go away. I think a mother's, like, attachment to their children is something that we kind of got to step back and realize a little bit. I don't know. I'm not saying it's healthy. It's something weird. Moms get broken. I love you guys. Like, you teach us how to shit, but it's weird because, like, you think about it, you are a part of their body, and they literally teach you how to shit and eat from a fork and, like, you know, be a human, and then you just leave. Ooh, an exhaust fan. It sucked up a plastic bag and has the hunger of Galacticus. That's fucking awesome. That reminds me of a vacuum I had back in the day. Like, the commercial for the vacuum was that it could suck up, it would, like, bend a toothbrush in half. Like, that's how the sucking power. Can you tell Rod that he needs to get better at choosing bad dragon dildos? Rod, quit choosing them your size, honey. No one can feel it. We've talked about this. Like, the reality is cute, but... Really, Alan? How so? Rip Rooster, I don't want kids. I never have, though. My whole life, I've never had that drive to breed. Oh my god, please don't put your penis in it. Please don't do that. You'll be circumcised before you know it. You should have heard my mother when I told her I wanted to move to the Faroe Islands for a job. I think it happens to all moms. Seriously. Like, narcissistic or not, I think it's just... Oh! C-Town, what did... I know what I'm doing on my next break. What the fuck did you do to yourself? Ugh! I would leave if I had my own place, but without a job, getting that is hard. So at the age I'm at, I'm the roommate living at my parents' house. Dude, if my parents didn't drive me insane, I'd totally live in their basement. 100%. Free meals? Someone would do my laundry? Are you kidding me? You know how much more time I would have for activities? And would eat? Sea Lion, what makes a good bad dragon versus a bad dragon? You know, I think Zoe would be the professional on that, to be honest. What are we sticking our penises in? I don't remember. Shit, what did we stick our penises in? Did we stick... I think we were just talking about sticking things into us. Don't sound. It's bad for you. Societal pressure to have kids, and when my wife said she didn't want it, it was like a weight off my shoulders to not have to worry about spawn. I dreaded having a baby, but figured I had to do it. Dude, nobody has to have a baby. Nobody. I firmly believe that. This whole like anti-abortion shit that Texas is bringing up is so bonkers, considering we're all like dying of a deadly pandemic. I don't want kids either, and I don't think if you don't want kids, you shouldn't have them. Like, we have enough unwanted children in the world. You got a concussion? Oh fuck. Oh. Yeah, I think if it works, it works. I think that's awesome. My mom is just really intense. Honestly, we're very alike, and that's why we butt heads. We're very strong personalities, and you put those two in a room, and for a while, they're okay. What's your favorite dildo chat? I've never seen a dildo chat before. Has anyone here been fucked by a chat? I have a narcissistic mom who's painful and toxic to me, is a martyr, passive-aggressive. And though I was loyal without question, it was never enough, and we don't talk anymore for my safety. That's important. She gaslit me constantly. I had to get all my shit out of my house before they came back home and sneak out before anyone noticed. It was fucking terrifying. I had to threaten them with reporting them to the cops. Oh, honey. You've turned out so well for what you fucking survived. I just have to say that, Squeaky. Like, I'm not just licking your taint here. Like, bitch, you have survived. Oh, really, Mickey? Oh, well, that makes sense. Is it closer? What are we sticking our penises in? In my experience, anything that seems marginally able to grip onto them. I would agree. Yep. Maybe like a love. Maybe. I don't know how that works. That's true. Rod does get fucked by Chad all the time. Rod, how you doing, honey? My mom would pog IRL if I got a job out of the country, like Crete Grease or customer service management, because she got big plans. I literally, like, from the moment I was verbal, I was like, I'm going to move out of the country. Since I was a toddler, I was saying this to my mother. And by the time I was in high school, I had planned to go to Thailand to teach English. And I didn't, and went to college instead because I was in a relationship and I was in love. And then I got the job at Johns Hopkins. And she acted like I'd never talked about this in my entire life. Like it was the most out of the water. Why would I do this? Da, da. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here thinking like, I'm a new grad and I just got hired at the best hospital in the United States of America. And you told me poo. Or boo. Or whatever. It was hard. But you got to step out of yourself for a minute, you know? Penis is going holes. Consensually, of course.
Go, Pikachu. Come out.
Nice. I see my...
Fohammer _419 tipped $5. CK, I learned that in 2021 that crypto consumed 134 terawatts of power, as much power as the country of Argentina uses in a year, or about as much power as one of Rod's electroplate Terminator dildos that come with Skynet Sax AI for a better experience, you woo.
Oh my god. What's it like to fuck AI, Rod? Ooh, woo. I love the guy's voice. Like, I hope I never lose this adorable British man's ooh, woo. I love you, Fo. Thank you. What the fuck? I agree, Amber. My abusive mom worries about me hating her, justifiably, I guess, since I basically hated her for 15 years. We're finally good now, though. Mental health is a fuck. Mental health is a fuck. Mental health is a big fuck. And everybody's going through it. That's the worst. The Faroe Islands is midway to island, north of Scotland, and the island is 1.5 out. Oh. So is your compromise? Yeah. I fucked my wife and that's all. I've never fucked an AI. I feel like you're lying, though. A terawatt dildo? Oh my god. Maybe for the Octomom. That might be all she can feel at this point. No hate. Like, I just broke a nail. Middle of the ocean and the ocean sings. Oh my god. I started playing a game while I was sick, my dudes. I ran out of makeup looks. Like, makeup. The only reason I was doing makeup on my days off, a couple people commented on my Twitter and were like, you don't need makeup. Thank you. I don't think so either. I just do it because I had so little energy. Like I told you guys, like the past 3 weeks, it felt like my arms were made of like blocks of lead. And my legs felt heavy. Like I couldn't get up. I couldn't stand up for more than like 5 minutes. A shower was like cardiac workout. It was terrible. I don't remember where I was going with this. God damn it, brain. Yep. It's gone now. Broken now. What's it like to just listen to half of a conversation? Oh, makeup. Thank you. It was one of the only things I could do, really, that took like no energy. I could just sit here. It would take me like 8 hours, but I'd like, put some lotion on my face and then just sit here for a while with my eyes closed and then maybe put a little primer on and then sit here longer. I could just sit and do Noob Tide, dude. It's so bad. My brain, I don't know why it's that way. The only thing I can compare it to is a tiger beetle. It's the fastest animal in the world, land animal, except that it can only move like a couple inches at a time because its brain moves faster than its body, or vice versa. And that's how I feel. Ooh, a real talk need advice relationship question? Yes. Always. Whether you'll get good advice or not, I can't promise. There's a few fucking weirdos in Murgle. There's some people in chat, you know, that might. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's me with names. Anytime I want to name a celebrity, I can always remember a character of a movie they're in far easier than I can ever remember their real name, like Severus Snape. I can't remember his name. He's one of my favorite actors in the entire world, though. Alan Rickman, there. But it'll always come as some character in a movie first, and so I'm sitting there, and if I know that person's never seen the movie, I'm just stuck. I'm like, it's they're just gone. They just, like, evaporate out of my head. It's weird. Oh my gosh. My conversations are unfinishable. My problem is, like, if I'm talking and something gets my attention, like a dog barks or someone else says something, I completely commit to that now. Whatever I was saying is gone. I mean, it's just fucking gone. It never comes back. It's just gone now. And I don't know why. It's bad. Oh, Rickman is one of my favorites ever, but I still don't remember his name half the time. Okay, once the shock has passed and moved into anger, how do you move on from a partner being, I don't know, cheating but not physical, emotional cheating? How do you move on from emotional cheating? That is a tough question. Let me ponder it for a second. I've only been, like, physically cheated on. However, I think honestly, I think the only way I personally could, like, heal and trust that something like that wasn't going to happen again, it would be, like, I'm trying to word it right. It would be like I would need so much constant communication from that person. Every single time they were quiet, I would wonder. I don't know. I was cheated on, like, my first love in college. Decided on his 21st birthday to sleep with a girl whose dad worked for the Seahawks because he wanted to get free tickets. And he came home and told me about it, long story short. It was horrible. And that ruined me literally forever, though. Like, I have trust issues forever and always in my life. But that's me, and it's not fair to, like, project that on other people, you know? And project that on other situations in my life that aren't that person. And so if I was still with that person, I would be like, I would have to, in my mind, be like, okay, it is fair for me to project it on you because you did it. That's a tough one. What do you guys think? I'm so fucked in my own head. It's really hard for anyone else to convince me of something once my brain's convinced of it. But Rip Rooster brings up a really, really good point. No one cheats on someone because of what the other person is doing ever. It's always something in their own heart. Like, you can't prevent an emotional cheating, physical cheating, anything like that, and you cannot cause it. Period. It is all in that person, and it's something they need to work through. Like, what are they missing that they were seeking? You know, and I'd want to be very communicative with them about that, like, all the time. Because that's how often my brain would be going about it. And that might be so emotionally exhausting to the other person, they wouldn't want to commit to that. Like, they might not be able to even do that with me. Because I'd be like, I'm sorry, like, I have to hear it. But that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Yeah.
Welcome to the classroom.
Young at heart. Oh my god.
Joy, bitch. I love you.
Yeah, it's Ashley, like, I would say this to literally, you could be the nastiest piece of shit human, like Jeff Bezos or any billionaire that refuses to fix Flint, Michigan's water crisis. It doesn't matter who you are. Someone who, like, if your partner does that, they're seeking something that that they don't get, but you can't give that to them. That's in their own heart. Like, you're not responsible for maintaining this fantasy this person has forever. You know what I mean? I'm trying to word it so nicely and not be a dick. Does that make sense though? Like, if I like love that person enough that I truly wanted to stay with them, I would need to see them go to so much there because that's something they have to solve in themselves. Like, I don't think, because nothing changed about you. You're still the same awesome person doing your thing, raising kids, right? Or whatever you're doing. It doesn't even matter who you are as a person. Like, if someone you're with and live with especially is saying, well, I miss when X and X and X happened. Okay. So maybe buy me a little schoolgirl outfit and put it out on the bed on a night when the kids aren't home. Maybe, like, the way I view the world is treat your significant other the way you want to be treated. And if they don't respond, then there's something wrong. You know, you want to like talk to them about it. That's when verbal communication comes into play. And see, Quasi, you need to go to the bathroom? Didn't we just take a break? Alex. That bug? This is my poodle, Lil. She's come to discuss relationships with us. But does that, like, I'm trying to word it, like, I'm trying to organize my words in my head, which is really, really difficult for me. But does that make sense? Like, there's nothing you can really do other than be there for that person, support that person in their healing and figuring out what's actually missing. Because people don't cheat because they miss a short skirt or flirting, you know? Like, love is love is love. Most men or women or couples end up watching each other like fucking poop babies out and they still love each other unconditionally after seeing a vagina torn in half. Like, there's something going on in their soul that they truly need to, like, they need to seek out therapy and like talk to somebody and be like, this is what I think I did it because of. And the therapist is there to break it down and be like, this is what you really did it because of. It's not, you know, it's nothing you did or didn't do. You can't cause a cheating, I don't think. I mean, it may be extreme circumstances, whatever, but normal circumstances, your behavior is never going to cause that. It's not going to, you know, do that. The urge, I know, they're so huggable. Like, Lilith is the worst because she hugs back. So it's so hard to say no because she'll just crawl up on my lap and hug me. Tits up, motherfucker, stretch time. I love stretching. Oh my God. I've been sleeping like on my arms lately, and so I've been waking up with a sore shoulder. I don't know why. Exactly. It's like Banana said it so much more eloquently than my dumb mouth is getting it out, but if in my experience, love is love is love. You love everything about that person. Even when they're sad, you love it. You're like, wow, that's cute and sad, and I want to make it better. If they're going through a hard time, you want to be there for them and help them and, you know, either struggle with them or maybe lessen the struggle if possible. Ma'am, please stay down there. To me, but I can't, it's hard for me to generalize, you know, or to like look into someone else's head. And that's why I say I think it's really something going on inside yourself. Because there's, you know, there's that old moniker, cheaters are cheaters, they'll always cheat. That's because they haven't gone to fucking counseling. No one's talked to them. Like, go seek help. There's a reason this pattern happens. Like, why do you jump? You know, it's the same thing as like some people jump relationships a lot. I've seen some people that they've never been single. They just hop all the time. And it's like, what's missing in you? Another person's never going to fill anything. Like, another person's just there to like compliment your shit, you know? They're never going to fill a void. So if you have a void, even if it feels like they fill it, it's going to be empty eventually, and you're going to seek filling it by something else, which will probably be another person, which will temporarily fill it until that honeymoon period's over, and so on and so forth. And it just becomes a pattern. But yeah, I really, really think it's a healing part on. I think both of you should seek therapy, like separate therapy, and maybe couples therapy after a while. But I think people that jump straight into couples therapy, it can get very accusatory so fast. I think it's really important to focus on yourself first. Like, it's really hard to be there for someone else when they're going through a hard time if you're fucked up. And that's just facts. Nah, dude, Ashley, I totally get it. And it's good to talk about it. Like I feel so happy that you're comfortable talking about it, honestly. Because it's something that if that happened to me, I would never feel comfortable talking about it with anybody. I would just curl up in a hole and like journal about it for 6 years and then maybe crack eventually. Like a partner in crime instead of an underling. Yeah, you're not an accessory. You're a partner. But in order for both partners to be there for each other and for your kids and for yourself, you have to focus. Like this is so important. Your head. Like you can't, even if you tried, you couldn't be there for anybody if you haven't figured your own shit out, And that's what causes you to do weird shit. In my scenario, wife wants the whole dom sub thing and she's obsessed about it. I've never heard of someone being obsessed about it, but all right. And I see it as she's using it as therapy. And I've talked to her and she has made it to the point that if it doesn't happen, then we cannot be happy. And you guys are married and this came out of nowhere. Like left field shit? Because that sounds like how long have you been married? I don't mean to be pry. I'm just curious. I tend 5 years, damn. I tend to be very sus of adults who work in ultimatums. Like, if this doesn't happen, we are fucking over. Like, that's what children do. Like, if I miss the bus, I'm gonna die! Adults, we like work through things. We compromise. I would find a couples therapist immediately. You guys have been together long enough. I think it's worth trying. Like that's a pretty substantial relationship for that to come out of nowhere. But using sex or any behavior is manipulating. Doing this or this will happen. That's not what adults do. That's not what mature adults that think and work through shit, do. Yeah, like maybe she has a friend who recently got into kink and she's feeling real like, well, my sex life isn't that exciting. Maybe if I had an exciting sex life, I'd be happier. Like it's something going on in her, but maybe couples therapy would make her feel like you're there for her and like you're not abandoning her because it feels like she is putting herself on an island. And if I was in that situation, I would jump on that island with my significant other. I'd be like, bullshit, you ain't islanding yourself, bitch. Nah. Like we're on the island together. Like I wouldn't let them do that. If I was like truly invested for 5 years, married and like wanted to work on it, Yeah, manipulation is gross. It is a game. It's a gross game. I used to watch my parents do it to each other. Ultimatums are icky. I wouldn't. Yeah. It's just not healthy to a relationship in any way, shape, or form. Like even if you stayed together, like I would honestly I would look at my relationship as a whole and look at how many times ultimatums and things like that had been used that I didn't really realize because maybe they worked to my benefit, so I just said yes. So maybe your partner's been classically conditioned to assume this is the way to get you to do things, but now it's something that you are hella not comfortable with and just isn't your thing. And so they're blown away. Like, this is such different behavior by you. Oh my, you've never before. And it's like, you've never fucking said you're going to leave me if I don't put a leash on you, bitch. The fuck? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes there's a lot of behavior you just don't see because it's okay. It's stuff that's, good or whatever word you want to use. And people change. Lilith is trying so hard to climb on my lap and I'm just like, not right now. No. I love you, Ashley. I wish I could give you more. Like, that's such a hard It's so hard because I know you're in your head. Like, it's so hard because when something like that happens, no matter what I say, no matter what anyone else says, you're always going to have this thing in the back of your head like, was it me? I get it. I still ask myself that all the time. But BDO, I'm sure your hand gets a little sassy now and then. She is trying to get on my lap so hard. Oh, she's got a foot up. But mom, seriously, like. This is my poodle. I gave the guy a second chance. It was a big mistake. Why did you give him the second chance, though? Like, did you have, or was it just like, he promised and you were like, okay. I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious, not judging. I've talked to her and I've told her I'm no longer happy and wouldn't cheat, but do not want to proceed with the marriage thing. And how did she feel? I love my dog, don't get me wrong. Ultimatums in relationships are the worst. It literally shows a lack of ability to communicate. Absolutely. It's on par with the accusatory thing. You know, if you've ever been with someone that's, well, you. Yeah. Bill just wants to be famous, guys. She thinks she's a lap dog. She is not, though. Look at their foot. She's huge. And respect. I mean, I think, honestly, openly communicating with your partner is one of the number one ways you can show respect to anyone. Anyone you care about and love, open communication is a huge form of respect to them. Seriously, Ashley, I didn't teach this dog hugs. She just hugs. It's very weird. I really hope that stuff works out for the better, and I'm incredibly proud and happy that you chose to get therapy. Me too. I'm so happy when anybody chooses, like, therapy. Just calling a therapist to make an appointment is a big fucking step. That is anxiety-inducing shit, my dudes. Holy crap. I've literally had panic attacks just calling a doctor's office. I agree, Tank. 100%, man. I watched an episode of Anthony Bourdain, where he went to, I believe it was Argentina, and the country he went to was in South America. I believe it was Argentina. Everyone has a therapist from like the day they're born. It's just normal. Everybody has a therapist, just like you have a GP. And I wish that was the way it was in the rest of the world. Because, like, if you think about it, why wouldn't we want to talk to someone before we crack? Like, we very much, at least in our country, America, it's very much a treat the illness instead of prevent it. But, like, if you went to therapy before anything went wrong, maybe you could prevent yourself from having the breakdown in California in a bathtub calling your mom fully clothed. You know? Do you remember that one? It was such a good episode. And then literally he, like, sadly, we lost him soon after. So sad. More about them being able to overcome the trauma that was preventing them from being who they are. Exactly. Literally. No one is their bad behaviors or is the things they've done, ever. You're not defined by terrible things you've done. Everybody's done something terrible. Everybody's hurt someone's feelings. It doesn't define who you are, and it doesn't make you terrible unless you're Trump. He's terrible. There are some terrible people. It just means you made a bad decision. We all make bad choices. We all say shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. Go on. Ah! You know? Oh, she got dirt everywhere. Little. Dogs. Roadrunner Anthony Bourdain film? Wait, what is that? No. I'm not over Anthony Bourdain either. Him or Robin Williams, honestly, neither of them. They both just are still such a fucking stab in my gut. It does. America, like, that's half the homeless problem. Half the homeless problem is people with mental health issues that can't afford therapy. So they end up homeless because they can't work a job because they're sick in their brain. Oh, I haven't watched it yet. I have not. Is it really good? I'm afraid I'm going to cry. I haven't even been able to watch an episode of his show since he passed. Oh my God. Dude, so the day Betty White passed, was it New Year's Eve? I watched the documentary about her life and just cried the whole fucking time. What a beautiful human she was. Like, did you guys know that Betty White was a huge animal advocate and like almost all of her money went to animal refugees and like rescues? Fuck. I just bawled. Maybe if we all called this one thing, this thing one thing, it wouldn't be fucking confusing. What do you mean? I love living by imperial units. Yeah, she started off as a nude model. Then she had like her talk show, her like funny ass talk show. She married the host. Like they had a beautiful little romance. She's just my hero. What a cool human being. And like, of course, I'm very sad she's gone, but she lived such a good full life. I would be so happy to make it to 90, let alone 99. Bitch lived. She had a very, very rewarding life. Like, that was a long, good life. Whereas, Robin Williams and Anthony Bourdain had so much more time left. They're a little bit more tragic to me just because, god damn it. Oh my god, Viata, no shit. If you find a link or see a link to that at any time, like, don't go searching, but if you would shoot that my way, I would love it. Seriously, Rip? Oh my god, I would love to see that. Slurm, don't worry, I'm a respiratory therapist. I can keep you alive indefinitely. Dude, 2021 literally had to take our queen with them, didn't it? At least it wasn't COVID. She was vaxxed, did you know? I know. Well, what an amazing person like that. Like, how can a life be enough when you're such a cool person? Ashley, I agree. But we can always talk about that stuff, Ashley. Like, I'm very happy to try to help. People and spiders? What do you mean? People? Where? No? You don't see anything. My right eye went blurry. I'm gonna have to Google it. I'm gonna write it down in a note just in case. Dude, okay, so I have to say on the Blackcraft front, so many of you tagged me in a Blackcraft tweet that was like, we're looking for Twitch streamers who wear Blackcraft shit. Thank you. However, I now follow their social media account and I don't like them anymore because whoever runs it is really fucking annoying. Sorry. You need a new. Their clothes are still dope though. So Betty White animal charity, I guess I would Google. Boom. Yeah, their social media person reminds me of like my mom if she got a hold of social media. It's fine. Like, go them. But I had to literally ignore them because I was just, you annoy me now. Sorry. Stop it. She's. Every 3 days? Jesus Christ. No, Ashley, it's not because of you. No, everybody tagged me in it. I love Blackcraft. They make great clothes. But their social media person needs to calm the fuck down. Rip. Nah. Thank you. Oh my god, is it the charity? She was a stunner till her last day, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would say she was a stunner, but she literally just was a stunner. Like, forever. List of good amount of animal things. Oh, that makes me so happy. The end of that documentary when she was like hugging the bear and she said she's the luckiest old broad on the earth. I just like I lost it. Like the whole movie I was just, tears like and then when that part hit I was like just snot. I love animals. Cheers. C-Town, they'll make up any shit these days. Oh my god, Rod, that's amazing. I don't have I have a fair amount of Blackcraft stuff, but honestly, I try not to buy clothes that just say a brand on the front. Even Blackcraft. I've been that way ever since I was a child, like when Abercrombie and Hollister and all those brands were really popular, and you were just a walking billboard. It was just a peach shirt that said Hollister across your nipples. I was like, you better pay me to advertise for you, slut. I still don't do it. It's weird. I don't like to wear a brand name. Sue me. Blackcraft is a clothing shop that is dedicated to hailing Satan and yourself. That is just really high quality, Merkel. Like, legit. I have a lot of their clothes that have just lasted forever. I'm on a T-Bake until February. Like, the end of February? Like, 2 months? I farted. It stinks. Wafting, wafting. Yeah, it's like clothing and shit. But it's like satanic stuff. They might have tarot cards and stuff like that.
Go,
now?
Pikachu, come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, how was New Year's? I hope it went well. I spent my New Year's being passed around like a vapid empty communal fleshlight in a French-maid outfit and spent the night drinking penis milk, champagne out of a hose and my own personal orgasmic fireworks. You woo.
I mean, same, though. Weird. Were we at the same party? Crazy. Would cum curdle in champagne? Ooh woo. I was sick. I literally sat at my desk and did really cool makeup on my face for like 8 hours and then washed it off and went to bed. I stayed up until 5:30 in the morning though. I couldn't sleep at all. Like, when I'm sick for some reason, I can be exhausted. Like, every part of my body feels heavy, but I can't go to sleep. It's weird. So that's why I was taking cold meds that made me a stoner. Asking for a friend. I just kind of want to see it now. I'm just curious. If it's a stringy batch, would it... I mean, it's obviously denser than champagne, so it'd sink to the bottom. Would it stay stringy? Is it like silly string? I bet I could Google it and would get a response, and that's scary these days. Would the carbonation, like, bust it up? I don't have a prostate or semen, so, you know. Just curious. If anybody wants to give it a go and report back. What are those words? Wait, anime, what are those words, though? Like the killer clown cum, exactly. The bubbles will make it float to the top. All of it? Do you think it's... I think it's too dense. I don't know. Cum questions. Brought to you by ClassyKatie. Knives, I'm saying, like, if you want to buy some cheap, like, Brute, and, like, let me know. I literally can't do it, so... You could market it as bubble cum. Thank you, and good night. On that note, I learned recently there's a woman making millions selling jarred farts. And she made a YouTube video dedicated to how she eats filthy food all day and then farts in jars and sells them. Shillelagh. I like saying that word. Oh, I'm sure, Mark. That's why I don't want to Google it. Like, killer clown cum is corrosive. Fun fact. Is that why you never see any females? Oh my god, this makes so much sense. Jarred farts. She's making millions. She eats like boiled eggs and beans and a lot of meat. I don't think she's very healthy. Thank you very much. I like the color too. It's faded to a nice blue. It was a lot darker when I dyed it, but it's faded. It's faded to a good one. I don't know why I ever dye my hair not blue. I always go back to blue. Always. I return. Jarred farts. I mean, I'm saying, Mickey, like, it's just not fair to us that can't fart. Feeling a little jelly. Mastermark. So I don't know how we got on this. Oh, wait. Zoe brought up the topic a roundabout ways of penis milk in champagne. And I responded with, would come coagulate in champagne. And no one has an answer, so I'm curious. Dude, that is one of the only clown movies I actually enjoy, Murgle. You know this. I've told you guys a million times. Clowns are, for real, my fear. Like, when kids were hanging out in the woods acting like killer clowns with knives, I straight up would, like, I would shank one if I had to. Like, don't come at me with your clown nonsense. I'll slit your throat. I don't care. I hate clowns. But that one doesn't scare me. It's hilarious. It's the only one. Yeah, Killer Clowns. Have you not seen it, Knives? Oh my god, it's amazing. I won't spoil it for you if you haven't seen it. It's a work of art. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Jansen. Like, Knives volunteered. I feel like the fart kink has more representation than I thought. Me too. Like, I don't understand it, but I knew from a while ago from some Reddit link, of course, that I clicked that people were into listening to girls fart. Like, that's the thing. But smelling a jarred fart, that baffles me. That one really, really baffles me. Again, no shame. You're not hurting anybody. I'm not here to shame. Wasn't it Fat Bastard that says, everybody likes their own scent? Wolfding. He's like, when you're in an apartment building and you go on one floor and you smell what someone's cooking, and then you go to another floor and you smell what they're cooking, you're like, I wonder what they're cooking. That plus crap. I follow someone on Instagram that makes popcorn clowns from the movie. Stop it. That's amazing. There weren't that many clowns. Well, were there? I feel like there were only... it's been years, though, honestly. I haven't seen it in so many years. The main thing I remember is the cotton candy and the straw. Calrophobia therapy involves listening to Puddle's Pity Party. Oh, what the fuck? Is there a Best Buy date on those? Hi, Justina. How are you, love? No.
Go, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK Rod won't fart on command for me. It doesn't even need to be in my face. He can just touch oven me. I just want a whiff of those sweet ass biscuits, not for anything weird, but just so I can bottle it and take a strong whiff next time I need to relieve myself.
Rod, I mean, I like you and your wife, but the way you treat my Zoe, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Is there a reason for this fierce malcontent towards such a beautiful, innocent soul, such as Foe? A clown stripper? I don't know if I could do it. Clown, I saw the movie It when I was way too fucking young. It ruined me forever. I'm still scared to be in the bathroom by myself if it's quiet because I'm afraid a blood bubble will come out of the sink and attack me. And giggle like small children. Still, I'm 33, by the way. Zoe, always. I feel like you might be in an abusive relationship, whether or not you like it. Chad has spoken, you need fart content. I seriously don't fart, though. Like, I just don't. It doesn't happen. It's like once a year. I'm not trying not to. My body doesn't create gas. I burp a lot, but fart content would be like a once a year special kind of thing. And honestly, I wouldn't be ready for it. It's not like on time. I have a friend that still crosses the street to avoid sewer openings because of it. Stop it. What? I mean, you could ask like every roommate I've ever had, every significant other I've ever slept in the same room as forever. I'm not making it up. Like, I don't even fart in my sleep unless I have a super gaped out butthole and it just goes all day. But I'm pretty sure it's not. I've seen it a few times. Looks pretty tight. At least tighter than, you know what I'm saying? And I have huge butt cheeks, which you would think would add some sort of slapping mechanism to a fart, as I've heard in my siblings and others. I'm a sad, sad fartless creature. Oh my God, Ryan. If I could narrow down the day, I totally would. With the rarity, oh yeah, it'd be like $1 million jar, because it's once a year. Are you kidding me? I'd almost want to keep it, just to prove I have one. And they break this. Well, well, it's my mom farts constantly. My mother is like a walking farter. Like if I visit her, we'll go to the grocery store and pick up groceries. She'll just walk fart down an aisle. Just I hear them. She hears them. She knows they're happening. She just giggles all the time. My sister farts. My dad farts. My brothers fart constantly. I just don't. I burp a lot though. That's my theory. Comes out the other, but I don't have smelly fart. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I'm broken. It also could be that I don't eat very much. But I mean, I'm pretty sure people that don't eat a lot still fart, right? This is true, Mickey. This is true. However, I take a daily probiotic. Try to give my tum some bacterias back. When the moon aligns with Uranus on days when she's eaten only greens. Imagine. I would tell you guys. I would tweet about it. I would be so excited. COVID can't live in farts. I'm just trying to save lives. Fuck. Maybe I'm just harboring. Aw, Happy New Year's, Mayo. How you doing, honey bean? I hope you had a good holiday. No warning, like a ghost in the night sighing into your into your undercrackers before slinking off into the darkness to reappear when the planets align once more. It's like my anal spirit. Oh my fuck, that's beautiful. Ooh, rip. I think my jar's in the kitchen, but I'll grab them for you. It's a really good brand that you actually don't have to refrigerate, which I thought was pretty dope. And they're still live. I'll grab it on my break. We have to take one anyways because ads. You know, keep it free, militia. Thank you for the resub, lover. Rejoice, chat. The Celestials tell us it's time. Fun fact about Celestials. I was born on a full moon and a lunar eclipse. Maybe that has something to do with it. Like the lunar eclipse. It's empty like I am. I don't know. I fart little toots all the time. Assassins. That's my mom's. Like, they'll kill me. They smell like death and coffee. It's incredible because all she does is drink coffee all day. Mayo, I've just been sick with this nasty ass sinus infection for like 3 weeks. I'm over it. I'm just pretending I'm over it today. This is me putting on a good show because I'm just mentally, I'm over it. Death and coffee. All she does is drink coffee all day. Like, she'll have coffee after dinner. My mom probably drinks like 3 pots of coffee a day to herself, if not more, and barely eats And so she just smells like death and coffee. It's amazing. End times. What is that even the Mercury in retrograde? I don't think any of those people that are into like astrology know what that means. I had garlic ramen one day and woke myself up in a dead sleep for how bad it was. You know what would happen when I was a kid is I would wake up in a dead sleep because my brother would be throwing a quilt on top of me, and then he would, what he called a Dutch oven me in said blanket. And so while I was struggling in my half sleeping stupor to get out of the quilt, I would be overtaken with a hot, sweet gas. It's a terrible time. Does she at least drink good coffee? Now she does, but she used to drink Folgers every fucking day. It was just Folgers in and out. But she got picky in her old age. Probably because all the kids moved out so she can buy good coffee. Like when we were all home, 8 kids with coffee, like she probably didn't want to buy the nice stuff. It was probably for us. Dutch oven, yeah. My brothers used to do that a lot to me. It was foul. Hot, sweet gas. Did I say that? A bit psychopathic. Of my brothers? Oh, absolutely. I mean, one's dead, one's in and out of prison all the time. One of them's okay. We're all a little fucked up, though, right? Sweet hot gas. Ooh. It was, though. It was so bad. Oh my God. One year, I remember one of my brothers shit in the toilet in our like RV. We had like one of those campers that you could drive around. And it plugged the toilet. So my dad used some sort of chemical. You can't use Drano in a camper thing because it'll dissolve it or whatever. He used some sort of chemical, but the chemical mixed with my brother's horrific rock shit made the entire camper smelled like rotten Brussels sprouts for the entire trip we were on. Like that was the drive to the campgrounds. And to this day, Brussels sprouts will make my sister vomit. Like she was crying. She was only like 3 or 4, I think, and in the back of the camper bawling her eyes out because the smell was so bad. It was like stinging her eyes. It was so bad. The memories I have of other people's poop are pretty extreme. I just got lucky. I got the one intestinal system that didn't. Well, I don't think my cousin Josh. I don't think Joshua farts a lot. Maybe when she was younger, but mostly as a joke. That was me. That was mine. Stop it. You're never supposed to make sounds. How dare you? I apologize. My computer's set to never, ever make system sounds. That shouldn't have happened. I apologize. Thunderpants, a farting astronaut boy. Oh, that's beautiful. Sweaty swamp gas farts. Oh my God, no shitting you. One of the guys that I dated in high school, his older brother, to my knowledge, coined the man pond because he worked construction. They'd get all sweaty. This was Eastern Washington. It would get hot. And they'd literally like stick a tampon up between their butt cheeks to like soak up the butt juices while they were working. Wild. He also told me he fucked a girl's clam with a beer bottle. So, interesting people. I went to New Orleans with friends and we all shared a hotel. My stomach wasn't ready for the alcohol and new meats. And I destroyed the hotel and made everyone hate gator sausage. Gator tastes really good. How dare you? Robo. Happy late New Year, honey bean. Hey, if you need a man pond, I'd rather have a man pond than swamp ass. Swamp ass can cause one hell of a rash, I'm saying. For those of you who've never lived in a warm climate like Maryland, oof. Did he once tie 2 of those man ponds together to make toxic mank? Oh my fucking what? No, I don't know. I didn't talk to this person often. I didn't want to. He was weird. After he told me he fucked a girl with a beer bottle in her clam, I was like, not my favorite. My favorite family bodily function story was when my sister threw up in George Bush's front yard on our way to Benihana. That's excellent timing. I'm sorry. That's epic. That is timing right there, motherfucker. That's beautiful. I'm never there for any of my family's amazing stories, but my mom has told me, like, her, my dad, and my sister stopped to go into an Ace Hardware, and my mom just fucking shit her pants, just, like, peed out her butt for 15 minutes in the store and had to tie something around her waist, but I'm never there for these. It's almost like I don't want to or something. Oh, thank God I have water. Hydrate before you die straight, motherfuckers. Just two stanky man ponds. Oh, The irony is that tampons, for those of you who don't have bleedy vaginas parts, they expand on the inside. So they don't come out looking like the little bullet they went in as. Some of them come out looking like a really fat ballerina. Some come out just expand into a fucking cube. So, like, those nunchucks would be just a soppy, sick mess. No, thank you. Boobies are way too nice to snuggle. Well, they scream like Bruce Lee. I just imagine the fluids and, like, you know, chunks of flesh coming off the tips. Like poop chunks, whatever. More like tampon dice for your car mirror. Imagine getting slapped with one of those. I would want to die. Especially if it's somebody else's. I think we should take a break. What the fuck? They're great for nosebleeds. Tampons have multiple uses. But, like, penis holders in chat, isn't it pretty fucked up that I have to buy them? Like, if I just chose not to buy tampons, there's not another option. I just bleed all over myself for 7 days-ish. And you have to look at it and smell it and enjoy it with me. Like, isn't that a little fucked? Condoms are free. And they're, like, really bad for the environment. Latex and shit. I'm just saying. For those of you... I'm not sponsored by this brand, but I am going to bring this up since we're talking about it. For those of you who bleed menstrually, or you know someone who bleeds menstrually, you can get these tampons. They're called Cora, and I get them on Amazon. But they completely supply young girls in Africa somewhere I can't... Oh, there it is. There's a whole thing on it that I can't read because I don't have my glasses. But it sends free tampons to girls that can't afford them. Every time you buy a box. It's called Cora, C-O-R-A. And they're, like, don't have chemicals and shit in them. Just FYI. A lot of tampons do. Like, a lot of feminine products literally have, like, formaldehyde in them, and we're, like, soaking them in our pussies all day. It's pretty fucked up. But yeah, I found this brand. I wish I could read it. I really should bring my glasses out here. I have them by my bed because that's where I read. Oh, but it sends... Ugh, I can read it. They've already sent 10 million pads and tampons, but I can't read the fine print because I am so fucking blind, and I apologize. Yeah, I'm so blind. C-O-R-A, not sponsored, just a dope thing. I don't think women should have to pay for that shit, so I try to do what I can where I can for people that can't afford that shit. Ow. Sorry. There are free condoms? Yeah, you just go to Planned Parenthood. If you don't live in Texas, I guess. Yeah, you just go to Planned Parenthood and they literally have, like, a candy dish. You can go in and just grab a handful. Some Planned Parenthoods will literally have portioned little brown bags of condoms for free. Yeah. Wow, Rip. What? I would love to evict mine. They won't, though. I'm too young, they say. Pause it. That's a really good idea, actually. Anyways, yeah. If you know anyone that menstruates, first off, give them a hug because that shit sucks. Second off, C-O-R-A, Cora tampons. It's dope. Do what you can to help people that can't. You know? Oh, PCOS is the shit. No, oof. That's crazy to me that she still had problems. Where do you guys live? I don't want to be like nosy. Like, don't tell me your address, but like, are you in Texas? I have a lot of Texans here. I love Texans. It's the Texas government that's fucked up, just so you guys are clear. I was trying to catch up on chat. Sorry, guys. Serviceable. It's cool. I think it's really cool. I mean, can you imagine? A lot of us have been homeless. I know a lot of you have told your personal stories of being homeless. Neuro, our boy Neuro, literally was kicked out and lived on the streets of Baltimore for being gay. I'm not shitting you. That's a true story. A lot of us have been homeless. If you're homeless, you can't afford the basic things to survive, right? You're begging. You're doing the best you can. They probably don't have tampons. Can you even fathom what that's like to just bleed out of your precious pussy for anywhere from 3 to 10 days a month, just chunks down your leg, and there's nothing you can do about it, and no one wants to help you, let alone put a roof over your house. I mean, your head. Excuse me. I just cannot imagine. And putting myself in that place makes me really angry, and so I try to help those people where I can. But I'm in a place where I can. A lot of people can't. Like, it's just, do what you can. I encourage you to think of other people. I'm going to stop being a sap now and take a break, I guess. Stand up and stretch your dicks and stuff. I'll be right back. Or whatever. Maybe. Yes. I'll be right back. Why aren't they coming inside? This is weird. Something's going on, right? I go outside. They're just fucking mowing down on snow. Just eating it off of a table. Clean, new snow. Just hamming it down. Weird. That was it. They were just super excited. 2022. Sorry, best we got is a diaper and a cotton ball and a string. Jesus Christ. Too real. Oh, my bobby pin fell out. No! Bangs. Never again. I didn't even want him to begin with. Let's be honest. I understand they thought I'd be cute. It's probably cute if I wanted to do my hair every day. But guess who doesn't want to do their hair every day? This bitch. Oh, I don't know why I keep sleeping on this shoulder. That's got to be what it is, right? My shoulder, like this, the calf muscle, this, so sore. Maybe someone gave me boosters in my sleep. I wonder if I have a bruise and I don't even know about it. I might be injured from a dog and I have no idea. That sure does happen a lot. Whoa. I got a new capture card, so I'll be fucking with that tonight. I'm excited. Excited and nervous because capture cards are a nightmare and everything is a nightmare. Oh, and I beat Inscription while I was sick. What the fuck was that? You should play Inscription if you haven't. That's all I have to say. Like, play it. I did. I got to the credits. I did the thing. I did all the thing, I think. Unless you don't ever do all the thing. It was amazing. It was so weird. I'm trying to think what happened at the end. I played it when I was sick, so I was a little out of my mind. I can't remember. What kind of card did you get? Avermedia? I got, it's the same I have. It's the, it's Magewell. It's the same one I have. It's just the upgraded version, so it's not, just 1080. It can go up to the actual full resolution of my monitor. But I don't know where I set it down. Got it. It's the Magewell USB Capture 4K Plus. But The one I like the Magewell because you don't need any software, you don't need anything. It's just a plug and play. Like it just fucking works. But mine is just so old it only does the 1080p, which is why my monitor looks like shit. So, yay. Have a good walk, love. Drink water. Oh, rip! Oh, fuck. I didn't grab it. Hold on, let me go grab it. I'll just do it now, because I'm a bad person. I found my vitamins, but my probiotics actually missing. I can Google it. I actually get it on like a subscription from Amazon. Give me one sec. I just can't think of what the brand name is. My brain's farted. It's farted. It might be the same brand as these vitamins though. Hold on. I like them though. When I was a kid, the reason I take probiotics, I don't think everybody needs probiotics, but growing up, I was put, like, via my mother's fear of being overweight, she put me and all my sisters on, like, every fad diet you can name. Any of them. And I think it fucked my stomach up. So I take probiotics just to help my stomach up because I get tummy aches sometimes. Of course. Dude, I'm always here to help someone out when it comes to health like that. Stomach stuff sucks. Like, for someone who just, like, had mysterious stomach pain forever, it was an ulcer. Stomach stuff is the worst. What the fuck? Come on, Amazon. I'm just pulling it up. It's gonna come up, don't worry. Like I was talking about earlier, my reception out here for some reason is fucking horrific lately. So I ordered myself my own little modem for my computer. Hopefully it'll work. Where the fuck is my probiotic? My Amazon app isn't loading. Is Twitch being weird too? Or is it just the app? Burnt toast. I always heard it was popcorn, but Twitch is clean. Cool. All right. Let me reload the app. It's probably my app. This music is very 80s. Like, I feel like I should be wearing a bandana and, like, ready to fight karate. Okay, it is called... Yeah, it's the same brand. It's Nature's Bounty. Acidophilus probiotic. 100 million organisms. Friendly bacteria for the digestive system. Yeah, it's just Nature's Bounty. I thought it was, but I didn't want to tell you the wrong brand. That would have been mean. I try not to be a shit. Dude, there's so many, and there's so many out there that are fake bullshit. So many. I mean, all the, like, hair growth, serum bullshits. Like, most vitamins are bullshit. The only reason I take vitamins is because I know I don't eat enough. And I don't want to die. Greek yogurt's amazing if you can get the real stuff. Like, when I was in Greece eating Greek yogurt, I had no stomach problems. But if I eat Greek yogurt here in the States, I get a stomach ache really bad. Like, dairy fucks me up in the States. I don't know what we do to it. Probably something terrible, like we do to all food. And probiotics are dumb expensive. Oh, I know. I think the first bottle I ever bought was at, like, a Whole Foods or something in the refrigerated section. It was, like, $60 for a month's supply. That's probably why it fucks me up, because that's the same with wine. If I go, when I've traveled, drinking wine in other countries, I don't get any hangovers at all. Nothing. I don't even really get that fucked up. Like, I don't really get drunk. I just get kind of a nice buzz and just go about my day. But in the States, I get hungover before I'm drunk. Like, I get a headache. Yes, that's exactly it. The one that I had before was pink because it was like, for women. It's no different. Just get that one. It's fine. They market a lot of for women, for men. Like, unless your vitamins are pertaining to your genitals or your gonadal hormone system, like, can we drop the gendered shit already? For fuck's sake. I think it's just a selling. I think they honestly just make them cost more. They, like, make it in a pink bottle and they're like, this one's for women. Just vitamins. If you eat enough, you really don't need them. I don't eat enough. I know. I dream about a lot of things from the places I visited just because the food is so much better. The States, like, you come back here and it's, like, the best food you could buy tastes like fast food once you've traveled. Kind of sucks. The horny goat. Oh my god. I learned all about olive oil one time anime. It was really weird. Like, my mom and all of her older friends, older nurse friends, were having, like, a cooking party, but I was visiting, so she brought me with them. And they hired a lady that they actually met in Italy who was in the States just by chance. And she came to their house and she taught us how to cook Italian food. And she taught us about olive oil and, like, how, like, almost 100% of the olive oil in the States is already gone sour. Like, it's already bitter and it's gone bad, I guess. It was fucking weird lesson. There's no seeds. Oh my god. I don't know what extra virgin means. I don't remember. Isn't that extra virgin just means it's the first press, right? I think. Here, the thing with iron, though, BM Holland, the only reason I know about this is because I do have an iron deficiency, is it's so hard to actually absorb synthetic iron from a vitamin. Most people that end up taking iron supplements end up, like, insanely constipated and, like, shitting themselves, like ripping an a-hole out because they just give birth to a football. If you are iron short, like, fucking take what are they called? That oil. It's like a fish oil pill. Oh my god, is it cod? No. Yes? No. Fish burps. What is that stuff? There's a fish oil pill you can take that has a lot of iron in it. It's way better for digestion. And then, like, just eating broccoli. Broccoli has more iron in it and protein per ounce than, like, a steak. But it's, like, because of all the other stuff in the broccoli plant, you digest and actually, like, utilize that iron versus just swallowing a pill of it. It's like your body doesn't really know what to do with most of it, so you end up just shitting it out, which makes you insanely constipated. The omega-3 fish burps, oh my god. When I first started working as a respiratory therapist at the hospital, there was this study that came out that garlic was really good for your heart, which it is. It's a blood thinner, though. So if you're already on a blood thinner, you want to watch how much garlic you ingest. But garlic is a mild blood thinner, which can be really good for circulation and heart health, right? And so when that first came out, all these vitamin companies started marketing these pills that were like garlic pills. And every fucking surgeon was taking them, and I swear to fuck, you could smell their breath from a building away. Being in surgery with that crowd, that's not where you wanted to be. Because there's no wind blowing. You don't have air circulation in a fucking surgical ward. It was bad. Now they make garlic pills that do not make your breath smell horrific, thank fuck. Garlic's great, though. Virgin olive oil is pure cold pressed from fresh olives. The other stuff is more processed. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. She taught us, like, if you look at the olive oil's date or whatever, or where it comes from, you can tell if it's actually real and all this stuff. She taught me all about olive oil. And real olive oil tastes like a stink bug. Or wheatgrass, I guess. Like, it has a flavor. It was very interesting. Never have a solid poop again with this simple hack. Oh God, what is it though? All flavor gourmet saltwater taffy? Wait, for real though? Like for real? Like, will you not poop? I love saltwater taffy, but it's never caused a problem. Yeah, there's one sort of fish oil. I just can't think of the fish it is. For some reason, I'm blanking on it. Not even a solitary fart. I mean, maybe. I've definitely had nurses crop dust me. But, I mean, you could ask any medical professional you know. If you need a fart, you go in a patient room and blame it on the patient. Every single one of them will do it. All of them. I've been crop dusted so many times, and they're like, oh, the patient's flexocele must have come off. And I'm like, bitch, I heard your little musical ass sound. Krill? Krill's a shrimp. I want to say it starts with an L. It's not linseed. That's a seed. It's like, ugh. It'll come to me. I've been having bloating issues. Any advice? So it really depends on what's the cause of the bloating. So bloating is more often than not happening in your intestines because of intestinal irritation, or an overproduction of gas because your intestines are lined with hundreds of thousands of microfauna, little bacteria that just live there, including E. coli. You have your own like form of it, just lives there. It's okay for you. Just don't consume someone else's. So if you eat ass, make sure that ass is clean. That's just safety. So what you want to do is you have to seek out what's causing the irritation of either the bacteria. So if the bacteria are being irritated or they're feasting, they will cause an overproduction of gas, which causes to insane bloating and really bad gas pains, like when you feel a bubble going through you and you just feel every corner and it's the worst in the world. That's from the bacteria being overexcited. So like if you're lactose intolerant, that's kind of what happens. The bacteria are like, "Ah!" and create gas is their byproduct. It's the byproduct of the natural bacteria in your intestines. And when they're real fucking excited, they produce a lot of gas. So it's all about what's irritating your intestinal line. So it could be lactose. You can do the if it's like an ongoing issue of being bloated, not just today happened, you can do what's called the elimination diet, where you just slowly eliminate one food group, or I think you do eliminate all of them and you add them back. Something like that, and you can narrow down or try to narrow down what causes it. It can also be heavily caused by dehydration. So your intestines, your intestinal lining, like literally your entire digestion tract, other than your esophagus, is like wet tissue paper. That's how I'm talking delicate. It is fucking delicate tissue. It is so insanely delicate because it has to be permeable enough that macronutrients pulled from your food out of your intestines can go through that layer into your blood, right? So it has to be like permeable, like spongy. So it's so thin and so paper-like. And the bacteria just live in there and they keep it healthy. They keep it clean. They keep you moving. Gas is a fart screaming to come out. It's my dad used to say, but it's literally true. It's just you need to shit. But if you constantly are re-damaging the lining of your intestines by re-inflaming them, you can actually end up with a tear, and there's no fixing intestines. Like, literally common sense. Go get 2 tissue papers, make them wet, and now try to sew them together. And now shove poop through them. Like, it doesn't happen. We just end up cutting away intestine until you don't have any and you're shitting out of a bag on your side. Be careful with your butt parts, guys. You only get one. Very, very delicate. Lube is amazing. That was probably such a blah. I'm so sorry I went on a rant. I've seen a lot of people with fucked up buttholes. It's crazy. I worked in a surgical unit for way too long. Oh, of course they do. I was in theater for ages. The low food map elimination diet, often a good place to start. Yep, that's the one I was talking about, the elimination. And am I right, Adam? It's you eliminate all the food groups and you slowly add them back, I think. Hi, Liza. Spicy food actually is a very interesting topic. It doesn't actually cause harm. It just causes pain. It's really interesting. Like spice, inherent, like peppers, jalapenos, and things, they don't actually cause harm. Harm comes from what you've done afterwards, usually. Of course, there are extreme examples where people are like chugging habaneros or something. There's something wrong with you. But a normal spicy level that, you know, your butthole might feel kind of hot, it's actually because your anus is made out of the exact same tissue as your lips. It's the same. Your lips and your butt are pretty much the same, except your lips you can talk with and your anus you can sing with. So you can feel that spice again that you felt on your lips, but it doesn't actually cause inherent damage. What can cause inherent damage is what you do afterwards from the stomach, like irritation, like you're feeling bloated and gross because you ate spicy food. And so you eat a carton of ice cream and the gas is trying to like fly through you. That can cause damage. I've seen a lot of people with fucked up buttholes. Banana, I wasn't working, you know this. I was not working in a strictly digestive surgical unit, but I would easily say 70% of the patients I saw were fucked up intestines or buttholes. Easily. Because people just don't realize how fucking delicate you are inside. Like, there's a reason why we're so tough on the outside. It's our only defense. The stuff that's on the inside is delicate, and you don't get another. I've literally seen the doctors coined it a pelvic ectomy. This woman had been chronically constipated for so long that the constipation led to a lack of blood flow to her intestines, which led to necrotizing intestines, which she didn't know about, which led to a necrotizing of every organ in her pelvic cavity. So they literally scooped out about 30 pounds of this woman, and she walked out of the hospital. Still to this fucking day, I can't tell you how any of that worked out, but she had a pelvic ectomy because necrotizing fasciitis is so insanely spreadable. Once one part of your body gets it, if it touches another part, it's going to get it. It's wild. Wild. Just a bag of water. I mean, it's true. Sales is not far off. We're literally a bag of water with some sticks. It's really weird. After that lady, dude, it's wild what I've seen exist. Like, it's amazing. Replace it with an air fryer. I mean, it'd be more useful probably. At least she was like in her 50s and already had kids, thank God, because she literally like ovaries, uterus, everything had necrotizing fasciitis at that point. It was like, we just called it dead bowel at that point. It was just black. Everything inside was black. And sometimes we cross sticks. Tummy sticks. Never for off, never on point. That's me. Chaotic neutral. It's a lifestyle. I mean, you would be the most useful friend on a camping trip. Fruit fly. I will murder you in your sleep. I hate flies. It's the only thing I'll willfully kill and not feel bad. My body is currently trembling due to the shock of what I just heard. Oh, I could hurt. Man, I'm sorry. I should have, like, a warning I put up for these kind of moments. I forget that, you know, most of the world just hasn't experienced the horrible things that medical employees are gifted with. I know. I don't have any baby tarantulas anymore. It's weird. I literally haven't bought tarantulas for over a year now. They're all like medium and up. No shit. Oh my God. Does he still have a neck? All my tarantulas are pretty big now. I had a tarantula loss, by the way, guys. One of my tarantulas molted to be a male and died in the hole. Like, all in the same year. He lived as a male for a year, but I didn't know he was a male because he lived in a hole. I know. I'm sad. Am sad, but what do you do? Male tarantulas don't live very long, unfortunately. It's just a fact. I have another male that I'm just waiting. He won't eat. He won't drink. They just become fucking sex-crazed maniacs, and they don't do anything but die. Sucks. Young people be like, I want to be a nurse doctor. People that are, you don't. So it's a really hard life for what you get out of it. That's the thing. Like, if you want to be in healthcare, what I usually tell people is don't do it because you think it's going to be like you only have to work 3 days a week, or it's going to be a steady pay, or it's going to be like a nice, you finish school and you just get a job. You are doing education all year, every day. You're constantly doing continued education that you have to pay to submit to the state just to maintain your license, like literally all the time. You're never not doing that. You're never out of school. If you're going to do medicine, you're never out of school. You're just continuing school forever, but now you just pay to do it a little bit more to the government instead of a college. It has to be like a soul calling to medicine and the medical sciences for you to survive in it. Because no matter what, you're going to get sad at some point. I've seen the most jubilant doctors cry and break down. It's going to happen. And to survive that and make it worth it, it has to be like a drive. Like there is nothing else that drives you except healing human beings, period. Because all those other misconceptions are wrong. You're going to have 2 jobs. I guarantee it. Every single nurse, respiratory therapist, anyone under a PA, like under the pay scale of a PA, works at more than one hospitals, and most PAs work at more than one hospital just to pay their bills. Because on top of your bills, you're paying out the ass for taxes, and you're paying to maintain your license, and paying to maintain your education all year long, and your scrubs, which have to get monogrammed by the hospital, which are 3 times more expensive than anyone else's scrubs, of course, and so on and so forth. Stethoscopes are $180 a piece. You break 2 a year, or lose it, or it gets taken away somewhere, or someone steals it. Like, there are so many insane costs that it just doesn't make sense for what you're doing. Absolutely. I love you, Ryan. I'm excited to let you stab me with a needle. You better be ready. I'm just going to let you do it. I don't even know what I want anymore. I'm just going to be like, I missed you. Want to cause some pain and blood? Let's do this. I have a picture of actually me and Ryan after the first session of this tattoo, and all the paper towels under me are just soaked. So much blood because it was just so much line work. Oh, it was bad. It was painful. Some of the most painful tattooing I've gone. Not the worst, mind you. The worst ever, right there. In my life, I'm covered in ink right there. Just that bone. That's the worst feeling I've ever felt in my entire life. I almost passed out. Just that spot. Just that one. The rest of them, I just slept. That one? Never again. Although, Ryan has told me that according to tattoo artists, like in general, the consensus is the worst place in the world to get tattooed is the palm of your hand. And that tattoo artists, like when they're out drinking and shit and partying, getting a little fucked, they will dare each other or like bet, like if I win, dude, you gotta fucking get a dot in the middle of your hand. And it's bad enough that tattoo artists will say no and not take the bet. I don't have any hand tattoos in the palm of my hand yet, but my tattoo artist, Ryan, does have the entire fucking golden snitch on the palm of his hand, which makes me question my choices. Not really. I like people that like pain. They get it. Eliza, I would pay to see you get it done. I couldn't do it, I don't think. Because literally, I remember that when they hit that bone, I almost, it was like a nerve shot in my head. It was terrible. I don't know if I could do it. Dude, I mean, what I do when I'm like feeling the itch to get a tattoo is I literally start surfing like Instagram and Pinterest and looking at other people's tattoos and ideas, and I come up with my own idea. Like I get inspired. I'm like, I really like that shape on that person's body, but do I want a bunch of daffodils? No, I don't. No, thank you. And so I say, oh, I really like this shape that they created with this image on a person's body, but I would like it to be this. And then I I grow off of that. That's how I get inspired to do tattoos on myself. I don't have like tattoos that are like, this one's so meaningful. Yeah, not really. I think it's more like decorating my body with someone else's art, with like artist's art, I just have really expensive skin. His fingers, I don't think fingers hurt too bad. I've known a lot of people that get like the tops of their fingers done. I mean, they hurt. All tattoos fucking hurt, let's be honest. But they're not the worst. I don't think. Whereas you have so many nerves in your palm and your fingertips, I don't even know. I have no idea. Straight fire, what that would feel like, I have no clue. Oh my God, you had Botox in your hands? Oh my God, ow, 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 I can't. Was it worth it? Did the skull tattoo hurt? I've heard finger tattoos and feet tattoos don't last long because the skin comes off. Like you're constantly wearing the skin away. The side, yeah, that's soft skin. That's like this skin. I don't know how the fuck anybody. I've seen a woman who had a full, beautiful spider web up her armpit and into her arm. But like, if any of you have a sibling who's pinched this, I don't know if I could do it. This is the softest skin ever. I just don't know. But then again, like I've had my under boob tattooed and that didn't hurt at all. And that's really soft skin. So I don't think the softness of your skin necessarily means it's going to hurt the most. I think it's just nerve endings. I have this under boob tattooed and I thought it was going to be the worst. It wasn't at all. You bite down and cry. I do that for all my tattoos. It's awful. Everything can last if done right. This is true. If I wanted like a true like hand tattoo, I would do what Ryan did and like have a professional that knows what the fuck they're doing because your hands are like calloused and it's a different depth of dermis. Like I've seen tattoos that people go too deep in the skin, like they go to the wrong level of dermis and the tattoo becomes this pus bubble of ink and hell coming out of someone's arm. Tattooing is a literal science. Like these people do apprenticeships longer than most doctors. It's kind of insane. I know, right, Sales? Like, the skin is so soft. Oh! I don't think, Ryan, do you do stick and poke? I mean, you'd stick and poke my girl Eliza, right? Like, even if you don't stick and poke, she's pretty dope. My worst by far was on the inside of my wrist. Oh, I don't have those either. When they got to the real thin skin towards the bone, that's literally... That was this one. She hit that knob right there. And I was like, I watched this whole thing done. And when she hit that, I was like, and I had to look away. And I looked at my friend Millie and I was with my eyes screaming. I might pass out on camera right now. I didn't, thankfully, but it was something. Some little bastard. Rest of it, fuck itself. Nothing. And I think it's that beginning of what you're talking about, like that soft-ass tendon skin right here. As a respiratory therapist, one of the other jobs we do, other than unplugging your grandmother, is we do what's called an ABG, or an arterial blood gas. So when nurses take blood or give you drugs, they're going into veins almost exclusively, unless you have what's called an A line, in which you're in the ICU, it's different. When a respiratory therapist comes to get blood from you, we take it from right here, because you've got a big fat artery right there that I can feel the pulse of, but you have to angle your needle and get between all those fine-ass tendons and all that shit, and if you don't, it can be the worst feeling. I've never had one done to myself, ever. However, I've seen them done terribly. I've had patients crying. I have never done a bad one. I knock on wood. Like, I've saved people, but I've never done a bad one, thank fuck. But it's like... You hit one of those tendons and that person's gonna fly, and then you've got a needle stuck through their wrist, and it's just... Thank you so much for enabling me to do this instead of that. I don't know how I can say thank you enough. That job was weird. Oh my God, glitter worms. I've been sick. I've had like a terrible sinus infection for like almost 3 weeks. Maybe 1-2 streams a week if I can manage it. Like, I couldn't even stand up straight. Like, I was falling over. I had fucking vertigo from my sinuses. Ugh. I know, Ryan, and I am so sorry. I think that was one of the first things you ever asked me when you found out I was RT. You were like, do you do ABGs? And I was like, yeah, but I'm really good at them. Because it's like, it's the most vital information I can get from you. If I can get arterial blood from you, I can find out anything. I can be a firebender and get calcifer on my palm. Oh my God. Ouch. But that would be amazing. I can't say I would be able to do the same with you because I would definitely chicken out. Like halfway through it, I would just be like, I can't. My pain tolerance is pretty high, but like, I don't know if it's that high. You ain't getting my blood, bish. Mm-hmm. Depends on how inebriated you are on the bed. And by inebriated, I mean, conscious. Not that word. Donating blood once the nurse went straight through the art. What the fuck? I'm just happy you're alive. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I've had a bad blood draw myself, actually. A phlebotomist fucking went through a valve in my elbow, and to this day I have a huge scar. It looks like I'm a heroin addict from one blood draw for a job. Went straight through a valve and giggled. I was like, that fucking hurts, and he's like, probably hit a valve. Okay. Oh my god. Brian, as an RT, I just want to apologize for all RTs. We know what we're doing. It's terrible. If you asked any RT what their personal hell is, it's on a ventilator getting ABGs all day. It's like they took the worst jobs in the hospital and just threw them on an RT. Maybe because the patients don't have to see us as often so they can hate us more. I don't know. I mean, nursing has terrible jobs as well, but, like, we kill people, Like, who decided that? Why aren't doctors unplugging? Why isn't me getting paid close to minimum wage? Seriously, Rip, I always find it easier on thick people. Honestly, thin people, it's harder. Because on thinner people, you'll feel the pulse, and it's, like, misleading. Because there's no fatty tissue to hold your artery in place, it will roll. Literally, I'm sure you've heard the term a rolly artery. Anybody that gets ABGs regularly, I'm sure a shitty RT has told you, oh, it rolled. It shouldn't roll, but if you're really fucking thin, it does roll. Like, I'll go at it with the needle, and it will roll out of the way, and I gotta stab you more than once, and it sucks. Literally maybe twice in my life if I ever had to hit another one, because I take my fucking time. But when you have more meat in your arm, it's holding that stuff in place. So where I feel your pulse, I am pretty fucking positive that's where the artery is gonna be. Because that's what we do. We have to... You feel not with your thumb, because your thumb actually has a pulse. You don't ever feel pulses with your thumb. But you feel down the arm, and I usually track it up the arm, and I try to find a good spot. And I usually feel for, like, a fleshy, like, a spot where I can stick my finger like this. Because if you can't do this, there's going to be tendons. You're going to go through tendons. And our needles are the sharpest thing in the world. They're so ssharp. So you got to find a nice little place, It's a whole procedure. I had to do 500 before I got my license as a respiratory therapist. It was crazy. The rolly veins suck. And it just means you have less tendons and shit in your wrist. Usually you want to relax as much as possible, but usually what I'll do with rolly tendon people is I'll actually hold the side of your wrist like this with my fingers. With one hand, like, obviously I'm using my fucking own arm right now, but I'll literally brace all of the inner nonsense with my fingers before I go in. Because I don't want, the more stabs you have to do, because every time we go in and we miss, you have to completely exit, throw that syringe away, clean the wound, put a Band-Aid, go get another kit, open it up, and do it again. So every time you miss, you're opening a new entry for infection in someone's body. So this is bad, right? Common sense. You do not want to have to try more than once, so you want to get it on the first fucking try. Period. And if you really don't think you can, or if a person doesn't have arms, we can go in your neck. I can get it out of your temple. I have many places I can draw blood. This is just the safest and easiest to heal. But we'll go from here to here, to here, to here, to here. I can get it all over the place. I can fucking suck your body. I'm a vampire. But it's easier in your wrist. And less likely to be a problem for you in the future, I love you, Ryan. I'm excited to see you eventually. Please stay safe. 5+ vial? Oh my god. That's a lot of blood. Oh, Ryan, I would totally do your ABG, man. I was actually real good at him. I have great tactility in my fingertips. I can feel, I've literally had RTs call, I'm not, like, I would never toot my own horn, except for the fact that I was actually quite good at them, and I don't know why. But other RTs would call me if they couldn't get one. Oh my god, I could tell you horror stories. I won't. I don't want to scare you guys anymore. It's like the end of the day. I'm not here to give you guys nightmares. Maybe. Not today. Back of the hand, yep. They'll go for that sometimes. They tried to do that on my mom and busted a valve in her fucking veins. Oh, God. Did they at least feed you afterwards? Jesus. I must be so thin because it just feels like a chasm. I mean, I'm not a skinny person, and I can literally, like, finger fuck my wrist. Not everybody can do this. I don't know why. Older women, for some reason, will have a lot of extra shit in their wrists. It's so gross. This is gonna be really gross. If you're grossed out easily, don't listen. When you do an ABG on, like, 80-plus woman, when you insert the needle, it's like inserting a needle into a hummus stone. Like those stones used to rub the calluses off your feet. It's like, and you, like, feel it, hear it in your hand, kind of. It's horrific. Everybody's different. Everybody's different. People have weird bodies. I mean, if you do, what is it? This? Is it this? This one? Middle finger, ring finger? There's like a tendon. You can do this, and if it shows, like, I have it. But if you don't have it, you're, like, more evolved than me, I think. But it's a totally useless tendon that they can actually, like, take out and use in other places in your body if you get in a car accident and fuck yourself up. Science, I'm telling you. The world is weird. We actually do need an ad break. I don't know how I talk for an hour straight. And any of you are still here, but I feel like we just took a break, but it's time for a break. Am I that high? Lavoshka, nuh-uh. You only have it on one wrist. Shut up. Wait. I'm identical. I'm boring. What? I don't know. That's pretty cool, though. That's weird. You have an extra tendon. One. No, Mickey. I would punch them in the throat. Whenever I go to a hospital, I'm like, I'm an RT, by the way. People treat you better. You can say it. No one quizzes you. Just say it. And then they won't stab you as hard because they know what the fuck you're capable of and how many people you've watched die. I thought this was a medical channel. I don't even know anymore. What happened? Oh, no. What do I do? Hang out. I just want to feel better. I'm just hoping that pretending to be not sick will make me not sick. Fake it till you make it, motherfuckers. Mid-size thick, and I can't tell if I have it or not. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to, like, it's like your middle finger or your ring finger. Touch it to the palm of your hand. And if you can see, like, any little tendon poking out, I think that's what it is, right? And that's it, right? And, like, you just will have, like, a gap if you don't have it, I think. Oh, Mickey, no. I would never wiggle. I would never, ever in my life. I'd be so... The thing is with needles is, you know this, if you've ever worked with a needle, like a needle meant for injecting or pulling blood, the tip of the needle is a bevel, and it is micro sharp. It is so goddamn sharp. Like, it is the sharpest thing. We literally call them sharps for a reason. They're sharp. And wiggling that is like wiggling around a little switchblade inside your wrist. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna nick, let alone slice your artery, slice your vein open. Like, it's literally like taking a knife and... I wouldn't. And it's highly advised against to do such a thing. You miss, you pull out. Get a new kit. Try again. You miss, and the grand rule is, you miss twice, you get another person. If you've missed twice, you're gonna miss every time. It's just not your day. And every once in a while, maybe your hands are cold, maybe you're tired, maybe you got a sinus infection, you're loopy as fuck. You're gonna have an off day, you go get another person. Because it doesn't matter, there's no shame in a hospital. It's about the patient. Like, you get another person. I'm usually that other person because I'm really good at them for some reason. Probably because I fear pain. A glut, I get that all the time, it's fine. All the time. 7 misses and no new person. Do you have anywhere you can report that? Because that's like, I'm not gonna, I mean, you know, I don't want to scare people, but the rate of infection is so fucked up with that. One nurse fucked it up 3 times once, had to go home and could not, excuse me, what? They just told you couldn't donate? Never in the US would you ever see that in a million years. They would call someone from home. As long as nothing was wrong with you, like as long as you weren't passing out, they'll get your blood. They'll fucking slit your throat and like milk you over a barn. That's wild. Mickey, are you just like dehydrated? 2 and done. That's the rule via the DMV, like the national watching medicine people. The people that come in and like watch us and make sure we're being ethical. That's ethics. That is ethics, because every single time you open that person's skin, your skin is your largest organ, and it's the #1 defense against infection of those soft, wet tissue things on the inside of your body we were just talking about. And every time you open it, it's like you guys heard me talking about necrotizing fasciitis, Fournier gangrene. It's all the same thing. It's caused by a bacteria called Staphylococcus aureus. Staphylococcus aureus is a natural flora on your skin all the time. It lives on our skin. We're dirty. I mean, it doesn't matter how many times a day you clean yourself. You just pick these things up from the environment, and they live there. And every time you get a wound, all those little floras go, woo, and dive into the wound. And if you're already immunocompromised in a hospital or sick, you're going to get a fucking infection. I mean, that's how you get infection. You break skin. That's why you shouldn't pick your face. Cheers. No, like all of it. Can you use this throat slash and collection trough method? You know, in Colorado, they might say yes. I think we hit 426, maybe. I think we kind of hit 426. I went on a rant, and I apologize. Medicine gets me heated. It's all I did for like a very long time of my life. So it's just like, imagine a lobe of your brain is just turned off until someone's like respiratory, and then it's like, boop, boop, boop. That's what happens. Cheers. Sales. How long did I forget already? The worst. What? Mickey. I don't know what to do in your country when things like that happen, but if there's anything you can do to report these people that are doing that to you, it is so fucking unethical worldwide, leaving a needle in someone's arm for that long of time. If the vein is collapsed, you move on. No, I've never lived or worked in Rhode Island. I've never even been to Rhode Island. It's one of the very few East Coast states I haven't visited. I know. I have a ton of family over there. It's one of the few. Nope, I've lived in New York, Maryland, DC, and Washington and Colorado. Washington, DC, and Washington State. I know. Confused. DeSantis' wife has cancer, so took her to a cancer no mask? Wait. I mean, I don't mean to be depressing, but she'll die. Took her to a concert, no mask, and I believe no vaccination. What the fuck? I know, right, Banana? Like, what do people worldwide do if people are doing this? That's insane, Mickey. No, I wouldn't. I mean, there's a reason the vein is collapsed, and force sucking fluid through an already unhealthy vein that is collapsed is causing further trauma. Let's take a break. I can't. Did I go to the same medical school as everyone else or not? I don't know. I feel like maybe I went somewhere else. Different planet. I thought of something very important pertaining to our previous conversation about Mickey getting his blood sucked through a collapsed vein. You always have autonomy of your body until you are deemed crazy, which can happen. Like if you're in the ICU and you start screaming about, people shooting you because you're a horse in a trough or something. we can take that away because obviously you're not there anymore. But if someone is like, no, there's no possible way. There's no other vein in your entire body. We can't take blood from anywhere else. We have to take it from here. You can put your hand on top of your fucking arm and say, fuck yourself. You cannot, you always have autonomy of your body, and you can always tell someone that they're in the wrong if they're hurting you. Period. You can do that in the ICU if you're dying. You can, I mean, there's people dying of COVID right now denying the vaccine or anything or any treatment, begging for ivermectin paste. You can do that. We'll let you. We don't want to, but we'll let you. You might piss someone off, but you always have autonomy of your body, and I need to just stress that. Because as a respiratory therapist, I had a lot of patients that were in a medical coma, meaning we induced the coma with medications because you're on a ventilator, and that's extremely stressful, especially if you went on a ventilator because of a traumatic accident, so you weren't conscious of it happening, so you're just waking up on it. That's very scary. And a lot of the times those people have no advocates because we're still trying to find family. We're still trying to figure out what happened to them, but I'm taking care of them. And I always try to advocate for my patient when there's no one there to do it for them and they can't do it themselves. Because hospitals will just take control. They'll do what they want. They'll do what they think they can. They'll do what's easy because there's no one there to say no or discuss the topic. And it doesn't mean they're wrong, but you always have autonomy of your body. Always. Period. You can say no anytime. The hospital is your employee. You're paying them for a service. And if they are not doing that service as you expect it or as you want it, you can say no. Hence these anti-vaxxers frolicking about. I just need you guys to know that. Please. Like, I know I did it as a respiratory therapist. I know nursing does it. I know we all do it. We lose a sense of respect for the patient because you're laying there mostly naked. You just have a gown on, balls out. Most people are just spread eagle. They don't give a fuck because they've got like 10 catheters in and a Flexaseal and an A-line, and like they have no way to be comfortable, so they're not going to do anything about it. And it's important for me as a person to make you feel like a human. Even in those moments, I'm going to make you feel like a human. I'm going to address you by your name. I'm going to speak to you, even if you're in a coma, because that's all you have left is your humanity in a hospital and your choices. And when you're out of it, those are gone, you know? I don't mean to get like dark on you, but I need you guys to fucking know this shit. You can always say no. Even if it means you die, which sucks. I mean, I don't want you to die, but you can always say no. That being said, the hospital can never say no. That is a United States of America thing. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a law. Hospitals must treat you. If you are in dire need of treatment, like you're in an issue, we have to take you. They cannot turn you away. Like regardless of your status as an American, we don't care what your status is as an American. If you're not a citizen, please seek help still. We don't call the government and tell them there's like an undocumented Mexican in the hospital. I don't care. I find a translator and translate what you need and I help you. Period. We help humans. The money part and the insurance part is fucked. That part is a garbage fest. But on the base level, the nurses, the doctors, the respiratory therapists, the techs, all the ER people, all the radiology people, pharmacy, we all want to help you. Just because you're a human, not because of any other reason. Like, we don't care what color you are. We don't care what you look like, what your financial status is. We are not calling on your status in the government. Like, that's a huge problem right now among Mexican communities. There's a lot of people who are undocumented and they're terrified to seek help because they think they're going to get sent out of the country. And so they're all dying of COVID. Like, they're infecting each other. And it's like, I've never met a medical person in my life who gives a fuck. Never. That's not even a thing we ask. You have an anonymity as far as you want it. I need the information to help your body and to heal you. And if you can't speak English, we have these phones where you call like a translator. It's a service we pay for. And I have one phone in my ear. You have one phone. You speak Spanish into your phone. And I have an English translator. And I help you. And I get you better. And that's it. And I wish this was more well known and more talked about. Seriously. Like, not as a, well, kind of, like, or people spreading, like, well, my cousin's dog's balls owners sucked a licked or whatever. The government called on him. Like, don't spread that shit. Because that's how people die. Seriously. They just sit at home and die. When they could have totally gone out and just got a vax. You know? It is. And there are, I mean, it's still happening prevalently, but we can't turn you away for treatment. And like I said, you do have autonomy. If your nurse or doctor or so on and so forth is a cunt, fire them. You can do it at any stage in the hospital. Do you know how many times I've seen a patient fire their nurse? Nothing happens. The nurse gets moved to a different patient, you get a new nurse. The doctor gets moved to a different patient, you get a new doc. There's a million docs in most hospitals, unless you're in a really, really small community, in which case I'm so sorry that happens. You can fire your fucking nurse while you're hooked up to every machine they have you hooked up on at any point if they're treating you badly. Like, I've had patients straight up treat me badly because I'm white or a woman or they want something else, you know? Like, I can't do anything. I'm still going to heal you whether you hate me or not. I don't care. My job is to make you get out of the hospital, which is good for me if you're being a jerk. But if you have, I mean, like I said, they're your employee, right? Why would you give someone money who's treating you like shit because of the color of your skin or anything? And if it's the whole hospital, like, if you can, I would move. I wouldn't stay in a community like that if I could. I know there's a lot of people stuck. I come from Baltimore. I get it. Thankfully, Baltimore is kind of, it's shifted mildly in that a lot of the low-income community has, you know, become the doctors. So they've got that bleeding heart for the community. Thank fuck. It's not just a bunch of rich white people from other parts of the country anymore, but it's still a lot of that still. And rich other colors. I mean, I don't just put it on white people. It's just predominantly, I'm white, so I can make fun of us. You know, I'm not going to go after anybody else. Mark, you should go to sleep. You have school. School day. My mom used to sing this horrible song to me. What was it? School days, rule days, reading and writing and rule days. Reading and writing and arithmetic. Sung to the tune of a hickory stick, which is what they used to beat you with, I think. My mom used to sing that to me in the mornings to wake me up to go to school. Maybe I won't sing that. School. Advanced directives are even more important if you're in a marginalized community. I 100% am not having my family make decisions about my care. 100%. I don't want to give you guys horror stories anymore. Again, end of the day. But yes, I would, as well as having an advanced directive, even if your family doesn't want to hear it, scream what you want at them. Scream it, make them look you in the eyes, and scream it. Because, unfortunately, if you code and one of them are in the room, we'll do whatever they say. I've seen it a million times. We don't pause to look up the directive on the computer real quick. If your son's there and he's crying and says, save mom, we save mom. And then we look up the directive and go, fuck. Usually, if the patient's been there for over 24 hours, we know the directive. But if you're a new patient, we don't know it yet. It sucks. Email is so much better. Yes. May not be the only ones who make a pig's ear of actually, you know, treating other humans like humans, but we've done a lot of it. We have. I mean, it's just so, especially in this country. I mean, I hate to say it, but like the root of all evil is the white people that came over and spread disease and like just fucking slaughtered the nations. We wouldn't have won anything if it wasn't for our diseases we spread first. It's kind of sad. I mean, I'm not a shit person. At my core, I know I'm not. But I am part of that. I can't separate myself and say I'm special from all the other white people. I'm not. I was probably raised just as fucking ignorant and white as any other person was. I try to grow. I try to learn. I invite you guys to correct me when I say ignorant shit. Chief Green, bitch. Thank you for the 22 months. This tier 2 lover. Really, Judy? Thank you. You know, those are the kind of streamers I watch, honestly. Ones that talk a lot. I just like to listen because I don't have the attention span to really watch stuff. Like even movies and stuff. It's very rare a movie can really hold me to not do anything else. Like super rare. Once in a blue moon, I'll get a movie and I'm like, oh, and not do something else. But most of the time, just to stay awake, I'll like paint on my iPad and I'm still paying attention. I'm just listening. It's a lot of guilt. I mean, I grew up in a really racist place. Like, they're it's so weird because it's all white people. There's no one, but they use horrible racist words because it's country. And it's like, it's just terrible. I mean, there's nothing, it's just terrible. It's just terrible. Cute little town. People are terrible. I mean, I guarantee someone would touch your hair. Ooh, fruit fly. I lurk and talk during smoke breaks. Fuck yes. I love, dude. I mean, I've said it a million times. I'm probably a broken record, but since I started streaming, I enjoy being more like a podcast. I like just talking to you guys. I feel like not as cool as Kevin Smith, but you know Kevin Smith's little stand-ups where he just takes a question and then he rants for 2 hours? I do that, but on accident and for free. Technically. From Lee Country. Mm-hmm. It's like Eastern Washington State. It's like the Pacific Northwest technically, but these people have a southern accent. That's where I grew up. It's very strange. I used to live there, Katie. It's a shithole because of the people. I know. And it's perpetuated because of the people. It's weird. Knives, there's only one police officer, so you wouldn't. Guaranteed he's pulling someone over somewhere in the woods. There's only one cop. You wouldn't. Kevin Smith's amazing. He's so fun to listen to talk to. Listen to talk? Listen, yeah. Wow. Sorry. I love just chat. I like hanging out. Like, just chatting when it first started, I was, not to toot myself, but I was the stream. I was invited by Twitch to launch the IRL category. It was the most IRL stream of my life, though. My ring light lit on fire and melted, so that was cool. But after that happened, it turned into, you know, hot tubs and pasties. And I was like, I like just chatting to my community all day, but the category sucks. And the people that would drop into my chat out of nowhere were just shitballs, you know, that thought racist slang is funny and cute. And so we would like hang out in game categories and literally just chat all day. But I love talking to you guys. People are interesting. You guys are interesting. Learning about, I mean, I have a hard time finding anyone uninteresting. Maybe it's everybody else. Exactly. If someone touched my hair, well, it would be like a little 89-year-old lady from the hills that had never seen a black person before. My words, not theirs. I don't know what the fuck they would say. So it wouldn't be malicious. It would be like, oh, my dear, isn't that beautiful? Kind of thing. I don't know if you would be able to beat her up. It would be like more weird. Do you play games much these days? I fucking play games literally every moment of my life that I'm not streaming. Every time I try to play a game on stream, I just end up talking. You guys are more interesting than any game I'd ever play. So I'm never gonna like skip chat for the game. I'll always pause the game because I can play a game anytime. But you guys are, you know, here for a limited amount of time, however you can hang out, and then you're gone. I don't know. That's just me, though. You can have all the colonial guilt you want. No, not unreasonable at all. But Europeans were not the only assholes. If you look at the Middle East versus Africa, oh yeah. I mean, everybody's been an asshole at some point, right? Yeah. This is not an excuse to be proud of shitty behavior. No, never. Never. And like, I'm honestly, like, I did Ancestry.com and did my little tree. And I'm so excited that my family's fresh off the boat because, like, who wants to brag that their ancestors came over on the Mayflower? Like, what? But, you know, I mean, it's in the way we are as white people. We are just inherently raised to think we're better. And you have to make the choice to realize you fucking aren't. You're kind of shit. We're all shit. Everybody's shit. But it's not any fault of any. It's just especially the America thing. You read a history book and there's not a famous, a story about a black person or an Asian person doing anything in America at all. It's all just, you know, like white people who rescued Pocahontas and shit. It's just bullshit. But that subconsciously does things, right? If you're not reading about heroes of any other nationality or any other color or anything, sexuality, pronoun, anything, not only does it make people who don't associate with those not think they're real, people who are looking for an identity have no one to look at all. I can't if I mean I didn't look up to anyone specifically, but I can't fathom feeling that way. Like if there was a black kid in my school growing up, I can't even imagine. So I try to put myself there and empathize and try to be a better person without being like, that signaling shit, whatever it's called. It's the white dance, man. I'm telling you. I just want to be a good person and not associated with shitty humans. That's it. I went to the West Point on first year. There's a barber gave me shit for not washing my hair enough. Go fuck yourself. I have never had a hairdresser tell me that. They're always like, don't wash your hair ever. Once a month. Never in my life. I told a buddy when I got back to my company area, and he asked me if I use berries for my hair. Oh my fucking God. Go fuck yourself. Stop it. I don't want to smile because I'm not proud of that. I am like, how monkeys like show their teeth when they're anxious that they're going to be attacked? That's more what's happening. What? What the fuck? Lack of representation is a huge issue, and it's just something that is absorbed subconsciously into baby brains that we don't think about as adults because we already had the indoctrination subconsciously. And it's a cycle that perpetuates itself over and over and over, And you have to make the conscious decision to see it and make a point of pointing it out and admitting guilt to it for anything to change. But people, you can never be wrong. European history in the U.S. often seems to consist of, there was some kings. What European history? I didn't get a European history lesson until I went to college. I paid for all of mine. And they were elective. I took all Eastern European history because I literally had no idea once you got east of the British Isles what the fuck was there. None. It was Russia or the Soviet Union in my head. That was it. And to me, I was like, I'm so dumb. I need to do something about it. So I took a lot of weird electives. I took a class on Islam because I grew up in the era of 9/11, unfortunately. So it was just anti-anything Middle East, anything at all. And so we weren't taught anything, period, except cuss words and horrible slander. Not by our teachers, by our parents. But I took those I made the choice to be the ignorant white bitch in those classes. I was like, I want to see the Quran. I need to see this shit because all I've been fed is bullshit by media and other ignorant white people who, don't have the same access or don't know they have the same access to information that I do or that we do. You dig? I think European history is fascinating compared to ours. Ours is just slaughter. Slaughter under the mask of success. Oh, look at the Oregon Trail. Our ancestors survived in covered wagons across some mountains. Did they mention all the diseases and all the people they just completely genocided on accident? Not at all, okay. It's always warped. Either the reason why they are important is misinterpreted or flat out hijacked in most U.S. history books, and sparse positive representation of ethnic groups other than Caucasian in history books. Unless you get taught using Howard Zinn or something, in which case the CRT packing shitheads will beat down your door. I mean, that's the thing. And now it's like this huge, like half of our country is fighting against critical race theory, which is, imagine fighting education. Just imagine fighting education. There's a deadly pandemic, killing thousands, by the way. Still many, many countries that don't have access to vaccinations, many impoverished people without access to vaccinations. Many. But imagine fighting not just education, history that most of us already know is true. Like, we may not know the ins and outs of all the details, but like we've gathered the horrific things we've done as a country and fighting it. Like, that's what you dedicate your day to. Imagine. Like, whenever you're like laying in bed and feeling kind of sad because you're lonely or like you're not getting your pee-pee touched, imagine that there's some people who dedicate every moment of their life to fighting education of the youth of America. Wow. And it's not like you're imagining unicorns. These are a huge population of people, enough to stop it. Do you feel better about yourself yet? I do. I fucking love you, Yuffie. How you doing, boo-boo? Thank you for the resub. You got a new job? Oh, fuck yeah. Do you like the hair? Thank you. I did it myself. It's grown out quite a bit, actually. You can see my shit brown coming in. It's a little greeny because I use like a blue shampoo. Oh, I just elbowed you in your thick skull. I used to feel really bad when I accidentally smacked them, but their heads are bowling balls. They have no idea. Like, they knock their heads into each other, and it sounds like two pieces of granite. And they just walk away. They don't hear a thing. It's amazing. Or they don't feel a thing. You still learn Sacagawea volunteered? Oh, I think when I was in school, we learned they were in love. How do we fix it? I think talking about it and being open to talking about it and being open to admitting fault and not leaning on the crutch of, well, I didn't do the racist shit. I hear that a lot. Well, it wasn't me. Stop it. You stop it right now. Lord Freeze's, I love you.
That's a really long sub, you silly bitch. Oh, is it time check? Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's why he's here. You can't see my void because he's so dark, but this is him. If I do that, you can see his eye. His creepy third eyelid. I can't remember what they're called. Aren't they dude? These guys, their tails are not thick, thankfully. I had a he was a golden lab when I was a kid. He was just enormous. Like, not fat. He was just a huge dog. If you guys remember Link, my old golden retriever, rest in peace, beautiful soul, same size, just huge. And his tail, I swear to you, was just a fucking summer sausage that would slap you. And he could, like, knock you over with it. It was wild. He could bruise your legs. But he was so happy. It wasn't me. Equates to society that's okay when it happens. Exactly. It's fault. Lilith is humping him while it's happening. Do you see this? Lilith just fucked him. She's so dominant. It's amazing. It's guilt. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like guilt misplacement. It's well, it wasn't me. I can't think of the word. There's a term for it. But I think a huge part of a problem in just society in general is accepting guilt, accepting there's a problem that you can actually do something about if you make an effort. It doesn't have to be your fault for you to make a change for the better. Just because I'm not an open racist who uses the N-word doesn't mean I can't work towards trying to make a change. It obviously makes a huge statement if you were horrifically racist and you change the fuck who you were and admit to being horrifically racist, but everybody can make a change if you just continue to talk about it. It needs to be talked about. Like, we can't, just because we've gone, probably 0 minutes where a young black child was shot in Baltimore, doesn't mean it's over. I don't say that facetiously. There's a lot of little black kids shot in Baltimore every single day. It's literally a shooting. It's crazy. But no one hears about it. They have to fight it. If people are educated on how... Are they humping? It's happening behind me, right? This is such a weird conversation to have while my dogs, like, try to dominate each other behind me. Just know I'm being serious, even though they're not. I know you would never, but if you ever said that word, I would open palm slap you. The N-word? I get physically ill. Even hearing it in a movie. Oh my god, what was I watching the other day? I watched, To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything. Love Julie Newmar, one of my favorite movies in the whole world. And I completely forgot about the, fucking homophobic cop. I don't know how. I just haven't seen the movie in a couple years. It's one of my favorites. It's one of those ones I'd seen a million as a kid, so I watched it every once in a while. And there's this homophobic cop that says all these horrible homophobic slurs and then says the fucking N-word to Wesley Snipes. And I was like, I gag. I physically get ill because I was not raised in an environment where that word was acceptable. I couldn't even say sucks. My mom would make me say vacuums. Like, I grew up in a place where people were very ignorant and racist, but my family and my personal circle, my parents, they were both very liberal from the West Coast, so they were very adamant about you would never use any of that language. Like, if my brothers said it jokingly, they'd get fucking backhanded. It was not an okay thing, and I'm grateful for that. I know. Rest in peace, Patrick Swayze. What an artist, though. Oh no, I welcome it because honestly, if you're not being told you fucked up, how do you change a behavior, right? If all you do is exist in an echo chamber of, yeah, everything you do is perfect, you can never grow as a human, and I don't want that. That sounds bad. No thanks. I would much rather alter said behavior because I don't seek to hurt people. And if I do, you'll know it's happening. It's quite purposeful. You know? Like, I don't want to ever accidentally, even inadvertently, like, harm someone or even make someone feel less than or shitty by my wordage. I invite correction because I know you guys do too, because that's how you grow as a human. That's literally how you grow as a human. As a child, you take a test and your teacher marks things wrong, but in real life, it's people marking wrong answers IRL going, oh, actually, that's a little fucked up. The wordage is this. And if you go, well, I didn't know, and it's just how I was raised, and it's my generation, so, like, it's not my fault. You's a piece of shit. Time to pull on your big girl pants and grow the fuck up. I think people are very triggered by the term critical race theory when really it's just a diverse term the media uses to describe teaching actual history. Exactly. Yes. You know, the history that happened and not the history that was rewritten. The edit. Exactly. It's just teaching the not edited version. The rough draft, if you will. Yeah. Why do they want us to invent new lies to write over what's been going on for the last Dude, you fucking got me. I don't get it. I don't get it. When I was a kid, obviously the history I was learning was different than my mom's. It got a little bit better. Not perfect, but a little. And when I came home learning new things, she was excited. Like, I remember being a kid and coming home and being like, I learned this and this. And she'd be like, oh, that's cool. We never learned that. And she'd listen to me talk about it. And that's kind of how I retained information. Weird talking. But I cannot, yeah, I don't get it. Everything hurts. Pasty Bagel, thank you for that resub, love. Yes, the Chippendale tryouts. Oh my god, that's such a classic. Such a classic. Imagine, that's, Yuffie, I was literally just talking about that. Like, imagine, like, wanting to be stagnant. There's one person who plays with me. She tries speaking that she's not racist nor homophobic, but uses slurs. Nope. Yeah. I got pissed off when she said that, and she said she didn't understand. So I would say, what if I use slurs towards you? She didn't like being around me now because I'll call her out, but I'll keep doing it until she changes. Nope, that's so, I would do the same. Honestly, Carter, like, I've known people like that. Like, I dated a guy, very short-handed, mind you, that he was playing video games, got real angry, and he said the N-word, like effing N-word, something like that. And he wasn't talking to anyone. He just said it at the TV, but I fucking unplugged the TV and was like, the fuck was that? And his excuse was something along the lines of, oh, it only comes out when I'm super pissed off. I'm sorry. But I'm a human. I too get very angry at times. I have an insane temper. I'm a manic bipolar person. It happens. And the only things that come out of my mouth are words I regularly use. Sure, they're the dirtier ones, but I still am regularly using them in closed company. So, like, for instance, in the hospital, if a patient crashed, I'd say, oh, fuck a shit, and help the patient. Because fuck a shit is something I say when I'm streaming in my private life. And it's something I try to not say at the hospital, but in a moment of stress, it comes out. In order for something racist like the N-word or something horrific along those lines, Asian hate words are very prevalent. Like, right. Lilith, stop it. Very prevalent right now. Equally un-okay because everybody is blaming this virus on China, which is disgusting behavior. But if it's happening, you've got it in your personal lexicon. It's in your brain. You use it enough for it to come out when you're under less control. New words you don't use regularly aren't flying out of your mouth once you're out of control. That's not the... I'm not sitting here like, super califragilistic cactus pine seeds watermelon. It's not words that I don't normally use. When I'm angry, in pain, or losing control, which is what anger is, it's a loss of your facilities to where you do things you wouldn't normally do. It's words that are normally used. And I was like gone. Because there are not, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? There's no but in a sentence like that. You are or you aren't. If you are accepting of that language, meaning you're accepting to use it, or you're accepting of other people using it around you without saying anything, that is a form of racism. It's accepting racism. It's racism. And that's kind of what our entire country is built on. It's just, well, whatever. It's just the way it's always been. You know? Maybe spiffy, but it totally wasn't. You're not wrong, Adam. I started anger management therapy when I was 13. It's going great. Cursing, it does. Honestly, I read a study on that C-Town years ago. Like weightlifters, they go, making sounds and screaming and yelling does give you a little bit more power when you lift. But screaming racist words at a TV doesn't. Just FYI. I'm catching up on chat, sorry. Mickey, good night, love, if you're still here. Sleep well. I'm reassured to be here to know that I'm not alone in trying to change things around me. This shit is everywhere. A bunch of racists came out of hiding to complain and whine about a cosmetic in a video game being taken away because it was used to harass black players. Shut the fuck up. A cosmetic. There are women being forcibly sterilized at the Mexican border, and they're worried about a game cosmetic that is actually being used as a racist weapon against people in the game. See, this is... I hate talking about it, but this is shit we need to be aware of, because this is the environments kids are in. Online video game shit, this is literally the environments kids are in, like, 24/7. Just inundated, and no matter what you teach them, you always pick up what's going on in your environment. So you can teach your kids not to be racist, but if you're a racist piece of shit, your kids are going to end up using those words, period. Even if you slap them for it, they're still going to use them. It's going to happen. It's monkey see, monkey do with young children, you know? That is wild. Jesus Christ. Also, something that needs to be pointed out is that every nation has myths they tell about themselves. Some of it is, well, like Yuffie said earlier, the winners write history, right? Some of it is directly constructed by the state to support its broader agenda. Some of it is to carve out political and economical identities. Some of it, this is so well written. I just love it. Some of it is to make sense of cultural movements. Point is, every nation has a lot of false narratives that they use to build up a caricature of what it means to be that nation. There are some essayists on BreadTube that make this point better than I. I love reading about that stuff. It's so true. Ethnocentrism at its core right there. It's so true. I mean, literally, I remember in school, sit up straight. I'm shrimping hard. It's because the dogs are playing under me. In school, they didn't teach us about the Vietnam War. The first time I ever heard about the Vietnam War was watching Forrest Gump. And if my mom wasn't a burnout hippie of the 70s, I would not know the truth of it. Because we lost, and we shouldn't have ever been there in the first place. So it's not even included in our curriculum. Because how dare we teach American children we lost? America! Growing up in California, my history class was a little more liberal, and we learned about racism, among other things, in great length. You're very lucky. I grew up in bumfuck nowhere. I'm sure they didn't even know there was anything out of the U.S. It was only recently I learned that the rest of the country varies and sometimes doesn't teach it at all. It's wild to me. That's why I consider it just regular history, and people being more mad at the words critical race theory than anything. Your schools are just getting an educational facelift. Exactly. I mean, I was being taught with history books from 1982 when I was in school. It's wild. And unless your teacher is willing to edit it, I actually had an amazing history teacher. He was a drunk. He was also my softball coach. And he was in the war, World War II. So he would just go off on tangents about World War II all the time. Like foul stories to these like 16, 15, 16-year-olds. And we'd all just be like, holy shit. And then he'd be like, stick a dip in his lip and go on with whatever talk we were having previously. It was so bizarre. But those were the things I really absorbed because you could, just tell from the story he was telling. Those were the real shit, Dude, Glitter, I have no idea. In my school, it was probably different. My school was just super poor, so most teachers had to teach more than one class. He wasn't his history teacher. He was a coach, and he was not a great coach, but our softball team went to state and won every year. And my school was so small, we survived on levies. So if we didn't win in sports, my school shut down. So they kept him around because they thought he was the reason. I don't know if he really did anything. I don't know. I was on the team. I was there. I don't know. He let us smoke cigarettes and chew, so maybe. But he also taught us history, which was in the gym on the bleachers because we didn't have an extra classroom. Really small school. Maybe there is a criteria. I have no idea. It's interesting. My history teacher was Mr. Dimitrovich. And he would just lecture on things for the entire period in high school. He was harsh but fair. Dude, my coach, I could literally I would never turned anything in. And he'd be like, Larson, where's that history paper? What'd you get on this? And he'd have his grade book open and I'd be like, Fox, I think I got like a B on it. I turned it in early. Like I handed it to you. And he'd be like, oh yeah, I remember that. Just write it in. All my education. Like if you were on a sports team, it was like what they show in movies, but like to the stupid extreme. Because it was the only way our school stayed open. Sadly, small schools, they survive on sports. Like a lot of people are like, oh, school sports are too serious. I agree. Schools should not survive on the aptitude of their children's sports. But most small schools, that's the only reason they stay open. It's crazy. My algebra teacher was the football coach. The football coach was also Fox. Softball coach, football coach. I think he wasn't the wrestling coach. That was another drunk. He was our careers guy or something. But the yearbook teacher taught basketball, Golfney. He played favesy. It's not my favorite. He was an alcoholic, but the only reason you knew he was drunk by the end of the day was game days. Once it started to get dark out, his face got red. But he was pretty much drinking all the time. He's definitely an alcoholic, yeah.
Go, Pikachu, come out.
Like a drink beer all day alcoholic. Not that that's any better, but he's not hard alcohol first thing in the morning, but he was probably drinking beer all day.
CK, I had a dream that Rod and I were married, and on our wedding day I was the cake and he ate me until I was completely inside him and then came in his stomach, and I stayed that way until he shit out my cummy cake body and I rebuilt myself to be his waifu.
Is this how sex toys are born? if you're a cake. You have to be a cake first? Oh, Murgle. So my hometown, I'll tell you what it is. It's so small. It's called Kettle Falls, Washington. And it's still like population 1,300. Doesn't go up, doesn't go down. It's crazy. And the town is just a main street with nothing. Like, it's got a couple businesses, but they're all shut down. And at the top of Main Street is one stoplight, a gas station, and a tavern, a coffee stand called AJ's Espresso, which is where I worked all through high school, and then the Kettle Falls Inn, which is like a 12-room little motel. And I shit you not, his truck would be at that tavern every fucking morning when I was driving to school for 5 a.m.s, because during softball season, you have to do 2-a-days every morning. And by the time I was off school, his truck was already there. I have no clue how the fuck he flew down Main Street so fast. Every day. But he was a really good guy. I mean, honestly, he was a good teacher. He taught me a lot. Wasn't a bad person by any means. I had teachers who were very sober and very pervy. One of our teachers actually was banned from picking anything up off the floor because a girl complained that he would always drop his pencil near her desk and look up her skirt. She lives in Hunters. Wow, she went even smaller. She really hates people, huh? Like, super. That's like... I mean, I think they have a broken down gas station that's not open anymore. And that's it. Maybe. I had a dream that Rod and I were married. Oh, is this what you wrote? Okay, I'm going to read it out loud in case anyone missed it. A dream that Rod and I were married, and on our wedding day, I was the cake, and he ate me until I was completely inside of him. Then I came in his stomach, and I stayed that way until he shit out my cummy cake body, and I rebuilt myself to be his waifu. It's beautiful. I can see it in panels of a comic book, and I kind of want to draw it. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, the Hunters population, for those who don't know, is about 215 people, but it's enough to have a school. We actually went there and played their team a couple times. I don't know if they still have one, but when I was in high school, they had enough kids to make a team. I love hot glue. Hot glue guns are everything. I mean, it's pretty, but there is nothing. I mean, when you can get smaller than Kettle Falls, you're basically going into no mansville, like where the people that are out in the wilderness for a reason are. So I would be careful. They're inbreeding or murdering. It's one of the two. My Japanese teacher, don't look at me. I chose it because I wanted to understand the non-subbed rips. Dude, I took Russian in college. 8 years of Russian. I got no room to judge. I chose it because I wanted to understand the non-subbed rips. And very hands-on with his students. Ooh! He was gorgeous. He probably got away with it because of that. That sucks. It's kind of like the 50 Shades Grey thing. Like, if you've ever seen or read 50 Shades of Grey, imagine he was poor and very ugly. Suddenly it becomes a very rapey story. So many things I should not say. They have a bar and a tiny corner store. So the corner store opened up. When I went there, it was literally like the last game I played in Hunters. It was boarded up. But I think it's changed owners so many times. Who knows? Those tiny towns, like everybody knows everybody. All right. I'm going to go gather all my strange thoughts and maybe I'll tell you guys tomorrow. But I need to go walk my dogs because they're like humping under me and fighting under my desk. And pretty soon they'll unplug my computer anyways. A bong rip's not in the cheers. Oh my god, let's cheers. We can. I would actually just emptied my bowl. I'll take a farewell cheers. Oh my gosh, you can always just say cheers. I have the emote too. I'm not that weird. I think I took it out because I felt bad. People were using points to smoke weed with me. Like, I just want to smoke weed with my friends. Would you make your friends, like, give you money to smoke weed with them? That's strange. Ooh, I bought a sexy anime figure so I could understand better. That's why you bought one, Youth? That's why? Yeah? You just gotta come on everything. I mean, we started today talking about what it would come curdle in champagne. It was like 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. It's crazy. I know. It's so good to see you guys again. Um, I didn't take cold medicine last night, so I was able to actually wake up today, but I did spend like 2 hours just like hacking my lungs out. So if I'm late, I apologize. I'm still sick, but I'm just ignoring it. Taking care of myself, sleeping, but I can't lay around all day anymore. I'm gonna go crazy. More. Which is not good. I'm going insane. Like I gotta see you guys. I fucking miss you. It's fine. You might be heroin. Murgle, I mean, I toast to caffeine. It's a drug. Everybody's on a drug. Yuffie, absolutely what? Oh my god, gross story before we hit this. My girl Rock Your Socks told me she has a friend who brags about how he's never cleaned his bong before in his entire life, and it is coated in an inch-thick layer of black tar on the inside, and he still smokes out of it. Rinse your bong. After 1 day of smoking, one hit, it will mold in there. And then you are smoking mold, and then you have fungal pneumonia. Bad. Don't do it. No. Stop it. Stop it. Nope. Someone else said it last time I said that story. It is not a cast iron pan. It's just making your precious new weed taste like shit. Really? I mean, honestly, I don't think caffeine does much for me. I've been drinking daily caffeine since I was like 10. Azrael Damos, thank you for the resub, lover. Dude, that's all I can think of is gross. Why would you brag about it? That's ruining your weed. People are, I mean, I could go on. Hello, Catty Wampus. How are you, love? Oh no. I mean, maybe. What if it was a copper bong? I have no idea. I don't think they sell copper bongs because of the heat transference to your mouth. Like, if you lit a copper bong, I imagine, because they're so conductive, like the mouthpiece could get very hot. But I don't know. Most bongs are like silicone or glass because they don't transmit heat. Espresso machine? Oh, yum. I mean, that's a pretty nice gift to you. I mean, him. Us. Them? Caffeine does settle me down. On days where I'm really anxious, I make sure to chug some caffeine because it does settle me down. But on a normal day, I don't feel like I like need to reach for caffeine. I enjoy a hot cup of coffee in the morning. It just tastes good. I do get a headache without it, but I'm not like I'm not like first thing in the morning like, give me my coffee or else I'm not gonna talk to you. I just, sometime before noon I'd like a cup. Please. It makes me feel nice. But I don't get crazy. Like, I've traveled with some people that won't travel somewhere if they can't find an espresso stand nearby. It's kind of crazy. Dependent, not addicted. I would say that, yeah. Yeah. I don't crave caffeine. I drink like 1 to 2 cups of coffee in the morning and then like a Monster and then water. But without it, I do get a nasty headache. I'd love a coffee bar in my room. Honestly, though, Ashley, when I worked at a coffee stand, I started not drinking so much coffee because I got sick of it. There's like maybe it was too much, but I worked at AJ's Espresso growing up, and smelling espresso, I still loved the smell, but I didn't want coffee as much. I had to like get away from the espresso stand all day before I wanted a coffee. I like to be served coffee and then ignore it for 2 hours and drink it cold and old. Are you me though? As I look at this freezing cold cup of coffee on my desk, I've been sipping. I hate it, but I'll still drink it. It's terrible. Dude, I like a good cup of coffee, but I'm also not a snob. I will drink AM PMs like, you know, oil. I don't care. I will drink a cup of coffee at one point. It'll happen. Untired. Not alert, not hype, just you've hit your normal. Have you ever had too much caffeine? I've definitely done that, but there's no in between. I don't have a moment where I'm like really awake and energized and then suddenly I'm shaky. It's like I feel normal and then all of a sudden I feel like just jittery and I'm like, oh shit. I drink sometimes I'll drink just my coffee too fast in the morning without any water in between. And I'll my skin feels crawly. Hello, Mags. Nope, same room. I have a lot of mental issues, so I reorganize a lot because it gives me a very tiny hit of endorphins, and it's an easy project. Honesty. We don't have anything like Wawa out here at all. Nothing. They don't have anything like that. They have really sad, their gas stations aren't even, I mean, they're barely a gas station. Some of them just have a window you walk up to. Like, you go get gas and then walk up to a window, let alone have food. They don't even have, the rolling hot dogs, on a sick rack. It's weird. You drink 19 cups a day? How often do you piss? You must have healthy kidneys. Oh my God, Ashley, that's precious. Corey, it's the worst feeling. It happens to me super infrequently, usually when I'm traveling, because, I'm with other people and they're forcing me to sit still for too long, so I'll just chug caffeine as a way to quell my anxiety of doing anything. And I'll end up shaking and I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, that's exciting. I've heard the crickets are amazing. 10 cups. Okay, not 19. Okay, 10's about what my mom drinks, but I think she can still overdose a little bit. Yep. Mm-hmm. I know that sippin'. I know them sips. Yep, those are bad times. I'm trying to find someone cool to host for you guys. I do need to walk my dumb. They've made my carpet so dirty. It's the snowy mud outside. It gets in their cute little feet, and then they drag it all over my house. I used to do that, Ashley. Honestly, I do 2 cups a day ish. Oh my God, do it. Megs. I mean, I've heard they can literally do anything. Can't do the movies for the brain yums. Must drink all the buzzy juice. I mean, I'm not kidding you. Movies are really, really hard for me. Really hard. I'm talking going to a movie theater. I have to really want to see the movie. It has to be something that is going to keep my every sense attention. I'll start to go crazy. I'll pick my fingernails off and it's terrible. I just am incapable of sitting still that long without doing something else. And the movie theater is the worst because I can't bring my iPad and paint. Not exactly polite, but I try my best. I do try. There are, I mean, obviously, anything out of the Avengers movies or the superhero movies, of course you have to fucking see them in theaters. They're what a fizzle out on a TV. Those keep my attention though, because the booms, loud explosion, boobs, sex, wow, magic. That keeps my attention. But there are some movies where I fell asleep during the midnight showing of Harry Potter Prisoner of Azkaban. I'm just saying. Ugh, it's terrible. I like iced coffee. Oh my God. I know. Thank you, Sales, for taking care of me. Without my mods, I wouldn't even know what I'm doing. Let me find someone cool to host. And then tomorrow we'll be back. Because I'm not sick. Not anymore. Hail the Dank Lords. Okay, I found the perfect channel. Boob sex? What kind of movies? Well, okay, Astro. I tend to see what I want to see. So, I may have watched an Avengers film, but all I saw was this beautiful blonde, ginger-haired woman with enormous knockers and red leather. And I have no clue what else happened in the movie. But I did Google her later and saw them without the red leather, and they're just as great. I think she's related to some anorexic twins or something. I don't know. Anyways, I found the perfect channel to host. Last time I hosted it, I got so many private messages about how thankful people were because you're welcome. I'm going to rest because I am fucking beat. It's only been like 6 hours of stream and I'm exhausted, but it's just getting better. I think I just got to get through it. It's going to happen. I'm not sick. Stay classy. Wash your hands, please. For the love of anything holy, unholy, whatever the fuck you love in the world, get vaxxed if you can. And I'll see you tomorrow morning as early as I can clear my lungs of the shit. But be good to each other. Be kind to yourself. Ashley, I love you and you're perfect just the way you are. I need you to remember that. I scratched a heart into the flesh of the ozone for you. You're welcome. Bye, lovers.